know, guys. Taylor, level the Taylor content. She's my queen and she's right about everything. I mean, Taylor hasn't really taken an L yet as far as, with respect to this drama, as far as I'm concerned. What else? Pacman back off. Dude, Pacman's not doing that lawsuit. He is not doing that lawsuit. That's not getting off the ground. What Pacman's doing is saying that he's going to sue, or like talking about doing it, but that's different than actually getting a lawsuit off the ground. I don't think he's going to go through with it. And it wouldn't even be defamation. Wouldn't it be libel or whatever? Because it's written, it wasn't spoken. And the threshold for proving defamation in the United States, like she would have needed to intentionally to lied about him maliciously and with reckless disregard for the truth. And let's see, did I already get a dono? Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the dono. Give us a couple more minutes. We got so close to ice. I can feel one coming. You guys, you're not, even when you think you saw corner hits, you probably didn't see corner hits with the, what is it? With the waiting screen. What do we actually, you know, we should watch the David Pacman defamation lawsuit thing. This is like Trump shit to me, honestly. Wait. There was. It knows what I want. It knows. This was uploaded a day ago. David considers suing after Wired publishes allegations about Chorus influencing his content. Pretty sure he could have commented for the article and he didn't also. Or like, again, even if like she printed something false about him, you don't need to jump straight to, I need to sue this person. You would contact the journalist and ask for a correction or a retraction.
Like this, but I do have to talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After Wired published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations and implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about, and many other claims and implications. A whole bunch of you wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way to take control back and to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair question, and I want to talk about that today. I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life of its own. So I'm going to get to the am I suing for defamation question in a moment, but I also want to lay out a few other things. You know, the saddest part for me in all of this is that even though, you know, after the first 48 hours, the overwhelming majority of my audience members and fellow creators and others realized there's really no story here. Like it's not even just the allegations and implications are untrue. It's just, there's not even really a story here. I
mean, is that the way that we want to try to cope about this? That it's like some giant nothing burger? And it doesn't really, like, nobody actually cares about it, but also it's so serious that you're considering suing for defamation? Or I guess to steel man him, it would be, it's a nothing burger, but the way it's presented makes people think it's more nefarious than it is. And that's precisely why it's defamatory, because this is actually standard business as usual shit. This is what David's always wanted, according to his response video. So for Taylor to publish the article, write about it in the way that she did, this is causing a ruckus, and a dishonest one at that.
People realize that. Way more people always see the original allegations and they never see the corrections. And that's something we're going to deal with in a moment as well. The hardest part is that some people who have trusted me for years have now canceled their memberships on my website because they wrongly believe the DNC tells me what to say, or that Chorus makes me get permission before I cover a topic, or that my opinions...
And like, I wonder how many people have canceled as a result of this. Because we were looking at the David, like, if I should search Patreon, let's see, Graftreon. I don't think this is the only way that you can become a David Pacman show member. Say Gaza to prove that he's not. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it dropped. Oh, he did. Okay, hold on. Wired Dark Story. So this was, or Dark Money, August 27th. Oh, wait, no. The drop-off is because it's the beginning of the month, no? You would expect that because people renew on a month-to-month basis. And like when you zoom out, every single time that you see like a drop here is because at the end of every month, people would choose not renew whatever their Patreon membership is. But he's been on a downward trajectory for a while, which is actually pretty surprising because you would think that like post-Trump, you would have more people watching and like more memberships and shit. Like 1 month, 27th. Okay, so like from the 27th, wait, it dropped the 27th. Yeah, it dropped the 27th. He gained 2 the next day. He gained 2 members and then he gained 1 more. And then on the 31st, it dropped off and then you see a big drop off because it's the end of the month. So maybe he has more proof behind the scenes of, or not maybe, he probably does have more proof behind the scenes. He has access to all of his like membership stuff and all the metrics and stuff, but like some people canceled. That seems like it's more related to the end of the month, unless, or if he thinks, did he lose subscribers? Like Social Blade. Let's see if we can even see this. He is, what's his at?
Watch this guy Pac-Man. He's good. Pac-Man. He's Pac-Man.
You know, to your credit.
Let's see. So subscribers. 10K on August 22nd. The 27th is when it dropped. He's only put out more videos, gotten more views. Last 14 days is all like plus. I'm just like not seeing where the drop off is related to this article.
2 years ago were shaped by Chorus, despite Chorus being spun up like 2 months ago. There are people who will not be satisfied unless I file and win a defamation suit. And otherwise they have just said, this must be true, and haven't even come and asked me about it. Now, I don't know that a lot of people I'm hearing from were really my core supporters anyway, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. But I want to again say, Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content.
Other people want me to sue.
Content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested, David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story? It just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger.
It's unclear to me why David Pakman, a small trans creator in a red state, like what role he occupies within the creator incubator program, because he kind of suggested in the first response that he's a mentor to these other creators because he's already established and he can help teach them. But then now when he says this, he's like, there's multiple tiers to this. So there's large creators and there's smaller creators. So now it seems like, are you saying that you're a larger creator part of this? Why would you need $8,000? Like Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't take any money because it's that important to him that all the money that's available go to the smaller creators. But David Pakman's not a smaller creator. He doesn't need another $8,000 a month.
Your creator, or David, why don't you stay away from this story? It just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger creators like Aaron Parnas and I. The idea here is grow the left-wing ecosystem. Now, because of a misleading article and even more confused commentary from other creators who simply read the article, in some cases misunderstood it, went on and did stories about it, some people have decided to cancel the David Pakman show. I don't know how to fix that part yet. What we have here is Brian Tyler Cohen coming out and raising money for a project he doesn't take a penny from. It's not nefarious subterfuge of any kind. It's Brian. Of course I supported it because I know Brian and I know his intentions. And
yeah, of course I supported it. I didn't disclose it until after the article came out, but of course I supported it privately behind the scenes.
It's a great thing. Now, maybe the worst part of this is that other creators, some, although most now are kind of like there's no story here, but some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. IPAC.
Dude. I saw this shit last night on my timeline. I saw the clip of this. I think I retweeted it from Ken Klippenstein. Oh my God. This has to be a joke. Like, I don't know this might be a 10D chess move from David Pakman to troll people and specifically piss off the left. I don't know if he thinks that he's actually going to pull the wool over people. You've been in politics for I don't know how many years, dude. I know that you know how APAC is pronounced. There is absolutely no way he's never pronounced APAC until now. Give me a fucking break. It's not even a joke. I don't even know why you would do that.
That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me.
Although this is probably wrong to say, but that kind of shit, I'm telling you, this is like an anti-Semitism like supercharger. It's like if there was a volume button on anti-Semitism, David Pakman would be going like all the way up on it by doing that. And because I know that he knows how to say it.
Memberships. It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this. And it takes seconds for them to cancel it. Others have unsubscribed from YouTube and other platforms. There are people now, not just hoping for us to fail, but monitoring to see if we do have the failure. I don't want to let those people have the satisfaction. So we estimate about 6,000 YouTube subscribers out of 3.3 something million, about 6,000 YouTube subscribers have canceled. Now, during the same period of time, 5,000 have signed up.
Wait. Okay, so 6,000 have unsubscribed. Then 5,000 have signed up. It's still like a net positive. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but I guess I don't know. Like, that is true that I can't track his YouTube memberships. Maybe that's where the majority of it is.
But 6,000 have canceled. I'm not asking them to come back. Many of them have made their decision. If they decide to come back, great. What I am asking is, if you're a regular watcher on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's about 4 million of you, consider subscribing. If you listen to the audio podcast, you don't watch on YouTube, but you have a Google account, consider subscribing. If you watch on TikTok, consider subscribing on YouTube. There's no downside, there's no cost. And of course, remember that this show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpakman.com. Now let's get...
I wonder if that's true in like a technical sense, like 51% or more, it's majority funded by viewers, but I don't know, man. These like it's a pretty wall of sponsorships you got going on there. Smalls, Ground News, Start Mail, Aura, Magic Spoon. I swear there were more subscribers on this a couple of days ago. Maybe some have, like, he should be talking about how he's like lost subscribers. Because I looked at this yesterday. There were more. Hold on. Why not maybe say that you lost sponsors? That would actually be a bigger financial hit, but then that also doesn't help with the illusion that, like, yeah, I'm like viewer funded for the most part. We were going back to my bot. I have to see that. I know that he had more sponsors yesterday. Let's see. Where would I have looked at it? I know I pulled it up. Oh, wait, there it is. Let's see. Memberships. We're bag watching Pakman now. Memberships. Keep number
Your brain.
Okay. If I back up, the one Lumen start David Pakman had. Okay, so we had Smalls was there. The blind, like, that like eyewear thing is gone. Or no, 3-day blinds is gone. As 3-day, I saw like Ground News is still there. Lumen is gone. Blinds, Small, Start Mail is still there. Naked is still there. MD Hearing is gone. Magic Spoon's still there. Ground news. Lumen start male naked. Empty hearing. Magic Spoon. Babel. Incogni. Aura. And paired. Aura. Paired. Babel. Incogni. Babel. Incogni. Aura. Paired. Sheath. AG1. Private internet. Sheath. AG1. Access. Helix. Sleep. And Foom. Foom is gone. So he lost like 2 or 3. But that might be that his contract with these sponsors ended. I'm not sure.
To the defamation issue. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S.
I wonder if because of his story he decided to update the page. That's also true. He could have been disclosing sponsors that he was actually no longer affiliated with, and then he got around to saying that they're not, the contract's ended.
History. And one thing I appreciate about good lawyers is they give you the full story up front. And most lawyers I've dealt with discourage litigation. They give you all the downsides. If you go to a lawyer and they go, oh, this is a slam dunk, let's start litigation tomorrow, I've learned to be skeptical of those lawyers. And most lawyers try to talk you out of litigation unless you, number one, really understand what you're getting into, and number two, you really want to do it. Now, I have not decided.
I don't even know. I don't know if that's true. Anybody have experience where like a lawyer was like, yeah, for sure, you got it in the bag, and then when they actually got into it, they lost or it didn't pan out that way?
This moment, whether to file a lawsuit. I'm not even going to name potential defendants in this segment. There's no reason to, but there would be multiple. If I were successful, the upside.
What defendants? Who would you be suing? I don't get it. Like the Wired, like you would sue all of Wired, you would sue Taylor Lorenz.
In theory would be, I've cleared my name, at least.
Like, does he think that Discovery is going to reveal that Taylor Lorenz's correspondent saying, God, I can't wait to take David Pakman down maliciously, or, you know, this is not true, but I can't wait to, I don't know how, again, defamation lawsuits, what you would need to discover, but like, come on.
Some generic sense. And that would be great. But there are some significant downsides to getting involved in that. Number one is the cost. Unless you're in a highly public situation like the Sandy Hook parents suing Alex Jones or some of these other scenarios, you're not going to get a lawyer to take the case on contingency, meaning you start paying legal fees immediately. And I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right? I mean, hopefully you win, but winning can depend even on technicalities like what states are these lawsuits filed in. So that's the first consideration. Secondly, a case like this probably takes 12 to 18 months. And I'll admit, it would be extraordinarily stressful. I am not litigious by nature. I think all of you know that. I've never sued anybody. It would be.
That would actually, I feel like that's still not good, because it just shows how far you've fallen that you are considering doing this.
Stressful. It would be time consuming. It would, remember, I have a newborn at home, and it also likely would take me away from the show. And so part of it is a conversation with my audience. Is it best for the show? Is the audience best served by 12 to 18 months of litigation instead of just focusing on the show and focusing on the baby? And then number 3 is the reality of the outcome. Imagine that it takes 15 months and I win, right? Imagine I win. Maybe there's a financial settlement, maybe not. But even then, the damage, to the extent that there will be damage, is mostly going to be done. Am I really going to go 15 months from now and show the people that did abandon the show right?
Well, like maybe, right?
Now, the victory. And are they then going to come back? And, you know, most defamation cases don't even go to trial. They end in a settlement. The settlement often includes that no one can talk about the settlement. So it's all.
Oh, and David Pakman would never sign on to an agreement like that where there's, you know, secrecy or mandating something that you don't disclose something unless you get permission, right? So we couldn't have that.
It's also like, if at the end of all of that, 6 figures in legal fees and all of this, if there is a settlement, okay, I get some money, but is it even really the public victory that might help from a publicity standpoint, especially if it's a settlement no one's allowed to talk about? So that's what I'm contending with right now. The damage, the possibilities of a defamation lawsuit.
My understanding is even with NDAs, even like related to defamation lawsuits, you still have the ability to you can say certain things still. You can't disclose how much money you got. You can't disclose like if you got an apology or whatever, but you can say there are some parameters for things that you can say publicly after you receive the settlement.
The effect on my audience, the effect on the business. So I want to hear from you. That's really everything I have to say.
Why is the left trying to take new food out of his newborn's mouth by making him disclose his dark money? Cancel culture, man. Out of control.
Right now, the really good news is that most of the people that are outraged by this aren't even in my audience. And I have to remember that. And that actually leads to the next thing I want to talk about.
I have to remember that my audience would never think to hold me accountable for this. It's mostly haters from the outside, right? Anti-fans.
Which is...
That's actually not good that you've cultivated a fan base that wouldn't find anything problematic about that.
Broader discussion of what's happening right now on the left.
Interesting. Okay. Actually, we'll do the Taylor Lorenz thing, because this was just an hour ago, and she's probably addressed the lawsuit in this somewhere.
Is to bankrupt you. And thankfully, I've been a staff reporter previously.
Yep.
Now I'm not a staff reporter, and David knows that. And so he is a multi-millionaire YouTuber threatening a freelance journalist to destroy her life and sue her into the ground, basically, because I wrote a factual article that he has yet to be able to refute a single fact in that article.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed somebody sent me $5. Thank you so much for the $5. It's not showing up on my like tip history, so if you want to tell me who you were, what your message is, I will read it out. Thank you so much.
Well, that kind of segues into a specific allegation that I wanted to get your response to, because I saw it going around a lot, and I saw it going around from people who frankly should know better, right? I saw one person posting like a chat GPT analysis of the transaction history, and I want to react to Brian Tyler Cohen because he's the head of the snake and the most influential guy. But let's just say we caught some people who really should have known better, and I wanted to get your direct response to this allegation, because people like Destiny and all these fuckers use it as like the #1 gotcha. So I just wanted to
Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she...
This is very funny.
Yeah.
Because
what's his position in this? Did he start Chorus or something? Brian Tyler Cohen is a co-founder of Chorus.
You'll note that he doesn't say, like, it's just saying buzzwords, and like it's this like illusion of like controversy. Okay, Lorraine Powell Jobs donates a shit ton to dark money. Does that mean the Atlantic's reporting on dark money is wrong? No, because the Atlantic itself isn't accepting dark money, isn't funded by dark money like schemes. I'm in a non-political, non-partisan investigative journalism fellowship with the Omidyar Network, among some of the best investigative reporters out there, including people like Julia Black.
The weird thing to me is that like she doesn't have any sort of like contract or relationship with a dark money funder or like billionaire donor or investor that has editorial control over her content. And this guy donating, or like the 1630 Fund or whatever, donating to this, to an article that, again, is critical of the 1630 Fund. I mean, I guess you could try to say it's like controlled opposition or whatever, but like she indicts not just the Chorus Creator Incubator Program. Like the main thing is the 1630 Fund.
And Laura Kelly, who I worked with at The Atlantic, an amazing journalist, right? And it's public.
And unlike examples of creators that are critical of, they're like anti-Israel or critical of the Democratic Party's decisions, they're not anti-Democrat to the point that they tell people not to vote for them. But there's really no way to spin her characterization of the 1630 Fund as positive to me. It's at best, it's like it's neutral and straightforward. At worst, it's obviously the insinuation that these donors, or not insinuation, it's like pointing out that this is the way that like money cycles outside of it, like is funneled into campaigns and influences elections without actually being disclosed to the FEC.
Which was like, it's public and disclosed, and it's funded by this guy, Pierre Omidyar. It's not funded.
The Intercept for
who
people in our
funds the
audience.
Intercept? Who funded Honolulu Civil Beat? Tons of journalists. He's funded tons of journalism projects. Like that. Like what? So what? He also gave money one time years ago to the 1630 Fund in a personal manner with his wife. Like, what does that have to do with me? Like, again, all of these billionaires that own every single major media org give money to dark money groups. That doesn't mean that the journalists reporting on those dark money groups are like compromised. Those journalists aren't receiving, including myself. I'm not receiving a penny of dark money. And also, if you follow that logic, what is the implication? The implication is that this billionaire who funds journalism projects and political projects, like donated back in 2021 to 1630 Fund, 4 years later starts a fellowship where he funds a journalist to write a critical hit piece on the money that he...
Right. Like if you have, like Brian, these people have characterized it as a hit piece that's been debunked. How would it make sense that like she takes money from this and then she funds the hit piece on them? What?
Like that he gave like the fund that he gave money to? Like, what are you talking about? Like, if anything, like it shows that I'm even more editorially independent because I'm writing very critically about an investment that this billionaire funder did. Like, it makes no sense. And like, also it's public. The only reason he knows that I'm in that program is because it was immediately disclosed and all the information is on the website. And the Omidyar Network, like reporters program, even had to put out a statement being like these people are so stupid too, because dark money groups don't fund billionaires. Billionaires are rich. Billionaires fund dark money groups. Dark money groups don't fund billionaires. So it's not like Pierre Omidyar is getting all his money from 1630 Fund and putting it into journalism. Like it goes the opposite way. He's a billionaire funding things. And unfortunately, billionaires fund our entire media ecosystem, which is part of the reason why I went independent.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's interesting. Can you talk a little bit more about that Omidyar program? Like, I'm assuming whatever it is, you're receiving some funds to support your work. There's no daily check-ins, are there?
No, it's not a political. Like that's the other thing. It's not a political program. There's no strings attached.
Yeah, she doesn't get messaging guidance. Two identical numbers? I think not. Checkmate leftist. Yeah, it's like trying to say that if this criticism were even valid, which it's not, because this is a debunked hit piece from Wired, then she'd be hoisted by her own petard by the same standard. But it wouldn't be because she doesn't have a contract saying that she can't disclose any of that. But she did disclose. It was open that she was in this program, that she got grant money.
Really, it's a few months long. I can't remember exactly how many months we are, but it's like from now until the end of the year. And you get a stipend every month for reporting, and it's to support investigative journalism. Full stop. And there's
you actually do. You're actually a journalist, unlike Brian Tyler Cohen, who's a fucking slot machine.
And also,
clickbait.
I'm using this money to travel to, for instance, like a school district where I'm reporting on some civil liberties violations regarding these cell phone bans. Like I'm hiccuping. My reporting specifically for Omidyar is about civil liberties.
She said hiccuping. I thought she said crying for a second.
And technology. And so it's like, it's.
I mean, even if all of that were true, it would still just be like a big no you. It would just be deflection. It would not actually be a substantive address to her article.
To fund that work, because nobody funds that work. And it's so hard for investigative journalists to like take on that cost because it's a cost losing endeavor to do investigative journalism. So yeah, not only is it totally open, you can talk about it. There's no NDA. They announced the program. Like it's totally transparent and it's not tied to dark money even in the slightest. I know where every single dollar of my income comes from.
And, sorry. Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to say that's pretty by the numbers, right? And to use another Pierre Omidyar funded, First Look Media and The Intercept, right? If I remember, Jimmy Dore used to go after them all the fucking time, right? But if you go to fucking The Intercept's funding model, right, you can see exactly how much everybody's paid. You can see exactly, it's all transparent. It's like a 501c, whatever the hell, you know what I mean? It's all transparent. It's a non-for-profit media organization. And I wanted to just get your thoughts because you made a really great point. There's this intentional misunderstanding of the different sources of funding that you can get as a reporter. And there's been a big lurch towards, you should be 100% independent. You should never take any money from anybody except for your audience. And what people don't understand about that is that leaves independent journalists who are actually doing investigative reporting totally in the lurch, right? Because what is...
Do they actually think that her argument was that nobody should be paid for anything ever, basically? Because if you're levying this criticism at her, which isn't valid still, it's like, yeah, you do... I feel like they think her criticism was so unsophisticated. It's like saying that paying a journalist is wrong.
I lost money on this story. Let's just be clear. I got people unsubscribing from my newsletter.
Or like she's saying, like, don't pay, like, you shouldn't receive any money for your labor in this domain.
Paid on subscriptions, unsubscribing, saying, well, you're taking dark money, or you're attacking, you're MAGA, you're secret MAGA, I'm unsubscribing. Like, unlike these people with millions, I have a journal, I'm a well-known journalist, but I don't have millions of parasocial fans. I don't really have any parasocial fans. And I'm constantly reporting on things that my audience doesn't want to hear because I'm a journalist that's usually countering their pre-existing beliefs about something. So it's not financially lucrative to do
I need parasocial Taylor stands in my chat.
Journalism on the internet.
Yeah, especially when you have fucking assholes like David Pakman threatening to sue you. Let me throw this up on screen real quick because this broke yesterday. Actually, while Zach and I were live, we were totally shocked and disgusted to see this. Thanks, Zach. As it says here, David Pakman is considering a defamation lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz. I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts.
After watching that full video, and not just like the clip of him mispronouncing IPAC, I really don't think he's going to do it. I think it's just posturing.
I think in U.S. history, again, continuing the Trumpian language.
Because he has a lot of resources, and even just even the threat of him, like if you're an independent journalist that writes critically of him and he doesn't debunk it, but he's still talking about like a lawsuit nonetheless, that can have a chilling effect as well. You're like swinging your dick around, basically.
Some of the best lawyers in the world. They're going to represent me. And then he adds that, oh, he's not litigious by nature. Also in the same video, he pretends to not know how APAC is pronounced, which is fucking hilarious. But what was your response to this? To what degree? Is there any other example of someone like David Pakman successfully going after a reporter for exposing?
Look at what I've dealt with. I've been sued for defamation multiple times over. All of those lawsuits, they've always lost. They're always thrown out eventually. But the point is to put you through this years-long, expensive legal battle and destroy your life in the meantime and run smear campaigns in the meantime. So if you Google Taylor Lorenz defamation lawsuit, you'll see that
not wrong.
They go out into these press tours, talk.
Who sued her? Well, I probably shouldn't just put Taylor, right? Taylor Lorenz. A talent agent. It was like a libel lawsuit. This was in October of 2023, so 2 years ago. Libel lawsuit against New York Times and Taylor Lorenz related to meaning of word leaked can proceed. Plaintiffs are Aradna? Plaintiff Jacob and her company Influences Inc. brought this defamation action against defendants Taylor Lorenz and the New York Times. Plaintiffs allege that a New York Times article authored by Lorenz included several defamatory statements about Jacob. The court granted in part and denied in part defendants' motion to dismiss the second amended complaint. On June 21st, 2023, the court held that the plaintiffs had sufficiently alleged a claim with respect to one statement in the article suggesting that Jacob had leaked an individual's nude photographs. Defendants can now move for reconsideration, ask the court to dismiss the surviving claim based on that statement. The motion is denied. The lone surviving statement referred to here and in the court's prior opinions as Statement 12 concerns Jacob alleged distribution of nude photographs of influencer Devian Young. On August 11, 2020, Lorenz emailed Jacob and her team with a list of details that she was planning to report. That list included the assertions that Ms. Jacob distributed illicit photos of Mr. Young to others. Note, we have recordings showing these messages. Jacob's representatives responded with a statement from Jacob's attorney that said, illicit photos of Mr. Young were brought to Ms. Jacob's attention as Influences was working on multiple business transactions with Mr. Young. Ms. Jacob informed an internal consultant of the picture's sick existence, but at no point did she publicly leak the photos, as Mr. Young had claimed. The next day, Lorenz replied, regarding Mr. Young's illicit photos, Mr. Young is not alleging that Ms. Jacob publicly leaked photos. Rather, we have screen recordings showing that Ms. Jacobs distributed these photos to others via text message. Does Ms. Jacob care to comment, clarify, or respond to this? Jacob's attorney answered, before responding to this point, are you able to share the video referenced here for accuracy and validity? Lorenz stated that the materials could not be shared, and she reiterated that Mr. Young and others are alleging that Ms. Jacob, privately sick, distributed Mr. Young's illicit photos to others. No one is alleging that she publicly leaked them. Jacob's representative followed Lorenz to the statement provided by Jacob's attorney in a final follow-up message providing an updated list of allegations. Lorenz included the assertion, Ms. Jacob privately distributed nude photos of Devian Young via text message. Jacob's representative again referred Lorenz to the statement from Jacob's attorney. The article was published on August 14, 2020 with respect to the photographs of Young. The article stated, right before we parted ways, she leaked my nudes and she sent them to my business partners, people in my house, and potential investors to slander my name, saying I was unprofessional. Mr. Young said, Ms. Jacob informed an internal consultant of the picture's existence. Ms. Jacob's lawyer wrote and clarified that she did not publicly leak the photos. According to the SAC, the article alleged that Jacob leaked the photos to industry people for leverage because Young wanted to leave. Plaintiffs assert that this claim is completely false and defendants knew it. The photographs became public weeks before plaintiffs and Young decided to part ways, so Jacob could not have leaked them in retaliation. Plaintiffs also state that, at the time, Influences had no business partners to whom Jacob could have leaked the photographs. The SAC does acknowledge that Jacob informed an Influences staff about the photographs and alerted Young's house manager to the situation, but plaintiffs allege that at no point did Jacob publicly disseminate or leak the photographs. Ariadna? Oh, is that how you say her name? Ariadna? I've never heard this. Ariadna Jacob. So, in the earlier decision, the court explained that the relevant pre-publication communications show that Lorenz called into truth the question of the assertion that Jacob leaked the photos, and she nevertheless published a statement saying as much. Defendants argue that reconsideration is warranted because, quote, the court misconstrued the record by failing to distinguish between Ms. Lorenz's use of the phrase publicly leaked and the unmodified term leaked. According to defendants, so it really does like hinge on one word. Like, it seems like these were potentially non-consensually distributed, but She takes issue with the characterization of it being referred to as just leaked because they were referred to other people, but not to the public, but without consent, maybe. According to defendants, both parties understood the word leak just meant unauthorized disclosure. By contrast, the parties used the term publicly leaked to refer to a broader public disclosure. Based on the purported distinction, defendants assert that the court clearly erred in concluding that Ms. Lorenz understood the word leak to be synonymous with publicly leak. These arguments are not persuasive, as the court explained in its prior opinion. Lorenz's pre-publication messages distinguish between allegations that Jacob privately distributed the photos and allegations that Jacob publicly leaked the photos. The communications revealed Lorenz's understanding that 1, leaking connotes sharing something with a broad audience rather than privately, and that no one alleged that 2, no one alleged that Jacob had leaked Young's photos. Despite that understanding, the article included Young's quote that Jacob leaked my nudes and sent them to business partners, people in my house, and potential advisors. As the court explained, the statement suggested that Jacob both leaked the photos and privately distributed them to business partners and others. Defendants' purported distinction between leaked and publicly leaked does not change the court's conclusion. Note that the case turns on the issue of knowing or reckless falsehood by defendants' so-called actual malice because New York law requires so. For court's original June 21st decision, see here. So what was the conclusion? I have to use ChatGPT. Let me see.
Tucker Carlson himself participated in the last smear campaign. They do these press tours about how I'm a liar, and they know they're going to lose their defamation case, but they don't care because it's all a PR thing. Yeah. And the point is to bankrupt you. And thankfully, I've been a staff reporter previously. Now I'm not a staff reporter, and David knows that. And so he is a multi-millionaire YouTuber threatening a freelance journalist to destroy her life and sue her into the ground, basically, because I wrote a factual article that he has yet to be able to refute a single fact in that article. And what's really scary is that, like, it is all part of this smear campaign. When I've had like my Google results manipulated. I've had people doing paid media, ads against me. I've had people hire these like weird Republican smear, comms groups to pitch negative articles about me. And the public just absorbs it. And then you see people being like, oh, Taylor Lorenz, like she's really controversial. And that has also made it so that I can't do brand deals. Like I have like Delete Me as my brand partner. I love them. Shout out to Delete Me. But like, I can't get like the sponsorships that someone like David Pakman can get because I am targeted in these crazy
17
ways.
ad sponsors, by the way.
He's making millions. And I am literally a freelance journalist that's like, thank God I have this like fellowship going for the rest of the year, but I don't know what next year is going to look like. Like I am relying on subscriptions. I am relying on people subscribing to my Substack. But then again, like people subscribe to my Substack and Patreon and they expect constant updates. And I can't always give them that because I have to spend a couple weeks chasing.
Okay, I kept looking to see like what happened. Like a timeline for that defamation case through AI. So initial filing and dismissal. Ariadna Jacob and her company Influences filed a lawsuit on August 12th, 21st, suing Lorenz and the Times for defamation, tortious interference, is it tortious probably? Interference and intentional infliction of emotional distress, seeking over $11.6 million in damages. In September 22, U.S. District Judge Ramos granted defendants' motion to dismiss, but allowed Jacob to file an amended complaint by October 5th, 2022. We read the amended complaint. This is about the term like leak versus publicly leak. On June 21st, 23, the court issued an opinion and order. Most claims were dismissed except for one concerning the like leaked thing. 3, motion for reconsideration denied. Defendant sought reconsideration of the surviving defamation claim, arguing the court misinterpreted the term leaked. On October 10, 2023, the court denied the motion, reaffirming that the statement could support a defamation claim and directing the parties to continue with proceedings. 4, case conclusion by Jacob, so the person who brought forth the lawsuit. As of around April 2024, Jacob announced via social media that she had dismissed the lawsuit on my terms, noting that a federal judge had affirmed the merit of her case. This person. Yesterday, a lawsuit update dropping next week. Yesterday, I celebrated a profound victory. The defamation lawsuit I filed against the Times and Lorenz concluded on my terms. A New York federal judge affirmed the merit of my case not once but twice by denying the opposition's motions to dismiss and to reconsider. This legal journey has not only vindicated me, but also illuminated the true colors of those involved. Since my filing, Lorenz has lost her prestigious position at the New York Times and now faces a severely diminished reputation, her credibility tarnished by her own actions. Okay, girl. In contrast, this chapter has brought me unparalleled support, deep connections within the legal community and beyond, and a vibrant new life in a new city where I met the love of my life. I'm grateful this chapter is closed and I can return to my mission of empowering content creators. Read the merits of the case for yourself here. She links her thing. Misspell something involuted. Lorenz's defamatory article included a statement that twisted a disturbing situation where I had a pressing ethical concern to internally investigate an allegation of nude photos sent to a 14-year-old girl by a male adult signed to my talent company. Despite Lorenz's pre-publication email stating, "No one is alleging she publicly leaked the nudes," her article included this misleading quote, "She leaked my nudes. This is the kind of sick tactic that journalists following in Lorenz's footsteps use." My video next week will address why I chose to conclude the lawsuit, but in short, pursuing this case further would mean committing hundreds of thousands of dollars to cover deposition costs, expert witnesses, and other legal expenses in a battle that has already spanned nearly 4 years. Choosing to move forward represents a significant victory for me. It's about prioritizing my future and well-being over a prolonged legal battle with uncertain outcomes. Self-care. The toll this ordeal has taken, both financially and emotionally, has been immense, pushing me to the brink in 2020. But Lorenz was not successful in killing my spirit. She will never win in taking away my happiness, my voice, or attempting to discredit my talents. Standing up for myself and sharing the truth has been invaluable. Now I aim to use this experience to advocate for others who have suffered from unfair media practices, that believing that lending my voice to this cause is the most constructive path forward. I welcome anyone interested in discussing this journey with me. I'm available at truthversuslorenz@influences.com. She thanks lawsuits. This chapter is done, but I'm just getting started. And then maybe this is what Candace Owens fucking praised her for. I mean, a judge allowing the case to proceed, saying that there could be merit to it, but there would need to be a discovery and investigation, is not rendering a judgment in either direction. It's not a guilty verdict nor a not guilty verdict. But the Times responded to her statement via their public relations channel, acknowledging the dismissal. So they said, our response to Ariadna Jacob dismissing her defamation lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz, the New York Times company. We are pleased Ms. Jacob chose to dismiss her meritless defamation claim. We did not settle or pay Ms. Jacobs. Oh my God, she's in the replies. This concluded on my terms. I'm vindicated, blah, blah, blah. Despite surviving the claim, Jacob ultimately chose to end the litigation itself, signaling that she considered the outcome favorable enough to resolve matters without further court action, even though she says that she believes that she would have won and she could have gotten $11.6 million. There's no record of a trial, settlement, or final judgment in court. Her announcement suggests a unilateral dismissal. So I don't think that Taylor Lorenz has ever been, let's see. Has Taylor Lorenz ever been successfully sued for defamation? No. She's been sued. In that case, almost all claims were dismissed. One narrow definition claim survived was voluntarily dropped. No court has ever issued a judgment finding Lorenz liable for defamation. There's also no public record of her settling or paying damages in any defamation action. So while she's been the target of litigation, none of it resulted in a successful defamation case against her.
Chasing down a story or dealing with legal threats or whatever, and then people unsubscribe because they want that constant update, and it's not a great model. And I've written about this, by the way, extensively for years.
Well, we're going to get into more of that in a second, but I did want to also ask you, you talked about the origin of this reporting, how you kind of went down this road and what got you interested in this subject matter. I can't imagine that you were anticipating this level of backlash. But I was just like, what the fuck? And it hasn't stopped. People are still, especially the people that have been exposed, they've been like contorting themselves into this total panic, acting way guiltier than they should be if they're as innocent as they claim to be. So I guess, were you expecting this level of backlash, some of which we're going to get into and react to in a second with you?
Yeah. So I cover the influencer industry, and I think people, and also not to like toot my own horn, but I've like broken so many big stories around influencers, and my beat is online attention. So like everywhere I've ever worked, this has been a thing where when I broke the story of Mr. Beast, labor, this was years before any of this came out on YouTube, the sort of like labor bad practices that Mr. Beast was engaged with, or the story of Jake Paul's sexual assault allegations in Jake Paul's content house, or libs of TikTok, exposing, just so many stories over the years I've broken and really known.
The libs of TikTok thing probably being the most notable from her career.
Mostly, especially on the far right, even my reporting on Charlottesville, I'm like, okay, they're going to throw everything at me, and I am going to be dragged on the internet, and that people are going to lie about me for 3 weeks, and it's going to be fine. This story was so shocking to me because I anticipated they would kill it. I had a conversation with Wired, and I wanted to write it for Wired because I knew that Wired is undeniably doing the best journalism on the internet right now when it comes to covering the intersection of tech and politics. Hands down, they have Zoe Schiffer, Dave Gilbert, McKenna Kelly, these are the best journalists in the country, in my opinion. So I was so honored to be able to write this story for them. But I also knew that they've dealt with so much scrutiny. Like they did all the main reports.
That's the thing. Like there's no indicting Taylor Lorenz herself for this article. When she was sued, it was also the New York Times. You are also indicting the publication that is hosting and publishing the article
on Doge, you know, and so like they know.
So if you call into credibility like one story, you call into credibility the entire outlet.
Like these high profile sort of stories. But I thought that the minute I reached out to Chorus for comment, which was weeks ago, and I reached out to them many times, that they would just call up the Washington Post and be like, hey guys, we have a story for you, and like get this like puff piece, which I'm sure like some Post reporter would be happy to write of like, you know, Chorus announces new Democrat influencer funding initiative, and the influencers would be like, we're excited to announce funding, you know, and basically like sort of kill my story by like pre-disclosing it.
Oh, that's what she means. When she said, I thought they'd kill my story, I thought she meant either Wired wouldn't be interested in it, or if they start disclosing, then there's really nothing to report about because they started disclosing it. And it's not going to be as juicy to be like, but there's a thing in their contract that says that they can't if out of like almost all of the 90 creators are like end up asking and voluntarily disclosing it.
But instead they didn't do any of that. I still don't understand why, like other than I think they might like really be interested in hiding their funding. Like it's very weird. And so once they sort of stopped replying, I was like, okay, like, you know, they've done some dirty tactics in the past. Like the last time I reached out to them for comment for an earlier story months ago, they sent this like blast to all these creators in their network saying that like I was a reporter with bad intentions and all this stuff. So they've played dirty for a while.
Right?
Oh,
Like,
it's 100%. It's Trump playbook. And you know what else? They did one other thing out of the Trump playbook. They didn't respond to my request for comment. And then the minute the story went up, they sent a request for comment, knowing, of course, that we would include their comment as journalists do. And then they tried to like frame that, or like the influencers tried to like frame that as like a correction.
It's been corrected. It's been debunked. It's been like not updated, but there's retractions or something.
Which is actually hilarious. And that is something that the Trump people always do. So yeah, and the personal attacks and the lies and the conspiracy theories, like it's just MAGA 101.
That was what was making me lose my mind on Twitter that day. It was like everybody had lost their basic media literacy and everybody was saying, there's a retraction. And I was like, no. These people repeatedly declined a request for comment. And then as basic, this is us, we were getting in the trenches on, what was this, the 30th of August. But it's like, yeah, update August 28th, like they finally responded to requests for comment and nothing is corrected. And what you guys were exposing, it makes sense. You know, you described it as a control freak problem, right? Because they had to get permission if they were going to criticize any other Chorus contributor, which is to two of guys like us. That's pretty crazy. And get permission to interview a candidate. It's like, if you're going to get a candidate on your show, you have to then go through another level of bureaucracy. And this is under the veil of like independent media where there's nothing independent about it. And, you know, you make a lot of strong accusations. And one of the things that I think I've seen a lot online of people trying to use as like a gotcha or, you know, some sort of like a way to debunk it is like, oh, you guys didn't publish the contract, right? Like Wired didn't publish the contract, but the clear attribution is, quote, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, right? So you guys have a copy of the
We have many copies of the contract. And not only do we have copies of the contract, as the story makes clear, we have Zoom call recordings. We have the screen recordings of the group chat of all of these influencers discussing the contract. We have internal company emails. We have contract negotiation emails. We have the draft contract. We have everything. Like we have so much. And we spoke to multiple content creators in this program who signed this contract before the story came out. So, you know, I think that there's this like receipts culture. And I do think that this is like YouTube brain where they're like, and this happened with Jimmy and Mr. Beast too. Cause like I reported on Jimmy's
permission to interview a candidate, no correction. So this is what that clause said that creator showed. She highlighted this part. In her TikTok. Let me pull up the image that I'm talking about. This. So this is the part that she draws attention to. But the entire, like, I was watching the video and I like wait for her to like move her head enough that I could make out what the third clause said. And it says, Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy, and nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. And we don't know what Chorus's progressive policy agenda is. I can't find it anywhere. Contractor agrees to Clause 1, utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. So it goes through them if you're doing something related to the newsroom. 2, disclose to Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda and that contractor arranges through other means. So if they talk to somebody else on anything related to, again, Chorus's policy agenda, which they're, I guess, like agreeing to promote or they align with, they're supposed to disclose it to them. even if it's after the fact. And then 3, collaborate fully with chorus regarding all such separate arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate in newsroom events or, it's probably events, not event. Events or booking opportunities in person or remote at least twice per month. So this is a participation quota that they have to do monthly as a, like, and the creator herself shows on her calendar that she attends these like remotely. But I think that the more relevant part than what she shows and the, like what she draws attention to in the TikTok is the collaborate fully with chorus regarding all such separate arranged engagements. So there's disclosure and then you have to collaborate fully. So is that not functionally permission? You really do have to ask permission for them.
Mr. Beast's, badly.
Because collaboration could be, she just like a creator discloses it to chorus. And then as part of the 3rd clause, if chorus does not like or doesn't like for them to endorse or they want some editorial control over it, they can say no. And that person is supposed, that creator is ostensibly, based on the language of this contract, as I understand it, is supposed to comply with that.
Practices in the New York Times in a cover story for the business section for the New York Times. And all the YouTubers circled the wagon and they're like, well, she should post the NDAs that he's making people sign or whatever. And it took like basically years until the actual people like started speaking out themselves on YouTube for people to even believe my story. And, I think it's like what people don't understand is they don't respect journalism and they don't realize that these sources don't want to be outed. So again, we spoke to people within this.
You really want it to be a dark money scheme, huh? Kiko DE, how would you describe it or what? Chorus is effectively a middleman and the partner project is the 1630 Fund, which is a dark money group.
Program who reached out to us in part.
And then these creators, if they wanted to disclose it, they had to ask chorus for permission first, according to their contracts, which they've not really disputed, or they're not supposed to disclose at all.
We're uncomfortable with the terms that they were being asked to, adhere to per the contract or sign rather. So, yeah, I mean, we can't post those. They are potentially watermarked by spacing. And if we were to post those online, chorus would know who posted them. And so they would know exactly who our sources are. And they have been aggressively going.
Nothing can convince her so far. So kind of really LOL. Kiko DE, you have been summoned. You will be joining the Discord that I'm in and debating me, or you will be banned. And that is the terms that we operate on here. If you have disagreements with me or you think I'm misrepresenting something, I welcome you to confront me on them and hold me accountable in front of these people. I have just dropped that in YouTube chat. You can join the link. You can go to the waiting room. If you do not join, you'll be banned.
Going after. It's crazy because people are still leaking me these group chat conversations, which is hilarious to view them like spiraling out and crashing out. But they're attacking people that are not even my sources right now and speculating. And so, yeah, we have to protect sources. It is a witch hunt. We have to protect our sources. And I think people watch these YouTube drama slop channels where they where they like put up like screenshots of things.
And come on. The Vanguard absolutely is slop, but they shouldn't be ashamed of that. It's like the TMZ for the left.
That Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing of like this. And it's like, guys, we did the reporting.
What is it that you're eating? I don't know why. Lycan got peaches and they're not ripe at all. It's like super hard. I thought it was gonna be soft, but I'm hungry, so I'm just gonna finish it. I'm literally at work, LOL. If you wanna that bad, then if you wanna bad that quick, then okay, I guess LOL. People are allowed to criticize you. Yeah, you are allowed to criticize me, but you're saying things like, you really want it to be a dark money scheme, huh? Nothing can convince her. Like, I have some motivation going into this, and like, I want to see Chorus's downfall or something like that, when I'm just defending the article because there's nothing that's been corrected or retracted in the way that people are claiming it. And so I also want you to explain how it's not a dark money scheme. I have no, if Taylor Lorenz was completely BTFO'd and she had to issue corrections and retractions, I would be shedding no tears. I don't care. I have no stake in this coming out a particular way. It's just, I've read and listened to Taylor Lorenz's arguments and what she's presented in her article, and I've listened to the responses, and I was unimpressed, to say the least, by the responses, as well as the broader reaction on social media.
We have multiple copies of multiple tiers of the contract.
And it's not like you're on Substack. Like you're working with Wired in this instance, other outlets in other instances.
Fact checkers, legal review. It's not my personal. This was edited by so many editors. Again, this was a story we've spent months reporting. So the idea that it's like we can put, and also what an absurd claim. Like this is where it comes back to Trump. Like I bring up the fact that like Wired continues to do some of the best accountability journalism on tech and Trump, right? Like they recently broke the story about, Grok, like government employees, like being encouraged to use Grok.
Mecha Hitler?
Yeah. But like when these big content creators with millions of followers get online and they say Wired lied, like they lied, all of this is just untrue. It degrades trust in the institution of journalism, and it degrades trust in actual really important accountability journalism.
It's insane. And it basically, all of this has been justified by the David Pakmans, by the Brian Tyler Cohens and their ilk, right? The brigade of people that are going to simp for them because of their parasocial relationship and not their politics or any kind of real commitment to a belief system. And they're all saying, well, this is all justified because Donald Trump is ontologically evil and anything that we do is in resistance to him is fine. Like, why are you talking about this in the face of fascism, right? They like immediately go to this like accelerationist, like hyperbolic argument where it's like, well, if Donald Trump is able to...
And it's a zero-sum game. Any time spent that's not criticizing Donald Trump, which none of these creators would ever engage in, all of their content is exclusively dedicated to criticizing MAGA and the right, obviously, is you taking time away from more important issues.
Do this, like, why can't we do this? Why can't the left just behave as poorly as the right does? And what was shocking to me about that is that this is the left behaving exactly as the right does. David Pakman went out and said this has been debunked. It had not been debunked. He doesn't cite a single retraction. What does he think Wired is? And that was what was also making me crazy. Like, I tweeted out the other day that the left needs to do a way better job of distinguishing between who is a loudmouth like me and who is an actual journalist who has the receipts to back up the things, and they're not just speculating about it. And I'm not like taking a dunk on podcasters and YouTubers. I love this lane, right? But it is a little bit of a different thing when Wired publishes an accusation, when somebody speculates about something on YouTube. And we have to develop media literacy and standards to where people understand that those things are really different.
And then also, I think like the personal attacks like are so relevant here because their response to a lot of this is like, well, Taylor Lorenz is a liar. And it's funny because they're actually repeating all of these same conspiracies and lies about me that Tucker Carlson and libs of TikTok and all of the other right-wing influencers that I've criticized so aggressively. Like I'm actually known for my reporting on the far right. Like that's like 80% of my work.
I don't like follow her or whatever, but I wouldn't be surprised if you looked into her catalog of different articles and what she's published or her tweets, that the majority of it is dedicated towards criticizing MAGA and conservatives and the right. Because again, what I know her for is like the biggest thing I feel like she did was like stuff related to libs of TikTok. Going after libs of TikTok is not going after somebody on the left.
And I've written extensively about dark money influence schemes on the right, which by the way, liberals were loving when I was, like they eat that stuff up.
The libs of TikTok stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I wrote about Tenet Media and Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and all of these other unethical schemes that they do on the right. I write about that stuff all the time. But it's like this, what do they say in response to it? Like, well, actually, Taylor's investigative journalism fellowship is dark money. What are you talking about? No, it's not even remotely. And also, like, they're just accusing me of being like a secret Republican. I like that's the other thing. And then they say like, oh, like she's fired from every job. It's so crazy because like the past several places I've worked, like when I've quit my job, I've had to get them to give me like statements because I'm like, guys, the people on the internet, like they will just lie. And so it's like the past several places I've worked, I've had to say on the record in public, like Taylor was not fired. Like stop with these conspiracy theories. But
yeah, people say that I don't know if the Times has ever made a statement, but like I don't know that she ever worked with the New York Times. I think that it's possible to do a piece for the New York Times, but to not actually be like employed with them as far as I know. The Washington Post has issued statements saying that she wasn't fired, that she left of her own volition. But the reason why people are skeptical of that is because I looked into this around the time that I was looking at her like drama with ContraPoints, is that it was around the time that there was like a controversy. Like she posted a selfie of herself at an event with Biden, and she put like war criminal as a caption, like a frowny face. And then not long after that, there was somebody else saying that caused friction at the Washington Post. And not long after that, she left. I don't think that the Washington Post would say that she wasn't fired if she was fired.
It's what the right has pushed, and it's what the left will. They're not left. The centrists will push. When they're questioned because they don't want to release the contract. The little bits of the contract that some of them have released have confirmed our reporting.
Yeah, 100%.
Straw man, who is the rando calling her a secret Republican? Are you kidding me? I can literally pull up to you one of the largest like liberal Twitter accounts. Hold on, isn't his name like? If I go to Project Liberal, what's the guy's name? It's like something Earl, something Jackson Earl. If I put Jackson Scroll.
%. Well, it's interesting too that you brought up the libs of TikTok thing, because I think it's just fucking outrageous and disgusting of Brian Tyler Cohen to, imply that you're like fraternizing with Candace Owens and you're just like a creature.
Oh yeah, that also. Brian Tyler Cohen literally showed a clip of her with Candace Owens and or a clip of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, and implied that she was friends with them.
Of right-wing media, the reason they're all celebrating you is because of this article or whatever. When, as Zach mentioned, that libs of TikTok reporting is like the original time we covered you.
Okay, this. I found it. Joshua, not Jackson. Joshua Reed Eagle. These people aren't allies of the left. They're the right's greatest assets. Until Democrats face that reality, we deserve to keep losing. It's a photo of Taylor Lorenz included in that post. This post has been viewed 1 million times, has 10,000 likes, 1.2K reposts or quote tweets, and then 1.1K responses. So Pyro Crow a chat. Cite as follows. What does that even mean? You said that this was a straw man. There are people calling her a Republican. Brian Tyler Cohen himself insinuated that she is palling around with the far right and that's who likes her. And that's not the majority of who her work targets and criticizes.
The right wing was fucking freaking out, accusing you of doxing this lady. And then you debated her, which was freaking amazing. That's one of the best videos out there of your debate with what's her face from
Kaya
Rachik. Yeah, so funny. So it's like, the entire time we've been paying attention.
And I still haven't seen that, but apparently she BTFOs her. I just saw that clip of her where she's like trying to make a substantive point, and she's like, "Okay, so here's the picture of the kid doing the blowjob."
Your work, it's been
and also Kiko DE in YouTube chat. I know you're at work, but you said you'd come talk to me, so still waiting for you to join the pond waiting room and come in and BTFO me.
Triggering the fuck out of MAGA. It's been triggering the fuck out of Republicans. Yes. Now you do this one story that was essentially
none of that says she is a secret Republican. Oh my god, but the people that are agreeing with this article are the ones that are the true weasels and the conspiracy theorists. Pyro Crow, give me a fucking break. What do you think is the implication of Brian Tyler Cohen by showing a clip of Candace Owens saying, "I like her reporting" or something like that, and then literally saying, "I personally wouldn't want to be praised by Candace Owens" or something like that? Give me a fucking break. And she insinuated the DNC was involved. This is all lame game. Okay. So that's just a no you. So she insinuated something that you don't like. And so now you're gonna play the same game. You think that she's being evasive or whatever, that people are being evasive. Give me a fucking break. You know that the implication that she's she's effectively either a secret Republican or aiding MAGA.
Brought to you, leaked to you by people that are on the left who are content creators who ostensibly agree that Democrats are better than Republicans and that Democrats, need to have a good online
Thank you for the follow.
Strategy. Yet still they're willing to smear you, a reporter, for doing reporting and exposing something that is, I guess, at most uncomfortable to these people because it shows that all their friends are propagandists.
What bothered me so much about the Brian Tyler Cohen thing too is that, like, first of all, they're making fun of me in that clip. Like, they're like making fun of me for caring about the ongoing pandemic and encouraging people to mask and being like, what's so funny is she actually believes it. Like, yes, I do. I actually hate the dismantling of public health, and I do think people should mask more often to prevent disease, like that, but also Tucker Carlson specifically.
And if they don't, you're like a Nazi.
And you can Google Taylor Lorenz, Tucker Carlson. This man used his platform at Fox News to so aggressively smear me that my parents were like driven out of their house many times over from being swatted. Like that is the least of what he did to not just me, but my entire family. There are literal academic case studies that have been written on that aggressive harassment and smear campaign that Tucker Carlson himself instigated and furthered for years. So the idea that he's my friend is so deeply like, it's a lie, and it's also like it's such a gross thing because like Brian Tyler Cohen has actually not.
It's a lie. It's wrong. It's just deflection. It's desperate. It's not anything substantive.
Not like he has not had to go through any of that.
Like, do you think Brian Tyler Cohen would ever accept her bringing up a clip of Tim Pool being like if Tim Pool for some reason was like, out of all the liberals that are like the least insufferable, I gotta say that Brian Tyler Cohen guy is not that bad. He's actually pretty sharp. That he would ever accept that as anything other than disingenuous. To suggest that, like, okay, so you are praised by a conservative one time, or like one aspect of your work is praised, that means that you're like pallying around with them.
And I've dealt with so much of it. And even just going back again to my days covering like politics and covering Charlottesville and like extremist movements generally, like I like part of the reason that there is so much like drama around me online is that I'm reporting critically on people with massive platforms who are totally comfortable smearing me, and it builds. And every time, I'm sure the next story that I do that's going to piss off some group on the internet, and I'm crazy online a little bit. Like I definitely post dumb shit on Twitter or whatever, but still, a lot of people do that and they're not like constantly like. But like the next time I do some critical story, the next influencer is going to be like
Andy Boy Wapwe. Thank you for subscribing with your Twitch Prime.
Like, and remember when she lied in Wired, and remember that, like, it all just like snowballs, and it's and it's used to dismantle trust in journalism.
Or like similarly, if I ever praised any aspect of like, I don't know why I would do this, but if I praised Charlie Kirk for some reason, that somebody could show that clip of me, Straighter Aid the Communist, praising Charlie Kirk as an example, like to try to indict Charlie Kirk and be like, ooh, you're getting praises from like communists now. Charlie Kirk's like about to make a left-wing pivot like any second now. Come on. And then that's that. All right, okay. Let's do this this PBD surrounded Jubilee and PBD podcast. I guess YouTube has this feature now where you can like collaborate. So this came out 2 days ago. 1 capitalist versus 20 anti-capitalists, featuring the man, the myth, the legend himself, Patrick Bet-Davidson. Don't you think these guys take it too far, calling it all propagandists? Taylor even specifically said that's unfair, and she has no evidence of it. Yeah, because like I wouldn't use the word propagandist or whatever. That probably is too far. It's more like it's imprecise, so that's why I wouldn't make that criticism. Because propagandist is more like explicit, like it's like they were mandated to say something or something like that. But if somebody wanted to make an argument that was like, by accepting this money and having the positions that they do, and then being incentivized to continue on the path that they are, and like maybe not be critical of the DNC or whatever, that they functionally act as propagandists, I wouldn't think that that was dishonest. It's just not a criticism that I would make.
States of Patrick Bet-David. This is the United States of America.
Would you take money from a capitalist to help you go see specialists?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
But would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not?
No. No.
When you're offering people here jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your company.
Claims of defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the fact. I'm Patrick Bet-David. I'm an entrepreneur and founder of PBD Podcast. Today, I'm surrounded by 20 anti-capitalists. My first claim is incentive is the engine of capitalism. Remove it and the system fails.
Mason's in this.
Hey, great to meet you, Patrick.
What's your name?
My name's Mason.
Mason, good to meet you.
Yeah. I'm value-tained. I'm a big fan of the channel.
Are you really?
Yeah, I do.
You could always go for the South later on, but so far it's had no problem promoting leftists. The thing is that they don't, it's like they promote pro-Democrat leftists. That's the whole thing. The issue is not the criticism of Israel. The issue is not wanting the Democrats to do or not do certain things or whatever. The whole thing is that they want them to at least be, like telling their fans to vote, their viewers to vote, and to be pro-Democrat.
Watch you quite regularly.
Very cool.
I do not agree with your claim. I don't think that incentives are only born out of capitalism.
Okay.
Most capitalist defenders say that incentive is because of scarcity, and people's ability to get what is necessary pushes them to work harder. I disagree with that. I'd say that some of our hardest workers are single moms working 3 to 4 jobs, and the resources that they're able to acquire compared to those
He's
that
so aggressive in how he looks.
Utilize their workers in order to build profit for their own companies is not equivocal.
So how would you do it? How would you change it?
Yeah, so I think that humans inherently want to be meaningful. They want to contribute to their communities. They want to contribute to society. When you look at
I cannot believe this is a rhetoric thing 100%, but I'm triggered by PBD asking, like, he's asking him questions to explain it. Like, PBD is not the one making the affirmative claim here, so it's actually on him to defend the premise.
Depression rates, oftentimes it's people who aren't able to do anything besides laying in their bed and basically barely taking care of themselves. So I think that it's just a human intrinsic value to want to bring value to their community or grander society.
Okay,
so I don't think that it has to be through scarcity alone that scares people into working, if that makes sense.
I worked for scarcity. I think there's levels to it. You have the survival folks who work for survival to pay their bills. Some work for status, some work for freedom, and some work for legacy. The folks that work 3 or 5 jobs, you know, to pay their bills and do what they're doing, if the incentive wasn't there, they wouldn't work 3 to 5 jobs. Some of the guys that build a bigger business.
The incentive? What? under capitalism, Patrick, it's poverty, do the thing or poverty. Do the thing or live in poverty. That's not like incentive. Like the incentive is like a gun at the back of your head saying if you don't do it, you're going to have to live in misery.
Business that solve a lot of problems.
The incentive there is either I die or I work.
Yes, Mason. Yes, exactly. That's not
really a system that rewards merit. That's a system that pushes people into insecure positions.
Not necessarily. In many cases, we put ourselves in situations as well.
It's not necessarily. Patrick, you would need to completely disagree with what he just said because your entire premise is that, again, it's the engine of capitalism, remove it or it fails.
But when we're talking incentive...
Are you saying that it's an individual failure for these single mothers that are working 3 to 4 jobs?
For some of them, it is.
Interesting.
For some of them, it is.
I'm glad you bite that bullet because most people are not going to say that it's a moral failure of people that are born into poverty that continue to live out cyclical poverty. Let me explain to you.
For somebody like me, I came from the single mother system. My mother was a single
mother system.
We had, my parents got a divorce twice. They married each other. They divorced. They remarried each other, divorced again. I came up, we didn't have a lot of choices. I joined the Army, I got at that system, kind of wanted to see what I was gonna do for myself. Do I stay in the Army? Do I get out of the Army? I started working in sales. And then the incentive of working harder, eventually
Poverty is a pretty strong incentive though. I don't think that that's how Patrick means is using the word incentive. I think incentive denotes something that's more, it has a more positive connotation because what Mason is saying is like what you're calling incentive is like coercion. It's not incentive. It's not an incentive.
Build a good life. Do I get out of the Army? I started working in sales. And then the incentive of working harder, eventually I build a good life for myself.
Again, you're totally dismissing the hard work that a lot of these people are putting into for just basic survival. I'd say that mechanics and plumbers and most people working blue-collar jobs that are probably watching this video are working tirelessly day after day.
I don't disagree.
They still feel insecure positions to where they don't even know if they're going to be able to afford rent in the next 6 months.
So let me ask you.
If most Americans have a $400 to $500 emergency, they can't even afford that with the basic savings that they have. So this is not something that we should celebrate as...
Oh no, Mason threw out the stat. That $400, like, Americans only have that thing is a little bit more complicated than that, but...
Promises of a system that gives you...
I'm here to shit on PBD.
More if you work harder. We should say that this is something that rewards few, and I'm glad that you're an outlier that's been able to build a lot of success for yourself. I know that you're a multimillionaire. That's fantastic that you have those resources. But the thing is that cannot happen for everybody in society. It's possible for each individual to do it, but not everybody can be a millionaire. That's guaranteed.
I don't think not everybody can be a billionaire or a millionaire, but I do think people can find ways to use their time to effectively increase their market value. And I don't think many people do that. When I talk to people...
I'm not saying everybody could be a millionaire or a billionaire. I'm just saying that if you aren't, you pretty much chose... That's a voluntary choice that you made to not make $1 billion.
And they tell me, I've watched this show, I've watched every one of these shows, I've watched every one of these Netflix shows. You can use that time to increase your market value instead of kind of, focus on what's going on.
I watch Netflix shows.
Stories and shows that are out there.
Let's move away from Netflix and TV shows and talk specifically about, do you think that capitalism is a system of merit that rewards people that are of higher merit?
I do.
Okay, so how would you say that this is a meritocracy when we have some people that are born into excessive wealth and some people that are working minimum wage jobs to provide for 3 or 4 kids?
I actually think that maybe the path to pursue on this question is to make it very, very personal, because if they have already suggested that they revere their mother or their father, that they believe that their mother, like their parents or people in their family are hard workers, why is it that they were so fucked by capitalism then? Why weren't your parents millionaires and billionaires?
How would you say that that's a meritocratic society?
Those are two different things.
They are two different things, very unequal things.
Well, no, not necessarily. The parents get credit for making responsible decisions so they can take care of their kids. The parents
get credit. It's not a meritocracy, though. We're building dynasties of wealth.
I didn't come from dynasties of wealth.
I know, you're an outlier.
I'm the exception to the rule, so therefore, capitalism works.
I get that. I get that individual. We're talking about systems. Capitalism is a system. It's not an individual testimony.
But it's a system that you get to use in your advantage. It's a system that's produced the best results than any other economical system. There's not an economical system that's produced better results than this based on the incentive.
History is a march of progress, right? So there are going to be advancements that we make, or there's going to be solutions that we make to previous ailments. I'm not saying that capitalism hasn't brought in better things than systems like feudalism or monarchy, but that does not mean that we're at the end of history. Do you think that capitalism is the final solution, and this is what we're going to last
think capitalism
as we go into...
Whoa, Mason, final solution.
Best economical system because it gives an incentive for you to decide how big of a life you want to build. And by the way, the best way to judge it, let me just say this to you, the best way to judge it is in a very simple way. Take all the countries around the world. There's many different economical systems. What has the longest line of people wanting to get in there? It's America. Why is that? 15 million people came here illegally.
The single mother system inferior to the capitalist system. The single mother Iranian system specifically.
Came here illegally just the last 4 years.
A lot of that is because of economic scarcity in other countries. Well, one of them, we could talk about one, is American exceptionalism, which is continuing. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Like, okay, how is it that PBD is going to bring up that, like, yeah, there's like push and pull factors that relate to that drive illegal immigration, but then be and he's a ruthless capitalist, but yet be anti-immigration? That makes no sense for him. Like, so you're acknowledging that they come here not to spread crime, not to kill Americans, not because they hate our freedoms, but because they are not to suck off the nanny state. You agree that the majority of fucking immigrants that are coming here illegally are coming here to work.
How are you? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Alana. It's nice to meet you. Okay, so I think the issue is the framing of incentive here. Incentive doesn't disappear in a socialist or a communist society. It just changes and evolves. So we see in capitalism, the incentive is obviously monetary gain, maybe even collecting capital itself through land ownership. In a communist or a socialist country, you would see incentive would just evolve into, I know it's a vague term, but the common good. You have an incentive to do your chores around your house because you don't want to live in a filthy house, right? That makes sense. It doesn't have to be just monetary.
So you don't think monetary incentive drives people, or you're saying that people should be excited to do their job, whether they're getting incentivized for it or not? That's what you're saying.
People will be incentivized to do.
Give me a case study. Give me a case study of that worked. Give me one case study.
Dude, what? Again, he is making the affirmative claim to capitalism is only 400 years old, dude. How would humanity survive up until this point if it's the only system that could reward this sort of that could reward incentive and ingenuity? There was technological advancements and industrialization under monarchy, under feudalism. That wasn't the only system. And if you've already conceded that, then why can't you be open to the fact that maybe you could move beyond liberalism or beyond capitalism to socialism and still have incentives? It, like she said, it just transforms.
We don't even need to look at case studies. We can just look at charity work.
Well, why don't we actually look at a case study? You got two countries, North Korea, South Korea. One is communism and one is capitalism.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, North Korea and South Korea. Communism versus capitalism. Continue.
North Korea's GDP last year was $23 billion.
Are we judging countries' values based off GDP and not what they value for
freedom of speech? You can't, like, if you lived in North Korea, you wouldn't be able to do what you're doing right now. You wouldn't have a voice. In South Korea, I'm gonna give you stats. In South Korea, their GDP is 1.
Why did he insinuate that, like, does he not think that Russia is capitalist? Russia is oppressive. Russia has human rights abuses. There's plenty of capitalist countries that are repressive, that are dictatorships. That's not exclusive to a socialist government. What?
$7
South
trillion.
Korea is also,
but he would never accept that if I tried to point out that then in the United if I named some country that was repression, he would never accept that the reason why is because of capitalism.
Owned by 5 companies in total in the entire
70
country.
Times better
you think
than
that's
North
something
Korea.
to live by? If you are employed by the top 5 countries, you are practically unemployed in these countries.
Do you like to be free?
I'm not going to be free in a country like South Korea where I'm only employed in 5 companies or no job. Do you like to be free to call somebody out like me? Do you like to be free where you can have a strong opinion? Do you like to be free to have your dreams? I like to be free.
Okay, now we've moved off of even discussing if incentive is the engine of capitalism too. Do you like freedom?
But that's why I'm anti-capitalist.
Well, maybe you ought to move to North Korea or Cuba or
capitalism removes that choice. There is no real incentive of capitalism because the incentive is survival.
I need somebody to come up here and explain monopolies, explain monopsonies, and explain why Republicans and conservatives are so against enforcing antitrust laws, even though if you're a capitalist, you're supposed to be in support of these things. Explain why there has been an actual decrease in the amount of startups that are occurring in the U.S. economy, because what ends up happening is that startups pretty much don't even exist to try to produce ingenuity or some new product or service. They're just trying to attract the attention of a larger company or firm so they can be bought out before they even get the product off the ground, so they don't act as a competition. Explain to me how that is incentive is capitalism facilitating ingenuity and incentive, and like the incentives actually working.
When you get into communism, the incentive is for the common good.
I love that. I got an offer for you before we move on. If I were to give you your $2,350, which is the cost to renunciate your citizenship, and I paid you your first class, flight to whatever communist country, and $20,000 of spending money.
Name me a communist country.
Would you give up your citizenship to go to that?
Okay, this is an L. Don't follow. She's like following him down the rabbit hole. Do not get into the business of like, name a communist country. You're gonna be you're never going to see eye to eye on that. Don't, and then you're gonna get baited into like defending or like arguing against why something is, and that's like you shouldn't follow down that way.
Communist country. And
Whichever communist country you want to go to.
Yeah,
Cuba, we can give you Venezuela, we give you North Korea, any one of those you want to go to.
Communist countries.
Choose any one of them. I'll give you one-way ticket.
Cuba's not communist, and Cuba has a lot of issues. But explain to me, Patrick Bet David, why they are able to provide their citizens with one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Explain why they have so many doctors per every single citizen, even though doctors there don't make a shit ton of money like they do in the United States. How is it that we are being outclassed by an impoverished country like Cuba that's repressive, a communist country as you call it, on healthcare, when we are far more wealthy and far more large and have far more talent?
I'll fund it for you if you want to. Thank you. Yes.
And he would literally, the only thing that he'd be able to back up and say is that, well, we have, even though it's more expensive, even though we have worse outcomes, even though we have a higher infant mortality rate, well, at least the doctors here make a lot of money. And at least we have some of the best doctors. Doesn't matter that it's, I guess we're just going to ignore that that's gatekept behind how much money you have in the first place, but at least they exist here. And if you become rich, maybe you can get access to them.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name's Hunter. I'm going to be honest, I've never seen your videos before. Even though...
Shame, Hunter. You are missing out.
There is some real value to free enterprise.
Yep.
The profit motive often creates a perverse incentive and worse outcomes in certain situations. For example, healthcare. How much would you pay for a life-saving treatment for yourself or one of your family members?
How much would I pay for it?
Say you have cancer and you have an 80% survival rate with chemotherapy and less than 10% without it. How much would you pay? Whatever it takes, right?
Sure.
That's a situation of inelastic...
I was going to say, this is an inelastic good.
...demand, when the amount that you're willing to pay is not based on the value of the service because your life...
And just as a fucking aside... Oh, come on, let me in. Let me in! I guess it won't let me do it, but I'll show the headline, even though I don't like doing this. I can't see this Reuters article. Are you serious? Okay, here it is. Cuban doctors head to Italy to battle coronavirus. March 22nd, 2020. Communist-run Cuba, according to Reuters, said it dispatched a brigade of doctors and nurses to Italy for the first time this weekend to help in the fight against the novel coronavirus at the request of the worst affected region, Lombardy. The Caribbean island has sent its army of white robes to disaster sites around the world, largely in poor countries, since its 1959 revolution. The doctors were in the front lines in the fight against cholera in Haiti and against Ebola in West Africa in the 2010s. But only capitalism rewards incentives.
Life does not have a finite value. In the U.S., 66.5...
Right, as COVID ramped up in America, we had no answer. Not only that, we have like 5% of the world's populations, but we had like 20% of the world's COVID deaths.
When the amount that you're willing to pay is not based on the value of the service because your life does not have a finite value. In the US, 66.5% of all bankruptcies are because of medical debt. In most other developed nations, that number is way lower, if not zero. And at the same time, the US does not have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. We pay over $13,000 per capita. Meanwhile, Taiwan, which by most metrics has the best healthcare system and a national healthcare service, only pays about $2,500 per capita per year.
So what does that tell you?
That tells us
that's wasted expenditure.
Yes, that is a massively wasted expenditure.
That tells you the government doesn't know how to spend our money.
No,
they keep
in
raising
our case,
taxes.
we're
We keep
spending.
more money.
Oh my God, that's the what? How do you get that point from what he just said? He just pointed to an example of a government-run healthcare system, one of the best in the world. And PBD tries to distort that into, that actually shows how poor the government is at managing our money. What?
Don't know how to spend the money.
No, most of that money is coming from private insurance. In fact, 77% of the people who went bankrupt from medical debt, had insurance, and then lost it because they couldn't pay.
So we can address that, the fact that 60-something% of bankruptcies are due to health, which is your right. We've done many content on that piece. I want you to come back to incentive. Address the issue.
Okay. This doesn't aid my point. Let's go back to the main topic. Even though in the previous example, he was happy to use case studies.
With incentive right now with capitalism.
The reason why the medical debt is so high in that is because of the profit motive. If people will pay whatever it takes to not die, the profit motive in that case is perverse, because healthcare shouldn't be a market in the same way that other things might be a market.
So you don't think the motive to have profit to come out with a solution is a good thing for the marketplace, specifically in the healthcare side?
I think it depends on which market you're talking about. It's way different. We're talking about video games or cell phones or TVs or other goods that aren't as necessary as...
Well, did you know under communism that the state is going to own your toothbrush and your video games and all of that?
You're specific to healthcare.
Yes, I'm talking specifically about healthcare. So there's certain other markets where there's a natural...
You ever heard of Home Depot?
Yes, I'm aware.
So one of the guys who's the founders of Home Depot, investors of Home Depot, his name is Ken Langone. His father died at 62 years old. Ken Langone today is roughly 90 years old, give or take. When he died at 62 years old, he tells the story that if there was a simple thing as blood thinners, his father would have lived to be 90 years old just like he is today.
Yes, that makes sense.
Came because of innovation, which he's been on for many years. My dad's been on blood.
Let's see if this guy's going to bring up that a lot of like the research that funded medications like that was public. So without the government spending money on research that is very, very expensive, that no private company would ever be able to fund on their own because it would take so many years for it to generate profit that they just wouldn't do it. That's an example of taxation and public use of goods actually creating more innovation.
For the last 40 years. So
I think you're conflating two things right now. Not all innovation is the result of the market, because many healthcare developments are created by research grants from healthcare funding, whether it's in the United States or in other countries. In most other first world countries, the result of medical research developments, which are massively outpacing that in the U.S. now because of our inefficiency, because we have a market-based system for healthcare.
A very basic question for you.
Most of that is because of non-market-based systems.
Basic question for you. If that's the case, it keeps going back to the...
I think the case study that I would use on this is honestly immigration. I think it's the most fitting. Thank you for the follow. Given that Patrick Bet-David is a huge MAGA guy, probably in favor of mass deportations, it is literally pure ideology. The fact that the Trump administration is conducting this mass immigration, this mass deportation campaign. It's not good for the economy. It makes no sense to go about it this way logistically. It's not even an effective way if you wanted to undertake a massive, if you wanted to do these sorts of mass deportations. It's a net negative. Like, it violates the Constitution. Like, there is no rational basis to do this, or like neither economically, socially, as far as being in conforming with the law, nothing. And yet, nonetheless, PBD, again, who is a capitalist, who should support the free and flow exchange of labor across borders relatively easily, is in favor of it. How are you going to tell me that? And all of this is happening in a capitalist country, the wealthiest country on the planet. How are you going to tell me that incentive is the engine of capitalism, and the reason why you, PBD, are a millionaire is not actually because of your fucking MLM, but it's because of your just ruthless drive for the truth and making money and hustling and grinding or whatever? How are you going to support a policy like that when it's a net negative in every single respect, but most notably economically, and it's supported by a bunch of capitalists?
Same thing. If it's better in other places than it is here, why are Americans and others not going there? Why are people coming here? It's very basic.
How much does a plane ticket cost?
No, they have the...
Oh my God, this is also a really stupid point. Why don't people just abandon their families if they like those other countries so much? Dude, the reason that it's hard for people to move even within this country. And you really want to ask, why are people not moving to other countries? You're also talking about somebody who is like a proponent of strict immigration. It's the same thing as like, immigrants shouldn't come here. It should be difficult to become, like, these people want to restrict and make it more difficult for people to become citizens of other countries. And then they turn around, they say shit like this. Why don't you go to that country? It's not fucking easy to become a citizen of another country. And it's because of people like you in those countries that support strict immigration laws that make it difficult for them to get new citizens.
Money to go to different places. They don't, because they know America's the greatest country in the world. They know it.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
I'm Luke.
Luke?
Yes.
Like
Luke.
the hat. Good to meet you.
Oh, thank you very much. Good to meet you too. So I think incentives are exactly the fundamental problem with capitalism. Is that you say incentives are what make it work, and I think that's the whole issue. Is that the primary incentives are either greed, amass as much personal wealth as you possibly can.
You think that's the problem? It's greed?
Yeah, exactly. And
like you're not greedy at all.
And like you said, survival.
Yeah.
Right? The person, working 5 jobs.
I don't know that pursuing it down these kind of like moral normative claims about like it's greedy is like the way to go with these types of people, because these are like, this is somebody who again would probably like Ayn Rand's teaching or whatever. Like greed is good, even if it is, so what? Greed is, that's good for people.
That they're doing that so they wouldn't want to do that if they didn't need to survive. But that's such a horrible dystopian world to live in. If someone has to work 5 jobs just to survive,
how did they get there? How much of that is on their decision making? How much of that is on their?
All this will come back to is like you're choosing to be poor, you're making bad choices. It's like individual personal admonishment of failure. It's not a product of like the economic conditions that you're born in. There's no like social factors that could influence why you're relegated to poverty for the most of your life. It's like you're not working hard enough.
How much of that is on the market?
It's like he thinks that there's like nobody that's working in a field right now or is a fucking shop associate at Best Buy that had the potential to be anything more than what they currently are.
They're not finding ways to improve themselves.
It doesn't matter how much onus is on the individual. We want to create a world.
Of course it is.
No. See, we want to create a world in which people don't have to earn their right to exist, to live.
We live in a country where majority of the world wants to come here. The most important citizenship country is America.
Right.
People give up their lives to come here. Have you ever lived in another country before?
No, not lived. No.
Why?
Again, this is why, that's why I think the immigration thing should be the launching point. He keeps sticking on this immigration thing. People give up their lives to support here. I would be like, do you support it being easier for people to immigrate to this country? No. Do you support the mass deportation program? Yes. And then go through that line.
I think so many want to come here.
I think the people coming here are coming from gang-ridden, corruption-ridden, violence-ridden.
You think that's just all it is? You think I came from a gang-ridden in Iran? I lived there 11 years.
I think the majority of certainly coming from South America.
Most people come here because what you're doing to me, you're sitting across from me right now.
Right.
Millions of people are going to watch this. In America, you can call me out. You can say whatever you want.
Right.
Nothing's going to happen.
Right.
You're free and safe here, right?
Sure. Freedom of speech is
You
nothing to
can't
do
do
with
that in
capitalism.
Iran. Of course it is. There's a lot of elements with America. You're talking incentive. The amount of benefits America.
One more time.
You want.
Right.
Nothing's going to happen.
Right.
You're free and safe here, right?
Sure. Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech.
In Iran, of course it is. There's a lot of elements with America. You're talking.
Of course, he's like, freedom of speech is a good thing, but it's not mutually. It's not only a function of being a capitalist society. And then he says, of course it is. There's a lot of elements with America.
Talking incentive.
You're talking incentive.
America offers against other countries, it's so much higher, where somebody with big dreams, incentives, they're willing to come and say, I want to come to America, please let me in. And some come and take advantage of it. But to say the individual that's working 3 to 5 jobs, if you do that for a season, if you do that for 2 years, if you do that for 5 years, fine. If you do that for 20, 30 years, you're doing something wrong.
But the point is, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right?
So you just think that everybody who lives in poverty just chooses to live in poverty? You think millions and millions and millions of people don't want to be billionaires or millionaires badly enough and they're just so lazy that they don't do it? It's all a choice. People are choosing to be homeless. They're choosing to work at McDonald's and live in abject poverty. It's solely a matter of like personal agency.
Those are the inalienable rights. We shouldn't have to earn those.
I mean, of course, people agree. Yeah, but that's an insane thing to say. And he would be like, well, yeah, of course. But him agreeing to that premise is crazy.
Right, we shouldn't have to earn the right to health care.
To earn it.
Earn the right. No, because
actually,
we just want to live, exist. We can't work our blood.
And this guy's coming off really bad to the audience because he just comes off like a typical. I just want a handout. People shouldn't have to work. Like he just comes off as like lazy as fuck to people.
In tears just to survive. That's a horrible dystopian world that we live in right now.
No, then what do you think we're here for? To just sit around and play video games?
What
do you think we're here?
You work to live, dude. You don't live to work.
To sit around and watch TV shows.
We're here to
sit and watch cat videos.
We are here to create a prosperous community.
Cat videos. I mean, somebody tuning into PBD, your time would be better spent watching cat videos.
How do you create a prosperous community? How do you create a prosperous community? Matter of fact, for you, how have you
It's like most people want a sense of personal prosperity and they want to raise a family. They don't want to just like consume video games and be lazy on YouTube or whatever.
Impact of the community?
I guess volunteering, food banks.
Volunteering food. I appreciate you for doing that. Have you created jobs for others?
Created jobs? No, I wouldn't say so.
Why have you not?
I haven't had the ability to do so.
Do you think it's...
I don't have the startup capital to do it. Even if I did, like the 99% of businesses under capitalism fail.
Or do you think it's hard?
In the United States, there's like 90% of businesses. 90% of businesses fail in the first year. United States.
To create jobs is probably hard, yeah.
It's okay, so the people that create jobs, you think they should have a little bit of incentive for having risked their life savings, spend time away their families to create jobs so somebody like you can work for that company?
Sure, but that
is
not,
the incentive.
And bravo for them, but that does not give them the right to pay.
Okay, there we go. Here. Small business stats, last updated July 24, 2024. What is the success rate of small businesses? Many people think that small businesses have it quite easy due to the wealth of entrepreneurship in the United States. The reality is that 18% of small businesses fail within the first year, and I think small business is defined as anything under having 500 employees, fail within their first year, while 50% fail after 5 years, and approximately 65% by their 10th year in business. This information is as per the Bureau of Labor Stats. One of the factors of the success rate of small businesses is definitely the geographic location. As of 2019, Michigan, Washington, and Kansas are the 3 states with the highest business failure rates, according to information found on Cipia. Massachusetts, Louisiana, and California, on the other hand, have the highest success rates. What? No way. California? What? The small businesses industry is another major factor in its success rate. The healthcare industry has the highest success rate. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because of that whole thing about inelastic goods PBD alluded to earlier. Which is unsurprising, with 60% of small businesses staying afloat beyond their first year. Construction, transportation, and warehousing have the worst rates of success at 30% and 40%, respectively, following the 5th year.
Pay themselves $2 million bonuses while their workers are scraping by at like $10 an hour.
You don't get to choose how much money I choose to make. That's not your business. That's my business. If you have 4 girlfriends and I have one,
dude, I wish this guy would talk about how like this fucking dude who's like not doing well would talk about how like the difference between like capitalism and like socialism and communism. It's like it's really coming down to who is going to profit from the work. It's not really coming down to how much work there's going to be.
Is it my business to tell you can't have 4 girlfriends?
I think
if you play 7 hours of Fortnite every day,
right, and
I don't play Fortnite at all, should I tell you you shouldn't be able to play 7 hours of Fortnite a day?
In my view.
Hey, appreciate you.
Absolutely.
How are you? What's your name?
Zena.
Zena.
Awesome. So this claim about incentive is one that we see.
Our girl, she's in a lot of these.
Often promoted by.
You just said you get no bitches.
Capitalism enjoyers, right? Mm-hmm. And it's this idea that.
But like, it's such a fucking bizarre comparison of like, it's not your business if I have $1 billion and I run a company that should have antitrust enforced against me. In the same way, it's not my business what you do in your personal life.
Profit incentives is the only thing that can make humans do things, get up out of bed every day, which has never been the case historically. It's not the case psychologically.
Wait, got distracted. We gotta.
There's one that we see often promoted by capitalism enjoyers, right? Mm-hmm. And it's this idea that, profit incentives is the only thing that can make humans do things, get up out of bed every day, which has never been the case historically. It's not the case psychologically.
Historically, it's never been the case?
No.
What has been the case?
He's like shocked.
So we've seen.
What's been the incentive?
The incentive is intrinsic motivation.
Intrinsic motivation?
Of course. Have you ever heard of intrinsic motivation?
Of course I have. So you think people are going to go just to...
I mean, you could ask him. So if you had lived in and if you had been born into Cuba, you're telling me, Patrick Bet-David, that you would have lost all will to succeed, to drive, to be successful because you had been born under communism or whatever. And if he says either he would have to go... Yes, I would, because communism's that evil, and I would have been indoctrinated into something to make me lazy. Or he would say, no, I still would have been like the same me. I still would have had the drive to achieve and make money and grind and hustle or whatever. And then at that point, it's like, okay, well, if you're saying that it can still, like, you're acknowledging that incentives and motivation can still exist under these repressive communist systems, right? So why couldn't that be the case for more people?
Do anything for no incentives.
The incentive is intrinsic, meaning passion, interest, and honing your skills.
Whether you get paid or not.
Well, the problem is that we're forcing people to, need to work to survive.
So
in
what's
system.
the alternative? So give me another solution, another economical
may I finish
system.
The talking
yeah,
point?
actually,
right,
I'm
awesome.
curious.
So yeah, the psychological theory of self-determination is.
I mean, he's like, as soon as she even starts making a point, he interrupts to like shift the goalpost yet again.
Like, need to, work to survive.
So
in
what's
system.
She's like, here's a problem with capitalism. Okay, so what's the alternative? What are we supposed to do, lady?
So give me another solution, another
may I
economical
finish the
system.
talking point?
And she's like, dude, I'm trying to explain to you socialism.
Right,
I'm
awesome.
curious.
So yeah, the psychological theory of self-determination is widely accepted in psychology and basically explains that intrinsic motivation and passion is actually what predicts incentive. You're arguing that incentive is integral to profit-driven motivation. That's not true. Extrinsic motivation, at all times, at every single case, is going to predict less creativity, less motivation, less skill, etc. Intrinsic motivation is what causes things like technological development. Some of the greatest breakthroughs have been from people who are devoted in honing their skill.
So should they get paid for it?
I think that we shouldn't live in a system that privately owns the means of production and forces people in this position.
What college did you go to?
USC.
Dude, he's just like flipping through different questions, and as soon as she starts, he doesn't know what to do, so he just interrupts to ask another question, and hopefully he'll land on something where he's like, oh, okay, I can run her down some dialogue tree and get a W, get some epic own.
To USC, what did you major in?
Sociology.
Sociology. Who's your hero as a professor? Who's the professor you look up to?
This doesn't seem like a topic that's related to capitalism.
Question? The reason why I asked this question is because somebody convinced you of that. Somebody convinced you that is the
psychology and studies convinced me of this fact about the human mind.
Unfortunately,
so again, like, you mean data? Somebody convinced you of that? Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, somebody convinced you to like be indoctrinated in a woke liberal institution? Somebody taught you facts? What?
Your claim, results show that the greatest...
He's like, oh, I see. So you're one of these people that has like higher education and actually listen to the things that your educated professors had to say and internalized lessons that are based on empirical data. I got it. Now I know who I'm talking to.
So that intrinsic motivation predicts more creativity
that allows
and more
people
profit
to go above and beyond.
Man, I haven't listened to this guy about how the fuck is he a millionaire? Because capitalism rewards it's a meritocracy, and only the sharpest and the smartest end up succeeding in this world, like PBD.
And like solve every single issue out there.
But being serious at doesn't take a genius to be a scammer.
An entrepreneur who gets up, who says,
what was your claim? Results show that intrinsic motivation predicts more creativity
that allows
and more
people
profit.
to go above and
She could literally be saying anything. The fact that he is desperate to get a gotcha on her, the fact that he is desperate to interrupt her, not let her finish a point, and was looking to, like, he finally thought he landed on a dunk, which was her education, trying to be like, oh, look at this woke sociology major. She doesn't know what she's talking about. All he could say was, well, you were brainwashed into thinking that.
Than anything like extrinsic
every single issue out there. An entrepreneur who gets up, who says,
what was your claim again, mister?
I'm going to incentive. The entrepreneur
what about incentive?
Who has an incentive to go out there and build their lives, and you put
so
no
I'm
monetary
saying that this incentive that you're talking about, what predicts the best incentive, the best drive, and the best creativity
so what do you think about
has
Elon
been proven
Musk?
by psychology.
What do you think about Elon Musk?
Can we respond to my claim?
This is about incentive.
All right, awesome. So you're arguing that incentive is intrinsic and tied to extrinsic motivation. What we find is that the best incentive comes from intrinsic motivation.
So a person that's passionate about solving an issue is going to build something bigger than somebody else that's not.
Yeah, so someone who has a true passion for this.
Yeah, so
exactly. So profit motivation is not the thing that's driving innovation, right?
Of course
psychology.
It is. Of course
so
it is.
psychology proves that that's not the case.
There's not,
that profit's not the reason that we have the greatest inventions that we do.
I would use vaccines, but this dude's an anti-vaxxer, so that's not an example of people like Jonas Salk or whatever who created the polio vaccine and then like gave it away for free, basically.
I don't know if I disagree with the fact that there's a passion behind it. Are you saying people with passion, even if there wasn't the incentive to make as much money as they would make, people would still pursue it?
Your penicillin, yeah, that's a good example.
With or without money.
That's what psychology says.
Well, your claims are wrong because
that's not true.
Whoever your psychology professor is, if you look at data and you find out how America, that's only been around for 249 years, schooled all the other countries that have been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years more, they did better than other.
This is, again, just how do you even argue with this? This is just like a little kid. God, like the arrogance of PBD to think that he should take on 20 of these fucking people with arguments like this. How do you explain how you were indoctrinated? How come they don't teach that America is the greatest country on earth, even though it's only 250 years? It must be because of capitalism. Checkmate liberal. Checkmate leftist.
Because the incentive
because they accumulated profit, right, to 1% of the population and continue to produce on that
not
basis.
Necessarily.
Right? We have this. Okay,
it's like, yeah, if you come here, if you colonize an area and genocide a bunch of Native American people and do whatever you want and create a settler colony in your image and privilege white people and then enslave black people and force them to do work for you and profit off of their labor, then yeah, that is a recipe for more wealth. If you consider that to be a good incentive or whatever, I guess that's in some vulgar way that is. Yeah, that's how it would work, dude.
It's not necessarily.
Do we want to respond because you can?
Yep, that's when that's an epic like schooling the rest of the world moment, bro. When your entire society is based off the suffering of other people.
You've been
because you just take and do whatever you want.
If you're saying about,
I know he did not just say that she's been the one interrupting.
1% of the population and continue to produce on that
not
basis.
Necessarily. It's
right?
not,
we have this. Okay.
It's not necessarily.
Do we want to respond because you can say that?
You've been interrupting the entire time. So if you're saying about the 1% are the problem and they're the only ones that make money.
That's
a lot of
not what
people
I said.
make money. You said the profit goes to the 1%.
I'm explaining how it is that America has become the dominant power that it is now, right? What we see is that because we have this engine, right, this desire to accumulate profit, we morally justify things like going into other countries, imperializing them, colonizing them, and extracting their resources, right, to funnel our country, right? Social democracies in the Nordic countries don't do this. So yeah, they might not be the wealthiest power, but they have higher rates of education.
I mean, if you want to like meet him on his level or whatever, honestly, I would take it back to like the fucking I would just take it back to see, do you acknowledge that like slaves built the White House, dude, and that these capitalists, if they're so ingenious, if they like to create jobs, as you call it, and they're not lazy whatsoever, unlike the poor people, how do you explain that they needed to forcibly enslave people to get them to do all of the work and then profit off of it?
Literacy, human satisfaction, etc. Right? So it depends on what we actually value in a society. Do we value well-being or do we value profit accumulation?
Validates your point. If that's the case, people would move to those states. They don't. When you judge a great restaurant by the amount of people that come in, you can say the food sucks here.
Yeah,
you can say the service sucks here. But everybody's lined up to want to come here. They're not lined up to go into those countries. They're just used by professors as theories.
Wait, what? What is this about? If a restaurant has a lot of people going to it, therefore it must be good, and you can not like that, but it's also true?
States, they don't. When you judge a great restaurant by the amount of people that come in, you can say the food sucks here.
Yeah,
you can say the service sucks here.
But
everybody's lined up to want to come here. They're not lined up to go into those countries. They're just used by professors as theories.
Okay, so now we're not even like gonna. It's not even about quality. It's just about the fact that like, well, it's popular, therefore I can't argue with that, right? Must be the best.
Millions of people that also lived in Germany in the 1920s.
I lived in Germany before as well for 2 years.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment.
Hey. Okay, claim 2.
On this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system.
Wow, it's almost like capitalism necessitates property rights and is a needed step on the road to socialism. Yes, you will see people lifted out of poverty. There's no skipping that step. True.
Patrick.
How are you?
I'm Gabby.
Gabby?
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
So I would argue that governments have actually lifted the most people out of poverty. If you look historically, we look at China, for instance, had the most significant poverty reduction in all of human history. They pulled 800 million people out of poverty using state-owned enterprises and state centralized planning. They did work with the capital.
Yeah, there's no one living in poverty in the U.S. Yeah, but he'll just claim, but it's still more than any other system.
But they did it, most of it was done through state-funded infrastructure, education, and contributing to strong literacy programs, redistributing the wealth. I think that my other argument would be that there hasn't
and like this, and PBD would 100% argue that China is a communist country, so he's going to have to contend with, okay, the communist country by your own definition was able to do this with state capitalism, like a command economy effectively, so how do you explain that?
an opportunity for alternative systems like socialism to pull enough people out of poverty. So we look at examples.
There hasn't been?
There hasn't been enough opportunities for them to succeed. And so when
Why
we
do you
say,
think that is?
I think that is because
No, you should have made him explain. How are you on the defensive already?
partly because of the U.S. and I think because capitalist forces and global market insecurities have sabotaged these attempts to.
Again, he hears all of this. And he just is going to say, yeah, because we schooled them, bro. Yeah, because we're better, bro. Yeah, because we grind harder, bro. It's just going to be that level of argument. There's like, you sound so soy to these people by trying to talk about things like colonialism, imperialism, even if they're objectively true. You're arguing with somebody who was trying to draw like an analogy between a popular restaurant and the United States having a lot of people that want to come immigrate to it. That's the level that you're operating on. So do not bring up things like global market incentives, colonialism, imperialism to this type of person or the type of dweeb that's going to be listening to him. You're really going to have to take it down to just like brass tacks, very, very simple arguments, very, very simple like analogies.
Do socialism. So we look at an example in Chile in the 1960s. They elected a democratic socialist and he proposed literacy reform, wealth redistribution, land reform, and all of that was a threat, obviously, to the United States because McCarthyism was on the rise at the time. And so instead of allowing Allende to have a chance with that, the U.S. Orchestrated a CIA-backed coup to take over and to...
Not debating leftists, unless somebody brings up the CIA. I'm actually surprised we're 23 minutes in and it's the first CIA mention.
To have a military dictatorship that led the country instead of Allende, who actually was having a lot of success in reducing the poverty rates before the U.S. interfered. And so I think we look at other parts of Latin America
like again, she's spitting, but his response is going to be, so if you love Chile so much, why don't you go live there? It's going to be something that's stupid.
Venezuela, for instance, and we see the same thing. We see that the U.S. has interfered several times. You know, with Chavez in Venezuela, he was able to reduce the poverty reduction in half in the first decade of him being in office, and he was sabotaged ultimately by the U.S. and by a military dictatorship, so that the people that replaced them were actually.
So may I respond? It's a lot of different cases here. So let's thank you for that. Let's go China first. Okay, so when you say China was able to recover and because they use state-funded, nationalized system.
Yeah, she called him Allende instead of Allende.
So in thank you for that. Let's go China first. Okay, so when you say China was able to recover and because they use state-funded, nationalized system. So in 1978, Xiaoping, the leader of China, went to Japan. He saw what was going on with Japan for 2 decades. Every year, their GDP was grown by 15%. The economy was doubling pretty much every 4 years. They go over there, they say, we got to find a way to compete with Japan. How do they have fewer people, but they're beating us? They sit down with their leaders after a few drinks. Eventually, they say, how did you fix your economy to be growing the way that it is? A capitalist.
Imagine learning like Chinese history from PBD.
Society that they had in Japan. They asked the question from Xiaoping, the Prime Minister Fukuda, asked the question, how many banks do you guys have in China? He says, we have 1 bank. He said, it's a nationalized bank? He says, yeah. That's it? Yeah. How many loan officers do you have? Not many. You want to compete with 1 bank? Yes. He says, if you want to compete with us or others, here's what you have to do. You need 5,000 banks with 35 branches, with 30 loan officers. That's a total of 5.25 million loan officers and a population of 600 million people that are living there. You do that every week. You take 10 applications with these loan officers for small business owners, and you allow the small business owner to compete. They did that. China started competing. By the way, in America in the 1920s, we had around 30,000 banks when we were really, competing in a marketplace. In the 80s, we ended up having around 14,000. Today, we only have 4,100 banks in America. That concept of allowing just 1 bank to compete, it's not going to work. China takes on the idea from Japan.
If I can interrupt you, I mean, I think that
they start growing with
over a few drinks. PBD's a dentist, you guys.
With certain capitalism.
China eventually introduced free market reforms, but again, necessary step to establish property rights.
You're thinking about this in very capitalist terms, which makes sense. You're a capitalist, but
because it works, that's the idea. Because it's produced the results.
You're only thinking about these scenarios in a situation where market mechanisms are in place.
Aaron, you're wrong. Kiko DE, you said you were at work and that you can't come in, so I'm just banning your ass, or I'll time you out for 24 hours because you never came in to debate me. See ya.
problem that I have with so many capitalists is they can't exit their worldview and try to see a world where socialism could be in place because they don't understand the untapped potential of socialism. And I'm a democratic socialist. I think that we need to build forward towards that with reforms, and I think we need to work with the government. I don't think that we should abandon the state. I also don't think that we should give state elites the complete control over society. I do think that we should work with the state to instill these reforms and then eventually erode capitalism.
But unfortunately, socialism has had hundreds of
But
years
you're thinking in terms of
to
competition.
produce results, and it hasn't worked. Do you know why it doesn't work, though?
It's been sabotaged.
It's been sabotaged, or it's because it forces...
This will always come off like cope to people. I don't think that this is like, it's the thing that you have to concede, but this is why I would not present this argument.
People to do something they don't want to do.
Does capitalism not do the same?
No, capitalism
There's 7 million people in this country who have to work multiple jobs just to get by.
I have to work multiple jobs for a season.
They're forced to do that because either they do that or they starve. So if the options are to work or to starve,
it's like you have to force him to stop talking about himself and start talking broadly about other people that are not as exceptional as you, PBD.
Not freedom, that's economic coercion.
Respectfully, if you do that for a period of your life, I understand it. If you're doing that for 30 years, you're doing something wrong. You shouldn't be working multiple jobs for the rest of your life.
So she just gave the best answer because it was sabotage. She gave an answer that is true, but again, it comes off like cope to people because they're like, well, even if that's the case, if your system is so internally weak that it can't resist outside capitalist or imperialist forces, why should people adopt it? And then it just turns into a might makes right argument, and capitalists will defend that. So that's why I wouldn't pursue that line of reasoning.
First of all, I'm not going to argue with this moral argument. I think that people who live in poverty, especially when we look at how many people live in poverty in this country, and also it depends on how you define the poverty line, but there's 40 million Americans who live below the poverty line in this country. There's 3 guys in this country that own 40% of the wealth. How does that work in a country that is
You really
built
want to go
on...
there? You want to go there? Okay, so let's talk about it.
Damn.
So
shots fired.
When we talk about the rich people at the top, okay, and you say...
He's like, you seriously want to go there? Do you seriously want to bring up that the United States is a plutocracy? Okay, let's fucking go.
Well, the rich don't pay enough taxes. Do you know what the bottom 50% of taxpayers in America pay towards the revenue that the government gets in taxes? Do you know what the bottom 50% pays?
Tell me.
2% of taxes. Do you know what the top 1% pays?
Yeah, because they don't have money. They don't have any money to be taxed, dude.
There's been
because it's distributed towards upwards.
Years.
Do you know what the top one?
This is supposed to be a good point to him.
Do you know no, hang on a second.
Taxes.
This is from the IRS. I'm not writing a blog from Huffington Post. This is not Daily Beast. I'm telling you the story. The top 1% pay.
I'm telling you the story is probably the only true thing that he said so far. You are certainly spinning me a fable right now, dude.
42%
I'll say this, the
of
top
all
1%
tax
is
revenue.
about to pay a lot less in taxes because of the provision
They'll
that just went
actually
into
end up paying
Trump's,
even
your
more
guys'
revenue to the
big,
government.
beautiful bill.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was fast.
Hi, I'm Anne.
Anne, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So I do want to address part of the claim about poverty, but I also want to address what you brought up about paying taxes. You said the top 1% pays a large...
I probably also would have asked him, capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty than any other system. It's a very, very broad claim. But I think asking him, do you think that employers ought to provide healthcare to their employees? Do you think that they ought to provide paid sick leave? Do you think that they ought to provide parental paid family leave? Do you think that they ought to have minimum wages beyond just $7.50? Should there be any minimum wage? Do you think that kids what's the youngest that you would allow somebody to work? How many hours a week should people be working? Have him literally say all of the things that he does not think a capitalist should be responsible for doing. They shouldn't have to give their employees healthcare. They shouldn't have to there shouldn't be any minimum wage. You shouldn't get any time off. If you do, it shouldn't be paid. If you have a family, that's your problem. You're not going to get any paid time off from the corporation that employs you, that you do all the work for. Have him lay all of that out and then get into the conversation.
Large amount of taxes. The problem is that the bottom 2 quintiles can't pay taxes because they quite literally have no wealth. Do you understand?
Yes.
The bottom quintile of the United States doesn't have any wealth. In fact, they're in debt, so they have literally negative wealth.
Why do you think that is?
I think that's for a lot of reasons.
Also, the 2% of tax income from the bottom 50% earners only considers income tax, I believe. I was more wondering if his stats are based off of nominally what the tax rates are versus the actual way, like the actual amount that ends up being paid. Because there's all sorts of ways that these capitalists engage in tax evasion, or like tax avoidance, not evasion. Evasion would be illegal, but tax avoidance, and don't actually pay out the rate that they're supposed to.
Reasons, I think that's because workers have been exploited. Like, quintile of the United States doesn't have any wealth. In fact, they're in debt, so they have literally like negative wealth.
Why do you think that is?
I think that's for a lot of reasons.
Too many people sucking off the state teat, or what?
I think that's because workers have been exploited. I think that they haven't had the opportunity to gain social mobility.
Why do you think that is?
Because of exploitation.
You think they're being exploited?
Yes.
Oh, so people are being forced to work at companies. They don't have a choice.
I didn't say that they were.
So people are being.
Yes. Again, do the thing or poverty. Do the thing or poverty. Just because you get to pick what job, like who's going to pay you, that does not mean that you don't still have to do the thing.
They are being forced. If the other option.
Why is everyone letting him lead around? One, because Jubilee picks like look at their like outside of Mason and what's her name, the woman with the sociology degree. These people have like no media training. They have never debated in their life. They're just getting led around. He's the one like asking questions, and they're falling for it instead of like sticking to the topic.
And is starve or die.
What job do you have right now? What do you do for a living?
I do work from home stuff. I don't want to disclose that.
So you chose to do that, right? That's your choice. Great. If somebody works at Starbucks as a barista, it's their choice. If somebody has a job that they're working, it's their choice. If somebody is not utilizing their time properly and accordingly, of course the market's not going to pay you
Do you
more.
think that, like, they brought up single mothers earlier. Do you think that single mothers are sitting around?
It's like, I mean, I guess you could ask him, like, he likes talking about himself so much. Why did you choose to work these shitty jobs for any period of time? Why didn't you just immediately choose to make a bunch of money?
Playing Fortnite 15 hours a day?
Unfortunately, single mothers were manipulated on what happened.
Is that a yes or no?
Single mothers were manipulated by...
She was so close to get... Oh, he's not going to answer. She has to repeat the question if he doesn't answer.
Mothers were manipulated on what happened.
Is that a yes or no?
Single mothers were manipulated by what Lyndon Johnson came out with. They changed the benefits on giving single mothers the incentive to have kids on all the welfare program. That changed our system in a major way. The feminist movement got single mothers to believe they don't...
Feminism,
they can do everything by themselves and they don't need a man to help them out. This division that's happened between us caused many people to be in the situation that they're
most
at.
Most households are 50-50. They're closer to 50-50 today, so it has nothing to do with feminism.
Not
Feminism didn't just like convince women because there's two...
Give me a break, dude. This idea that the majority of women in the United States, like, name one period of time in the United States where women weren't working or contributed, like, and yes, I am counting even at home the labor that they provide to take care of their kids, but even then, most families in the United States have always been working, like women and men.
Feminism was one of the worst things that happened in America because it pinned men against women.
All the single mothers living the high life off the welfare checks or whatever. Like, I mean, he's assuming that the reason why you actually you see people that are like, the thing that reliably decreases birth rates is like more education and more industrialization. If you have less education, if you're less wealthy, you're gonna have more kids. It's not tied to welfare.
Do you think that women are so stupid that they've been brainwashed? Okay, so you don't think that they've just fallen into this feminist propaganda? You don't think they're idiots?
No, I don't.
I love how it's like choice, individual choice. People are choosing to do this, choosing to do that. But when there's decisions that he doesn't like, it's just, oh, well, brainwash, indoctrination. They're falling for things. Okay, do people have free will or not, dude?
I think that, but I do think people can be manipulated.
You have to think that they're idiots.
But they're not stupid enough to do that because the majority of people are splitting nearly towards 50-50.
There are so many people that bought into a philosophy that stole decades away from their lives. Decades away from their lives because they bought into an idea that didn't produce the results.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about capitalism is the best economical system that provides the best...
It's like the average man, the median income for a man in America is like $38,000. Does PBD think that that's enough money to raise a family on, just to have a wife and raise and support themselves, that wife, and one child on? No, most families have two dual income households, especially if they have kids.
Results for people.
But we can't just jump back and forth between claim to claim to claim. So the claim about feminism brainwashing people into being single mothers, how does that work?
No, I didn't. I said feminists originally brainwashed women to believe men are the enemy. That led to where we are today. Last week, report came in.
Single mothers?
I mean, you should be in favor of feminism, dude, because it encouraged women to enter the marketplace.
Yes, in many cases, because they don't need men.
Do you have evidence for that? You really think a
100%.
single mother wants to be a single mother?
Absolutely, we have evidence of that.
You think the single mother making minimum wage down the road, like working for some grocery store, having to take care of all of her children, is just like, I just don't need a man. I just want to be independent.
What percentage?
I'll live in abject poverty to be independent.
What percentage of the U.S. revenue that we get in you think we use for entitlement?
When he's cornered, he like puts his interlocutor on the aggressive and like on the defensive because he always asks a question.
Programs. What percentage?
I don't remember the exact.
What do you think the number is? So we bring in 4.9 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, if he were a true capitalist, he would be a feminist, and he would be completely fine with there being as much workforce participation in the economy, and that would include women.
We do in private spending.
We bring $4.9 trillion in. Okay, the U.S. revenue comes in. What percentage do you think goes to entitlement programs?
I don't know.
What do you think is a reasonable number?
Well, what you're calling entitlement programs, I'm actually not sure which.
He's going to say 60 or 70% of it goes to entitlement programs.
By that.
I'm talking about Social Security. I'm talking about
so social
Section
welfare.
8. I'm talking about any of these.
It's much less than other OECD countries.
What percentage do you think it is?
I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's much less than other OECD countries.
You think it's 10%,
far behind.
20%, 30%? What do you think the number is?
No, but it's
He's going to say 60 or 70.
What do you think it is? Can you guess the number?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I've already said that.
68%.
What did I say? This is because I watched that segment that he did on Social Security. And then at one point he changed the claim to like capitalists pay, like the wealthy in the United States pay like have to give 70% of their wealth towards this. It's not how taxation works.
68%. Can we fact check that?
You can fact check that.
Okay.
Please do so.
Please.
68% goes to entitlement programs.
Of our federal budget?
No, of the revenue that comes.
And then the fact check in 2024, 60% of federal spending went towards entitlements, including Social Security and Medicare and federal pensions. The government spent $4.1 trillion on these programs and brought in $4.9 trillion in revenue, totaling 83%.
68%.
So the capita GDP.
Not GDP. You're confusing the two different things here.
Would I give to have you on this one, dude? I would love to have debated PBD on Jubilee.
Actual tax revenue that we get.
Okay, so tax revenue.
68% of it goes.
So debaters keep trying to appeal to morality and the pursuit of human flourishing, and he's just not there, so it goes nowhere. Yeah, because you're talking to like a sociopath. You're talking to somebody who's just like, you're like talking to an objectivist. Like it's not going to ever land.
Towards entitlement program, 68%. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
Grace?
Yes, Grace.
Good to meet you.
Hi. I want to say that I think it's pretty comical that an elite such as yourself has the goal to tell us average Americans who's in poverty and who's not. A lot of times,
I was an average American.
You're
I
not
was
anymore.
a guy that was in poverty.
You're not anymore.
And you can also change. You can also change.
Anyways.
I kind of like this. I love this queen. Let's see.
Do you believe
You're
you
talking
can change?
down. A lot of times that the market for poverty is actually very low. So a lot of times like $2 a day is the line for how they measure poverty.
$2.15, yeah.
And that's ridiculous. So if I make $5 a day, I'm not in poverty.
That's because it's around
I can
the world,
actually
not
live.
in
I can
America.
pay the rent.
Sure.
But we're talking about this country, right? We're not talking about around the world. I've noticed that you like to do that. You like to like skirt from America and talk about other countries
I've been
to try
saying
to make it look like
times,
we're better, but we're
America's
actually
the
getting
greatest
worse.
country in the world.
I was about to say, you're like comparing, instead of comparing us to other other developed countries, like the Nordic countries, he keeps comparing it to like, let's look at Chile, let's look at Cuba, let's look at fucking Venezuela. Dude, do not compare the United States to those countries. We're not even in the same ballpark as far as how much money circulates in the U.S. economy. We should be comparing them to other comparable nations with higher standards of living and see how we match up against those countries. And the countries that have the best outcomes so far have mixed economies.
Anyways, it's the greatest country.
Hands
We're
down, it's not
we
even
are at the
close.
highest that we've ever been with homelessness since we started collecting
Why is
data.
that? Are you from California?
More people are deciding and choosing to be lazy, not have a job, and live on the streets.
We haven't had a pay raise
from
since
California?
2009.
Do you live
Our
here?
minimum wage nationally is $7.25.
Okay.
And you wonder why we have the highest poverty rate. You think that capitalism's winning? Can you survive? Would you like to live off $7?
I have before. I used to live in a fucking refugee camp until I worked really, really hard, and then I grinded and hustled and became an MLM and schemer, and then I became a capitalist, and then I started a business.
I used to work for $4.25 at Haagen-Dazs.
Right.
Then I
and
went
that was
and
a very
worked
different
at
time.
Burger King for $4.75.
And how much do you make now?
Then I make millions today.
How old are you, dude? Doesn't it tell you something that's seriously fucked? If the minimum wage was $4.75 and you just agree that it's only $7.50 now, and that was like fucking 30 years ago.
And that's why you like capitalism, because we're not all making that. And that's my point. A millionaire is critiquing the people in poverty and saying, you should work harder. You should work, you can be me. We can't all be you.
My hope is that you believe you can change and improve, that you believe you can upgrade yourself. That's my belief.
You know what, that's what rich people like you want to keep telling us. But you can be just like me. Do you want to be like me? If you work hard enough,
I'm not
you can
saying
be like
that.
me. It's not very realistic.
It's actually, you wouldn't be able to be like me because you wouldn't work that hard. Would you work that hard?
You don't. I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to answer that.
If you don't choose to,
I don't have to measure my I don't have to measure my work ethic to be worthy.
You don't have to. Then you can't be upset for others who do so. You can't be upset
for people who are struggling.
No, because they work harder than you.
And that's what's wrong with capitalism, because
but
you
go back
think
to the
that
homelessness.
You have to work so hard.
Do you live in the state of California?
I do.
Okay, you said homelessness.
Yes.
What do you think about your Governor Newsom? What do you think about him?
I don't like him. I'm a progressive. He doesn't do enough for the people.
Do you know when he
takes corporate money.
Fantastic.
He takes money from people like
when
you.
He was,
he's not
I've never given him money. But do you know when he first became?
That's not what she said. She said he takes money from people like you. She didn't say that you've literally given him money.
Surprised, but a lot of people like you have.
Money. But when he became a governor first, from then till today, he's raised the amount of homelessness in this state by 36,000 people.
Okay, I don't like the guy, but he's not at fault for homelessness. People like you are, billionaires like you are the
gave
problem.
him 24.
Yeah, and he's contributing to it being exacerbated because he's championing right-wing solutions to homelessness, and the right has no solutions to homelessness. So that's also why you're going to see an increase.
Taxpayers
I believe it.
gave
I don't
him
like
$24 billion, and he didn't do nothing with it.
Vote him out. Vote him out.
You
He's
vote
just
him
like
out. You have him. It's not that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not here to defend.
He's so stupid. He's assuming that she's like some Newsom stan. Why? And she's saying, I don't care about Gavin Newsom, and he's like, oh yeah, so explain this. Explain why Gavin Newsom did this.
Newsom.
You can
but
go.
But you're not much different than him. That's all I'm saying. You're in the same class.
But you're sitting here blaming.
It would be good. You have to come in armed with certain stats of the states that have the highest rates of poverty, homelessness, etc. They're probably going to be red states.
A person
about the talking point or whatever is these Democrat-run cities. They have all of this high crime rates or whatever, and they always ignore that the states that are the most that have the highest homicide rates or there's other ways to look at it. Anytime that there's a city, there's going to be higher crime. It doesn't matter whether a Republican is in charge of that city or Democrats in charge. If it's a city, there's going to be more crime. But they never look at stuff like healthcare outcomes or education. And when you look at the states that are the most behind in education, they're all red states.
Who's changed their lives for the better, and it's their fault. My dad was.
This is not the United States of Patrick Bet-David.
Do you know where?
This is the United States of America.
I know, and I'm so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to be here.
But are you willing to pay more taxes so that other people don't suffer? Are you willing to pay more taxes so other people don't suffer?
I am so grateful to be here.
I see you're skirting the question. You're not willing.
My dad was a.
Yeah, she should have asked him do you think Gavin Newsom is a communist? Oh, so Gavin Newsom is a capitalist. So why is he managing capital inefficiently?
Cashier.
I thought all capitalists were ruthlessly in pursuit of money and always doing what's best for themselves, but also everybody else at the same time.
In Inglewood at a 99-cent store. We had nothing. No, I don't tell you that's great. We had nothing.
Well, I'm the guy that
had I'm the guy that had
the propaganda that you guys say you can be like me.
What you don't want to hear is that because it's the truth.
We cannot all be like you.
When's the last time you read a business book? When's the last time you read a self-help book?
I don't need to answer that.
A business book?
When's the last time you read a self-help?
I wrote a self-help book.
Tell me.
Dude, why would you?
I'm a writer.
When's the last time you? Okay, so the reason why people are in poverty is because they're not reading enough self-help books. That's what you should. She shouldn't have even answered this question. She should have been. So you think that if people just picked up your book or read other self-help books, they would suddenly be able to lift themselves out of poverty?
Creative,
tell me what self-help book you read.
I'm not.
Give me one.
Need to.
Give me one you read. Are you willing to take one recommendation?
No.
You're not.
Not for me.
Then I can't help you.
That's okay. I don't need your help. I didn't come here for your help. I came here to debate you. Good.
Awesome.
Dude, she kind of cooked him. He didn't even know what else to say by the end. The thing is that there was a lot of crosstalk though because neither of them stopped talking when the other one started talking.
How's it going, man?
What's your name?
Armin.
Armin?
Yep, Armin Crow. When you said capitalism is the best form of economic organization the world has ever seen, it made me think of a very particular picture from history. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if you know this, it's a little history lesson. In 1900, King Leopold II of Belgium determined that the entire land of the Democratic Republic of the Congo was his personal property. And
and then he fucking like murdered like 13 million people.
10 years, capitalists came out, they exploited all the land, extracted trillions of dollars of resources. 15 million Congolese died.
King Leopold II seized the Congo as his private property in 1885, forced residents to harvest rubber. His men murdered, raped, and mutilated villagers. The exact death toll is unknown, but estimates show the population was cut in half to 10 million.
For reference, the Holocaust killed 6 million people. And the most famous picture from that time in history is a rubber worker staring at the disembodied hands of his 8-year-old daughter because he didn't hit his rubber quota. I'm willing to bet that man worked harder to hit that rubber quota than anything you've ever worked for in your entire life. And I think when you say this is the best system that's ever been created, to me,
this is not a good example because PBD comes from poverty, and so he's gonna be like, you think I don't know what it's like to struggle? I was a fucking refugee in Iran and I came to the United States and I'm the fucking American dream, so I would not have pursued this line.
That's the result. That's what
of argumentation.
It's devastating when you hear stories like that. I don't disagree with you. They had it hard. They worked very hard. And they had risk on the line. Many times it was their lives that was.
They worked really hard. How come they didn't become millionaires then?
On the line. And you see that in many different places when you go back and study history.
Why do people think the Holocaust only killed 6 million people? There were other. I know they killed 6 million Jews, and then it's like 6 million like undesirables. So that toll is actually closer to like 12 million.
That's why today in America that can't happen. In America, you have a choice to do what you want to do with your life. When we go back,
okay, but when America was founded, all that was happening. So how do you explain that?
Look at those stories. We can go to see what communism did. How many lives were killed because of communism control? You don't need to go through that number. You hear the
again, like I bring up chattel slavery in the United States, bring up the Trail of Tears, bring up the genocide of Native Americans, bring up the fact that you do not get to take credit for the capitalist success, the market reforms, industrialization, without first acknowledging that all of that came off of the back of exploitation and other people being enslaved.
Between 60 to 100 million. We can go that route. But if you're talking about which provided the best economical system today, you judge it by how many want to go live somewhere that gives you that opportunity. And that is America.
Do you know why kids can't work in America?
Why kids can't work in America?
Why there's child labor laws.
Yeah,
I'm actually, he's gonna say it's because of the laughter, like labor unions. I'm actually so surprised that PBD didn't go down the like, I know what it's like to work hard or whatever.
It was child labor laws.
It was labor unions. They were getting shot at by police officers to fight for the weekend, to fight for the 40-hour work week.
Yeah.
Another good example is the 1908 mill children's strike. It was thousands of kids who were working 80-hour work weeks striking so they would only have to work 50 a week. That's what happens when there's no rules, right? And then the government had to come in and say, you can't employ children. So I think capitalism
We don't
itself,
disagree here with that. I don't think we're sitting here talking about child labor. Are you hearing me talking about capitalism is the best system because it provides child labor in America?
I'm saying that capitalism, there's no guardrails inherently. The government has to come in. People have to go and organize. And I think what you've seen for the past 50 years under neoliberal politics is that's slowly being chipped away. All the good things of the New Deal, like Social Security, the 40-hour work week.
I do think you need law and order, but also at times, you know,
we're not talking about law and order. What?
The
neoliberal
it's
politics,
like what is he responding to? He was not talking about law and order.
Slowly being chipped away. All the good things of the New
And he was not saying, I don't think that you even care about law and order. And he was like, I do care about law and order.
Social Security,
the 40-hour work week. I do think you need law and order, but also at times, you know, the amount of rules you put in place can prevent incentives. Right now, if you think about drones, warfare is changing, okay? And 70 to 80% of all drones that are being built today are being built by a company called DJI in China. Ukraine was building 1,000 drones a day at $500 and going and hitting $5 million equipment of Russia, destroying them. 68% of their attacks was from drones.
Make him say it needs constraints. Make him argue that it doesn't, because that's more sociopathic. If he really wants to, like, again, capitalism at all costs is the most important thing, the best economic system, then honestly, we should roll back a lot of the labor protection laws. We should roll back OSHA. We should roll back, the 5-day work week. We should get rid of all of that because we can bring back sweatshops real quick. We could get that going really, really fast. We should have no minimum wage and have people work for pennies on the hour so that I think it's back. Stream ended. Give me a second, you guys. My internet. Oh, wait. Yeah, my mic's still on. My internet dropped out for some reason. Let's see. Let me see if YouTube stayed up. But let me fix the title for Twitch. Sorry, guys. Let's see. YouTube okay? My internet. Oh, wait. Yeah, my. Okay, there we go. YouTube's fine. All right. Back to this shit.
Part of it is overregulation. Overregulation, FAA laws, this laws, that law. So 500 startups that got into the drone business, they walked away because it's overregulation. Many cases, when you say, I want to put this rule in place.
Yeah, leftist internet, socialist internet.
Great. Another person, no, I want to go this much. No, I want to go this much. No, I want to go this much. It eventually gets to the point that it chokes the innovator, and that's also not good.
I would disagree. I think regulation is the reason why there's no lead in our gas. You were talking about incentives. The only incentive that really matters to a good capitalist is profit. It is profitable to put lead in the gas, and it doesn't matter if it lowers the IQs of kids living nearby by 15 points.
Unfortunately, someone's
Dude, how many times is he gonna fucking resort to this? Every single thing that he doesn't like, he doesn't contend with, he just says that they're fucking brainwashed. Why doesn't he why are they not calling this out? You cannot just say that everybody who has reached a different conclusion than you is simply brainwashed.
Convinced you at a young age.
And you should, I mean, I guess this would be throwing other people under the bus, but you should bring up the fact that, like, you probably think all these people are coping when they say that socialism is sabotaged. Well, you're coping just as hard and just as much by saying that everybody who is educated but has a different perspective on these things or disagrees with you is brainwashed.
That these capitalists are bad people.
Well, then why are they fighting against taking lead out of their gas?
Think about it this way. You know, the main thing, I don't know if you know Michael Burry's. You ever seen the movie Big Short?
Yeah.
At the end of the movie where it says Michael Burry now is focused on water because he thinks water is the future gold or whatever he calls it, right? Sure. Okay. Go to the company that's Coca-Cola, that sells Coke. And how much criticism have you had over the years with Coke, right?
Oh, I think Nestle's had a lot of criticism because they don't.
I was going to say, is he thinking about Nestle?
Water is a human right for the.
That's a different conversation. If I may finish the point, one thing with Coke.
It's not a different conversation. It's just a different example.
Cola is the following. Do you know even Coke got to a point.
PBD will not be constrained by a bell.
That they realized in order for Coca-Cola to be around 50 years from now, 100 years from now, they went and invested billions of dollars to fix the water issue around the world. They're trying to get cleaner water. Capitalists eventually get forced to take care of the person because having lead in the water is just not a good policy long term.
Okay.
Surrounded is now.
I cannot believe they let him finish that, but they're not going to let that dude respond to it. No capitalist would ever, try to profit off of people with a faulty product or put lead in people's water and try to cover it up or, anything like that.
My next claim is if all the money in the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years.
That's true, but not for the reason that he thinks.
What's your name?
Caleb.
Caleb.
Yeah, so you just said that you are proposing if we divided all the wealth equally in like 5 years. How would you propose we divide the wealth in that way? In this thought experiment, again, if we're going to give it a serious look, I want to understand, how would you propose that happen?
I hope you realize this is just a question we're asking everybody, right? But if you take all the wealth, which is around $500 trillion, okay, give or take, you divide it by 8 billion people, it would be around $62,500 each. Within 5 years, the people that don't know how to handle money themselves, they would lose it all. And within 5 years, the same wealthy would get the same amount of money.
This premise is idiotic. I don't even know where to start with it.
As someone who certainly doesn't make that much money, I'm willing to take that as a gamble just for fun.
Right,
I'll be honest. But at the same time, like, okay, so you're just now claiming that people who don't have wealth don't know how to manage it. And that's fair because a lot of them have never had it before. So what do we do to basically ensure that people
you should ask them, why do people have poor, financial literacy? Does it have to do with the fact that they don't have an education? Why don't they have an education, PBD? Because they can't afford an education? How come in other countries that have higher standards of living than the U.S. and are not nearly as wealthy as the U.S. are able to have a higher standard of living and have a more educated population, and they offer free school?
Like myself, who are currently, thank you to the United States, thank you to the state of California for giving me medical insurance to get blood work, for giving me food stamps so I can have food. I've applied to I don't know how many hundreds of jobs. I can show you the receipts. I can show you the email confirmations. Like, I am trying my best to use my values with the freedom that we have
So
here.
if I give you a job, you would work 40 hours a week?
If the job is in alignment with something that's noble and good, I think I could. The issue is, and again, you may say that this is a personal weakness, but like right now, substitute teaching, tutoring, trying to help in that way is making it so that I'm able to scratch by.
Yeah.
But without the supplemental income and the help from the society of people who make more money, I'm going to not have enough food.
I want to address something which you made a point that I agree with. On why don't some people create wealth? In my family, when I was growing up, and I was telling this young lady over here, when my dad was a cashier at a 99.
Crazy thing about this prompt is China would just win, is they would just pool a large amount of the money in the government. They would just dominate the world. That's why I said it would return. It would largely like return or whatever to where it had been, but I guess that's not me honestly engaging with it, because the whole point is to say that, like, because people would, like, you're not supposed to assume that any sort of power dynamics that existed before would still remain when we do this kind of, like, redistribution of all the wealth equally or any of that. Like,
99-cent store. We've never owned an insurance policy before. My parents, we've never.
But like, assuming that we still had states and stuff like that, it would the country that is the most organized and the most amount of people that are willing to get on board with like giving up the money and pooling it and then redistributing it would be the country that wins.
House before. I've never lived in an apartment with it. And telling this young lady over here, when my dad was a cashier at a 99-cent store, we've never owned an insurance policy before. My parents, we've never owned a house before. I've never lived in an apartment with a swimming pool before. We've never had a 401k stock mutual fund, none of that stuff. I had no clue how money worked. So for me, when I got out of the Army with a 1.8 GPA, out of high school, I went straight to the Army because I didn't know how money works. If you look at our system today, in high school, we learn about a lot of different things. They don't teach us about taxes, finances, mutual funds, stocks, bonds. Colleges don't even teach a lot of that right now. So
Do you
come
work
out.
in a high school?
Did I work at a high school?
Yeah, colleges definitely don't have business majors or economics majors. What?
You have experience like me, someone who's
The different things. They don't teach us about taxes, finances, mutual funds, stocks, bonds. Colleges don't even teach a lot of that right now. So
Do you
come
work in
out.
a high school?
Did I work at a high school?
Do you have experience like me, someone who's essentially on those front lines working in?
I've worked with many high school teachers and the directors of psychology to talk to the youth. Yes,
So
I have.
right now, I'm in a position where I have options, like you said. I do have some options, but they seem to be somewhat destructive and exploitative of me, of my peers. So I'm trying to
I think you're too
discriminate.
selective for jobs right now. You don't have the ability to be selective at this stage.
Well, but the thing is, I do because I'm
some...
instilled with a freedom that is maybe God universe given, and I don't actually have to, because of the system, like you said, I don't have to play along with some corrupt game. So I gave up. I think
You know, it's so disgusting that PBD purports to be this like massive Christian, and he's clearly has contempt for this guy who is at least alluding to some sort of like spirituality, like guiding his decision making and choices in the world. And he just thinks it's so disgusting that this guy won't sell out and is actually willing to live below, like maybe lived in poverty potentially, or not earn as much money as he could in order to remain true to his personal principles. PBD should actually, as a Christian man, should be okay with that. But instead he looks at him like, you're disgusting for not prioritizing money over everything else.
It's perfect for someone like you.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah, I think it
California
is.
agrees. But you mentioned earlier in a previous discussion that we have
Half of Christians are just aesthetic Christians. No, 100%. But if this guy should, I wish you would call him out for that. The fact that like, what's the prescription here? That I ought to just sacrifice my personal values for money? Should I just like worship money instead?
free speech with the game. So I gave up
I think California is
a career.
perfect for someone like you.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah, I think it
California
is.
agrees. But you mentioned earlier in a previous discussion that we have free speech, we can say what we want.
Right.
But the thing is, have you been punched on the train for how you look and how you share your ideas?
Do I look like an American to you? Do you see this nose?
No, I'm just asking,
I'm Middle
has-
Eastern. You know what's happened to this guy? You know what's happened to me when I was discriminated all over the place?
So do you really feel like that's free speech
No,
if you're being
but I don't mind
punished?
it.
PBD admits, what? I don't mind being discriminated against. I don't mind racism. What?
I don't happen to
Okay,
me
that
when I
is
was-
not where I thought that was going. I was like, wow, PBD admits that there is actually discrimination in this world against Middle Eastern people. Okay.
discriminate
so
all
do you
over
really
the place.
feel like that's free speech
No,
if you're being
I don't mind
punished
it.
by people who have prejudice against
I don't
you?
mind it because I understand.
I thought at first he was gonna, when he was like, "Do you see this nose?" I thought he was about to, like, when he was pointing to himself, I thought he was about to say, "Do you think that people fuck around with me? Do I look like I've ever been punched and I would lose a fight? I'm huge." I thought it was gonna be that. No, he was like, "I've been discriminated against," and then he's like, the completely bizarre, cucked answer, "But I don't really care."
You're being
but I don't mind
punished
it.
by people who have prejudice against
I don't
you?
mind it because I understand there is risk that you may be disrespected. There, like here, I've been disrespected here many times. I've been offended here many times. A lot of you are coming here finding a way to attack me and tell different stories. I'm okay with that.
I don't want to attack you.
You're being very respectful. I'm not talking about you. But what I'm saying to you is, when you say, "Have you ever been punched in the face on a bus?" You don't want to hear about what things has happened to me because of the way
I don't mind being punched in the face.
Because I feel
but
like
I don't want to use that.
been through
Could you imagine if like one of the communists or like leftists on this panel said some shit like that?
About you, but what I'm saying to you is, when you say, "Have you ever been punched in the face on a bus?" You don't want to hear about what things has happened to me because of the way I look.
Because I feel
but
like
I don't want to use
you've
that.
been through a lot of trauma in your life, and now you're kind of clinging to things.
I'm not. What I don't want to do that. I have my son is sitting right here, my 13-year-old.
This dude is clocking him so hard.
Son, my 4-year. I have 4 kids. I bring them everywhere.
I'm actually glad that they included working class people to go toe to toe with PBD, because the people outside of Mason and fuck, what's her name? I always forget her name. This woman with the sociology degree that have done the best was that woman that's like, "I don't fucking support Newsom," and this guy.
I want them to see that it's okay. People gonna disagree with you. You have to be comfortable with this.
All the time.
You are with 13-year-olds all the time?
Because of my job.
Oh my God, give me a break, PBD. Stop trying to fucking imply something that disgusting.
Because I'm a substitute teacher and a tutor. The thing is, you can imply many different.
That is so low.
Things, and that is your right. But what I'm saying is, right now, I care deeply about having a good experience. The incentive that I feel is for peace and prosperity.
I respect it.
And again, I'm using my freedom now, but the issue is you're saying we have all these options, but whenever I tour the globe, I see franchises that have monopolized pretty much everywhere. So when you talk about options, it's really, there's these select few people who have this infrastructure that's really benefiting them more than others, and without some sort of conscious, spiritual, moral awakening, what can we do except for beg and appeal and amass?
Well, no, you can't be too
He's going to say, but you can walk to... I thought it was, well, you can't be too selective. I thought he was going to say, his whole point is that there's no selection. His whole point is that the world is dominated by a few corporations. That all of the wealth is hoarded in the hands of very, very few people. Now he's saying you're being too selective. He's like completely ignoring him.
Selective. At the beginning, when I worked at Häagen-Dazs, I couldn't be too selective for a job.
I can't whenever I can.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice.
Appreciate you for being respectful.
I like them.
I'm glad y'all tripped over each other, because I did too. How's it going? James.
What's your name? James.
So one of the things that you have stated is that we have options. Okay. So just to give you a little bit of my background, I come from a divorced family, and we lived below the poverty level from the time that I was born until now, frankly. So I'm one of those people that you're talking about that isn't pulling themselves up by their bootstraps enough. Which, like, I didn't have boots to begin with, and, like, I don't know if you've ever had boots, but, like, legs are load-bearing structures.
I relate.
And, like, you can't really pull up a boot when you're wearing it, you know? So...
Oh, that's the point that he was getting at.
Where exactly am I failing when I am working 80 hours a week? I am taking the only jobs that will hire me. I have put in 477 applications over the last 2.5 years. Not even gotten a call back once.
Why do you think?
You tell me. You're a job creator.
But I don't know your resume. You know your life better than I do. Why do you think you have not gotten a call back on 477?
Because
a lot of
do
people
not
get
have a degree.
callbacks. Okay.
Because I do not have a degree, because I could not afford one.
Okay.
I live in an area where the physical job market is very limiting.
Where do you live?
I live in rural Texas.
Okay.
So in that, like,
no one is forced to work, but also you don't get to be selective about your job. It sucks that, like, you'll never get the chance to call that out in lifetime.
In the town that I grew up in, for instance, there are 8 jobs, period.
Does your family live there? Mom, dad, everybody's in that same city?
Everybody was at one point.
Okay.
Most of them are dead now.
Okay, sorry to hear.
It is what it is. It's poverty. we're kind of used to that on this side.
Why do you feel like you're a victim? Why do you feel
this fucking guy?
Feel like you're a victim? Why do you feel like the way you speak, like, you're the victim where all this happened to you?
Describing the negative externalities of capitalism and how his family had a shorter lifespan because of the economic system that he's championing, like those two things are not unrelated. Why are you such a victim, dude?
Because I exist and things happen to you, and as such, things happen, and that's why I say that they happen to me.
You're a good-looking guy. Why do you think you're a victim? Why do you think you're somebody that's got into...
He should have been like, I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm telling you that, like, this is what capitalism in America has done for me, so I'm not that impressed.
Situation, because it's not fair what happened to me. Let me give you a couple options.
Sure.
Are you open to leaving the city you're in?
I've already left it.
So what city?
I've left multiple cities.
So if somebody else gave you...
And like, no, again, notice he was telling the other guy, you're being too selective. That's why you can't get a job. This dude, I've applied to like 400 places and I can't get a fucking call back. And then it's like, well, I have to know your resume. He should, if those conversations, because depending on how they edited it, it wasn't necessarily in this order. If those conversations happened in succession, though, I would have pointed out, you said to the other guy, you implied that the reason why he's not wealthier is because he's being too choosy with his job. Well, I'm not being choosy. I've applied to 500 different places, and I'm not trying to apply for jobs that I know I don't have the skill set for. I don't have a degree, but I never told you that I'm applying to jobs like that require a degree. I'm applying to places that I'm qualified for, and yet I still can't get a call back. Not even to make a bunch of money, just to make the bare minimum. Explain to me how capitalism is functioning correctly here.
Job in a different place, you'd be
100%.
willing to move there.
100%.
Okay, on your resume,
It says that.
What do you have on your resume? Skill set. What do you offer?
There is no way to get into him. The ultimate retort will always be, well, life's unfair. I would start with that and say you want to run them down so they get to the point where they're like, life's unfair, and then like point out all of the different times that they shifted the goalpost.
Transportation expertise, logistics expertise.
You consider yourself a hard worker?
I mean, I feel like 80 hours a week.
That's a hard worker.
Sure.
How about we do this? How about I interview you and I give you a job? Would you move to Fort Lauderdale?
Ooh, man, that's Florida. Sure, why not?
Would you move to Fort Lauderdale?
Sure, why not?
How about you and I document this? After this, you come, I do an interview with you, and I give you a job. And let's see what you do 90 days later.
Okay, I'll look up your company and all that kind of stuff, and I'll see it.
But you see what just happened
regardless,
right there? But watch what you just did.
Sure.
Oh, you don't want to take an opportunity or whatever. Dude, this is filmed in California. So keep in mind, these are California residents. This guy is going to be painted as ungrateful because he doesn't necessarily want to uproot his whole life and go work for PBD in Fort Lauderdale for 90 days. That's the only guarantee. If he gets a job, he's only guaranteed a 90-day trial for it.
You just said you applied to 477 companies who's not gone back to you.
Yeah.
A business owner who's hiring aggressively just made an offer to you. You said you're willing to move. Then you said, I'll look at it. You became selective.
I didn't say I'll look at it if you'd let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
I would like to look
500 applications and no job. Sounds like BS. Why? For all we know, this guy is a reformed convict. If he is a conviction thing, it can be difficult to get even minimum wage jobs.
Into your company to see exactly what you guys do.
You would
again, there are a lot of people that need that don't have an education and are looking for minimum wage jobs.
Because I don't know what you guys do.
Okay.
So as far as I'm concerned, I may be wasting my time going. If you guys are a finance company, if you guys are a bank or something like that, I don't have the certifications. I don't have the degrees. So even interviewing me would be a moot point.
What if I gave you a job, period, to work 80 hours a week? Would you take it? And I paid you a reasonable wage.
Are we talking a livable wage or a reasonable wage?
What do you
and
make
whose
right
version
now?
of reasonable are we talking about? Your version of reasonable or my version of reasonable?
But you see, so now for me, what I'm noticing...
Because this guy actually is negotiating with him and won't just take the scraps that PBD is offering here. Vague terms of employment. And this guy is actually like, okay, well, what are the terms and conditions? He basically wants to say, but he won't come out and say it this explicitly. You should be fucking grateful that I'm offering you anything. I'm the job creator here. You're the brokey. You should be thankful for what you get. So shut the fuck up and just say yes.
from you is
I need specifics?
No, not necessarily. No, most of the people I hire need specifics. The difference is I'm trying to hire them. In this instance, you're trying to get a job and you're being selective. It's going to work against you.
I mean, I'm not trying to get a job. Originally,
again, he literally already said that he applied to hundreds of places.
I was trying to ask you where the moral fell.
My offer's off the table
okay, that's
because
fine.
you're going to be difficult to work with.
Okay, sure. But my question was, where is my moral failing? Like, where is it that you are saying that I am not working hard enough and I am not doing enough?
I just experienced it right now because the way you just handled this situation.
Got it. So I should accept anything that somebody gives me at first blush if it is a guaranteed thing.
No, not necessarily.
I agreed to do your interview. I agreed to be interviewed by you, and you agreed to consider me for hiring.
Yeah.
So therefore, I am taking that.
Why doesn't PBD just support slavery? He like has so much contempt for people. Again. And any laborer who has any sort of standards for the workplace that they want to choose to work in. Mr. This is all about choice. This is all about choice. This guy is exercising the limited amount of choice that he has in these circumstances. And PBD is just like foaming at the fucking mouth to get. He like cannot believe that this guy would even suggest that he has standards for where he wants to work. Even...
opportunity. I've chosen to. But because I am asking you for specifics, your immediate reaction is that, oh, well, you're trying to be picky. I'm not. I'm asking
specifics. You could have simply
I said I need to look up your company. That's all I said.
Okay, true. This guy literally is just asking for details. He's not saying, if it's not this, then I'm not doing it. He broadly said, I have to make sure it's going to be worth it because blah, blah, blah.
I'm willing to have the interview.
And I did.
You would have had the interview.
And I did.
No, you said it depends.
I said,
I don't
yeah,
know.
sure.
Let me look.
Yeah, sure. I would look into your company. That's all I said.
I appreciate you. Thank you, James.
Is he currently working 80 hours a week, or was that previous? I think he said he'd previously worked 80 hours a week when he was employed.
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Faye.
Faye?
Yeah.
Good to
nice
meet you.
So how would you define socialism? Because I think you're kind of misunderstanding what anti-capitalist ideals look like.
Again, the premise is if all the money in the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets in 5 years. I don't even know why this is like, they were allowing him to make this the claim.
I think we are just trying to advocate for basic rights for our people in this country and across the world, of course. But I don't think it's necessarily about equal wealth disparity around the world for most people that are anti-capitalist. I think it's more about just standard rights that are provided by the government.
Standard rights that are provided by the government?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so...
Go a little bit deeper. So for you, when the claim here is, if the money in the world...
This is not going to end well, is it?
...divided equally,
so
it will return to the same pockets within 5 years. Do you disagree?
Yes.
Tell me why you disagree.
Yeah, so I disagree because I don't even think many people are...
Some of these people that get are so awful at debating. That is by design.
Trying to argue for that.
People are not trying to argue for that?
So, like, who are you arguing in this debate?
What I'm trying
to say...
There's,
like, a very select amount of people that are trying to argue for equal wealth disparity.
Yeah.
Most people are at least trying to advocate for wealth and at all for people that don't have access to healthcare right now, that don't have access to a good education right now, that don't have access to their basic needs like food.
Do you think our system right now allows people to stay in those situations long term?
They force them to stay in those situations long term.
Okay, so part of me actually agrees with you, but why do you think they force them to stay in those situations long term?
I think because they are trying to convince the working class that they don't have rights.
I actually don't think that's what it is, although that's fair to your point here. What's the chances that any of you here voted for Donald Trump in 2024? Exactly, right? What is the chances that all of you here can't stand the phrase MAGA, Donald Trump, any of that stuff? Is that a fair assessment? Fair. Okay.
Yeah, so it's your point.
So think about it this way. So
I'm actually surprised there's not like 1 or 2 MAGA voters in here.
Maybe you're right.
Even as somebody, like, again, Jubilee finds fucking weirdo, so I'm surprised that there isn't one person claiming to be like a MAGA communist or I'm anti-capitalist, but I still voted Trump because accelerationism or something.
That the Democratic Party that's been earning your vote for a long time wants to keep you there because they'll have your vote for the rest of your life.
They have never earned my vote.
Who did you vote for in 2024?
In 24, I voted for the socialist candidate.
Who was that?
Claudia de la Cruz, I believe.
Who did you vote for in 2020?
I was actually not able to vote. I was in a hospital.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes,
sorry
because of results of capitalism.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so I didn't have access.
Hell of a response. I didn't know. I thought she was going to say I wasn't old enough. She said I was in the hospital because of capitalism and PBD without missing a beat. Tell me more.
I was actually not able to vote. I was in a hospital.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes,
sorry
because of results of capitalism.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so I didn't have access to proper health care or even access to a proper...
What she's saying, it's not funny. It's serious or whatever. It's just a bizarre exchange.
...job that would sustain me as a disabled person.
Are you comfortable being specific on what happened?
I
you don't have
so.
to if you're not comfortable
I'm
with it.
also mentally ill, so that was something I had to deal with. But I'm mainly mentally ill because I am disabled in a capitalist country.
Tell me more about mentally ill. Who qualifies?
The no MAGA in that crowd negates the libs who swear socialists and leftists are MAGA. I know. It's like a nice thing to point to that, like, even among all of the weirdos that Jubilee, as like an anecdote, like a playful anecdote, out of all of the weirdos that Jubilee hand selects, they did not even throw in one fucking true wild card of like, I'm anti-capitalist, but also I supported Trump.
Ill because I am disabled in a capitalist country.
Tell me more about mentally ill. Who qualified you as somebody that's
Who qualified you as somebody who's mentally ill? Give me a break.
mentally ill?
Me and my doctor team.
I was about to say, she just said that she went to a hospital. If you think this is some like TikTok shit where she did like some self-diagnosed, it's gonna be hard to say like what? You're just being a victim?
Who convinced you that you're mentally ill?
Okay, he did it. He did it. You're not actually mentally ill. Someone lied to you. Trust me, PBD, more than your physician. You know, a person with a medical degree and background and expertise. They're probably lying or they brainwashed you to thinking you're a victim.
Me and my doctor team.
What's the specific category of mental illness? Is there one? You know why I asked this question? Let me explain to why I asked this question.
So I don't even like the psychological industry. I don't really stand for like Sigmund Freudian politics or anything like that. So if you're going to debate the ethics of psychology.
I'm not. Where I'm going with this is going back to the same thing with if the money.
Where I'm going with this is that I think that you're making it up and you're probably not actually depressed or suffering from bipolar disorder or any number of mental disabilities that obviously inhibit your ability to provide for yourself. I think you're making it up and that you could actually get a job and work really hard and grind and hustle and become a millionaire like me, but you're lazy.
Were to divide it equally, it'll end up being worked out within 5 years. My trouble is, in many cases, somebody you and I look up to will say something to us that we choose to believe for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, it could be something where you have ADHD, you're mentally ill, you're poor, you're this, you're that, and we get to choose to buy into that or not. And if you do...
So you're saying I'm not mentally ill or I'm not disabled?
saying you are or you're not.
This is what I mean when I say like him having to talk to working class people, him having to speak down to them like this, him having like actually is like cooking him so much more than any argument that you could present to him because of the amount of contempt that just drips from him, because of how he speaks down to them, because of how rude he is to them, how he is not sympathetic or even willing to hear them out on any of the personal issues that they're struggling with, that his worldview obviously not only relies on anecdotes, but the assumption that everybody is able-bodied and able to even participate in the marketplace in the way that he assumes. And he just looks like a fucking asshole.
I would challenge it to go a little bit deeper to see if there's anything you can do about it.
So you're asking me about my health. You're asking me about my disability.
I'm not. I will say we are in a market where, stay with me here, there is a market where there's profit to convince you to you have issues to take the medication because they're making money.
Yeah, but I don't have.
But there's not any profiteering going on in any other aspect of the health insurance or healthcare industry, dude. What?
To the medication. I don't have access.
Also, you should call out the fact that, again, if you're a ruthless capitalist and you're saying that I was brainwashed as a result of profiteering and capitalist incentives, do you not see that as a downside or like a major flaw in the system that you're championing? If you think that this is a major scam that's been going on, then the reason why that's happening is because of money, as you just said. So don't you think we should do something about that? Maybe put some restraints on it? Or do you think that that's actually just the free market working as intended?
Access to even a result or a solution to my disability as someone with a connective tissue disorder. It's genetic.
Have you been able to go to different doctors and get yourself tested? And
yeah.
See? You have?
Yes.
And in California?
Yes, but not enough. I can't find a specialist.
You can't find a specialist?
I can't find a specialist
for who I am. Is there anyone in your life that's willing to pay for the specialist?
Well, they could or they would if they had money. But
so, okay, he's fine with people taking help and money from their family, but he's not okay if they try to get the state to do it. That's a completely arbitrary distinction.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if I pay for a specialist for you to go see?
Yeah.
Would you
like every single time that he's met with somebody that, again, working class person who's trying hard, who is attempting to get a job, who is doing all of the things that he says they need to be doing, and if they just did them, that they could be not only have a job but like a millionaire potentially. It's failing. He just backs up and he's like, well, I'll be the kind benefactor that'll help you.
Money from a capitalist to help you go see specialist?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not?
I'm gonna have you go see two. Do you live in California?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you go see two specialists. But
I wish we could follow up with these people. Did he actually do this? I really hope that he did not make this promise to this person and then not do it.
You'll also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not.
No.
So you
choose as a psychologist. You're choosing who gets to determine what my mental health looks like. No.
Why would he get to pick the psychologist? I'm glad that she was like, fuck no. If you're going to pay for it, you should not be able to also select who I go see. You either give it to me or you don't.
No.
Okay, then I wish you nothing but the best.
Yeah, so I think... All right, thanks for...
Why didn't he say you're being too selective?
Thank you so much. Yes, anytime.
The benevolent millionaire bit is not landing? No, because it looks like a desperate attempt at deflection when he's confronted with the realities of this economic system that he will not criticize.
How you doing, man?
What's your name?
Seth.
Seth, good to meet you.
I think your claim kind of doesn't make any sense because it would not inherently be a capitalist society you're describing. Because I'm surprised nobody's really addressed this issue.
I know.
We haven't even defined what socialism is. Capitalism is a.
It's a fault. The premise he's starting from is the assumption that socialism is when you divide up all the money equally, and then you just go from there.
In which all businesses are funded by millionaires and billionaires, investor classes. If this society, everybody had the same amount of money, I don't really know how the money would be generated up and down. I don't know in this theoretical. It sounds more like an anarchist society, which would make more sense.
You know, we're using this as a hypothetical.
Yeah, so
right? I want to make sure I qualify
My
that
point
we're
being,
not.
we haven't even described what capitalism is.
But stay on this point.
It's a hypothetical, but you're obviously using the first part of the premise to be the proxy for the economic system you're against.
Because you came here. Let me go back to this one. If all the money in the world divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I disagree.
Tell me why you
because
disagree.
I believe in a system more akin to that kind of system. I think that a system with people with more wealth and equality.
But do you know why the wealth would go back to the same people and the same people at the bottom would be poor? Why do you think it would?
Well, it wouldn't go back to the same thing or places because I don't think that we have an inherent equal starting point in the beginning.
Yeah, but this is a starting point. What I'm saying to you is if we right now did a case study. It wouldn't
go to the same places because we have never even tested some sort of free market. We've never seen any sort of system akin to that. A genuine free market, not one that's distorted by capitalists, by business owners. Capitalists generally protect their own class. That's why people rise to the top. Yes,
I don't
absolutely.
know about that. I actually think
This guy is like an anti-capitalist, but also saying that like true capitalism has never been tried.
It's a very competitive place.
And it's like, but if it did, would you still be an anti-capitalist at that point, or what?
No, there's not at all. People start at the very bottom. They have no shot to even.
Do you know why I make the claim of if all the money in the world were divided equally, would return to the same pockets within 5 years?
I'm assuming that you think that because people work harder or something like that. But I would argue the people that work the hardest are the people that make the least amount.
He's saying that the distribution of wealth as it currently stands is the most rational way for it to have been distributed. So it's fallen into if it's in the hands of just the top 1%. It's because they worked harder, they're smarter, and they earned it. And if you're not one of those people, well, you didn't do any of those things.
Money. The people that work the least, live on their yachts, are the ones that are owning all this company. They've never been inside the businesses that they own.
I don't know if I agree with that. I was just in Arkansas 3 days ago.
The richest people.
I was just in Arkansas a week ago, and I went to a city called Hot Springs, Arkansas. It was two friends from high school started a windows company. 250 employees.
Yeah.
The city loves them. They work their tails off.
I'm not really referring to small businesses.
But I'm talking about, but many big businesses started small. Walmart wasn't big day one. Walmart was small when it first got started.
Why are they still a monopoly? Because they exist off of...
They're not a monopoly. Amazon is taking a big share away from them.
Oh my, they can't, Walmart can't be a monopoly. There's this other monopoly in the market.
Whatever. They own a large market share because their ability to use their money to lobby.
Do you know how many jobs they've created around the world? Walmart has.
The response to that is, do you know how many Walmart employees themselves are not only on welfare, but they go on to spend their fucking welfare at Walmart?
I'm not even referring to
3 million
Walmart.
jobs worldwide.
The point being is capitalists distort the market so it's unfree. How could it be a free market if everybody in the market inherently wants to make it unfree because they want to rise to the top?
I'm watching you.
Everybody has the incentive to maintain a free market, then that's something that...
So let me go back. The reason why I said if all the money in the world were divided equally, it would return to the same pockets within 5 years. To me, it's because of market value, what value you bring to the place, your content.
Is this it? Let me see. This is an article from CNBC published November 19, 2020. Walmart and McDonald's are among top employers of Medicaid and food stamp beneficiary, report says. Key points. Walmart and McDonald's are among the top employers of beneficiaries of federal aid programs like Medicaid and food stamps, according to a study by the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office released Wednesday. The question of how much taxpayers contribute to maintaining basic living standards for employees at some of the nation's largest low-wage companies has long been a flashpoint in the debate over minimum wage laws and the ongoing effort to unionize these sectors. The report comes as Florida voted to increase its minimum wage over the next 6 years until it reaches $15 per hour.
Tax your
That's what he should have fucking hit him with.
Relationship, how hard you're working. All of those combined habits that you have.
That like the taxpayer ends up paying for the greed of capitalists because these capitalist companies do not want to increase their minimum wage. That burden gets shifted to the taxpayer, which affects PBD, which he should be against even as a fucking capitalist, because there should be more market forces exerted on the supply side in this instance.
Sure.
Because now everybody is paying not for the laziness of the fucking employees. So people are working there. People are working hard, but they're being underpaid. And now taxpayers are paying for that to pick up the slack of a fucking corporation.
In place, and also habits at the bottom. The habits at the bottom are not long-term thinking, it's short-term. When I didn't have any money and I was broke $49,000, if I had $500 to my name, we're driving on the freeway to go to Vegas to party for the weekend and come back. If I had a penny to my name, I'm having a blast. Until 25 years old, I changed my habits financially. Then things changed. But this point here that we're talking about with the wealth.
Some people are so...
How'd you change your habits financially? Give me like an elevator pitch for how you did that.
Far off from that point. They're so far in debt that small decisions would not alter.
It's not true.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not true.
You're just privileged and you've lived in a certain
You think
example.
I'm privileged.
Yes,
privileged.
You're privileged to become a millionaire because of your hard work. That's amazing.
I mean, PBD has called multiple people victims, has said that they're lying about the circumstances of abject poverty that they're subjected to, has doubted their mental illness and different disabilities. Like, he's allowed himself to do all of that. He is so ass mad and triggered at this guy being like, you're a millionaire, you're privileged. Oh, you think I'm privileged, huh?
True.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not true.
You're just privileged and you've lived in a certain
You think
example.
I'm privileged.
Yes.
I'm privileged.
You're privileged to become a millionaire because of your hard work. That's amazing. That's the only person.
You think I'm privileged? My dad wasn't privileged. Got him.
And out of money and went back to Iran. You're talking to a guy that would have done 20 years in the army. If one guy
if one guy would have called me
the
army is the government funding you.
I understand that, and I joined the army because I had given up on life.
Social programs. Absolutely.
I was not confident on what I could do, but I changed. So can you? Look at the way you're speaking to me.
I mean, you should have asked him, did the army pay for your education? Did that education help you? Do you think that you would have been able to make the same amount of money you make today were it not for your education in some way, shape, or form?
You can change.
I don't think PBD ever finished college, but getting him to admit, I was part of a government program that paid for some of my education would be a fucking W.
Work hard, but
do you know somebody like you? Do you know somebody like you that speaks this eloquently? If somebody gets a hold of you in real estate, insurance, finance, you can learn how to sell, and you can make some real good money.
Okay, so what? But if he doesn't have the prerequisites or the education for that, then he can't have that job.
Somebody like you that I'm watching.
Everybody's born with those bills.
And these people always complain about like school is a scam. You just get into student debt, but he knows that those fields only pay out the most of the people that are educated.
You have to be somebody who's white, tall, 6'4", whatever. They're much more
Eastern. I'm from Iran. Do you?
The dude is the definition of survivorship bias, but he got rich with an MLM. That's not inspirational, dude. I'm so pissed that we are an hour in. We have 43 minutes left, and nobody has brought up that he got fucking rich off of an MLM. if Jen got confronted with the union busting, I expect somebody to bring up the fact that PBD is a fucking scammer and that's how he made a good chunk of his wealth.
Think about
a lot of stuff that goes against me.
Okay, but many people have no choice to physically alter.
But that's an excuse language to be making. That's not a language.
If you never have the opportunity to compete because you're pre-designed.
I appreciate you being respectful. Truly, you need to know that. So, I'll be respectful to everybody.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate you for being respectful. Right now, everybody that's here, me changing your mind, it's not a very high likelihood.
Sure.
Okay, the audience that's watching, 40% of them are going to agree with what you say, what you say, what you say, what you say, and they hate me. 40% of the audience is going to agree with me. 20%
just pulled that out of his ass.
of the audience is in the middle saying, I don't know, man, what do you think I should do? Should I feel like a victim? Or
most Iranian monarchist diaspora came with wealth when they left Iran. I don't know if that's true. I know PBD's instance, he would be like, since he was like in a refugee camp when he left, that he would just, it wouldn't even matter if you could point to a broad statistic showing that to be the case. He would be like, well, I didn't do that and I still succeeded, so.
Or should I not make excuses? Or what is that guy saying? Or should I do this? And should I sympathize? The 20% that's watching this, that has a fighting chance, I'm hoping they realize they can do something about their lives. We're not going to be able to solve 100% of people's problems, unfortunately.
I don't think people should keel over, but that doesn't mean most people have an equal competitive advantage to some.
I think everybody has a certain gift to offer.
Somebody like me is more privileged inherently.
I think everybody listening to her present, she could be a lawyer. Listening to her present, she's got fire in her belly. Everybody here's got a gift. Every single person here's got a gift. Whether they choose to use it in...
Okay, but what are the restraining things? Why, if she has a gift and yet she's not succeeding in the marketplace, it's almost like PBD. There are other factors that restrict people's ability to make money in a capitalist system, and it does not come down solely to skill. It comes down to access to education and wealth in the first place.
Way to help them advance in life. That's not my fault.
Not everybody
can
afford to increase their market value.
You can.
No, I don't think you should say that. You shouldn't say not everybody can afford to do that. You should ask, how are they supposed to get this? I thought you were against people taking on a bunch of student debt. Do you? And it sounds like you think that college is an indoctrination machine. Are you at least going to acknowledge that getting a college degree will reliably increase people's wealth?
Not everybody.
Well, we respectfully disagree.
I appreciate you.
Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Surrounded is currently cast.
Capitalism doesn't value every gift. That's the other thing. There's lots of talented people in this world that are never going to make a fucking penny and be a starving artist because they may be talented, they may be skilled, they may be proficient in a specific area, but guess what? So are a lot of people, and it's extremely competitive. So it doesn't only come down to skill. It also comes down to how much demand there is for a particular skill in the first place.
The U.S. is more socialist than capitalist today. If you hate the system, you're anti-socialist.
Big brain. Big brain premise.
Hello.
You're back at it again.
Yep. Yeah, so I think it's super important here for
Dina, that's her name.
Alike, but for the audience in general to define what these terms are. And I think the best way to do it would be to look at the theorists, right? Over history, we've seen communism and socialism talked about by governments and by, I guess, programs, but we never actually read the actual theory. And what theorists all agree on is that
Zena has read all theory.
That socialism would be a transitionary state between capitalism and communism, where the means of production are specific.
He keeps repeating you've been brainwashed with the premise that education doesn't teach you how to become an independent thinker, but instead education is designed as an indoctrination machine. That's why I wish somebody would drill him down on, are you making the recommendation that people go to school and get higher education or not? And how does he, if he says no, then how does he reconcile the fact that lawyers and doctors who have lots of education are some of the wealthiest workers in the country outside, because if you think people should become doctors and lawyers, then you're saying that they should get education.
Specifically owned by workers, not privately. The idea.
Yeah, who told you this? Did you consider they may have lied to you?
That any country, that socialism would be a transitionary state between capitalism and communism, where the means of production are specifically owned by workers, not privately. The idea that any country now is anywhere near socialist, let alone communist, would simply be ridiculous and it wouldn't reflect theory whatsoever.
What is the definition of communism to you?
Stateless, moneyless, classless society.
And you prefer that?
Yeah. So I think that we should be moving towards
communism.
Yes.
If we were under communism and you had to describe capitalism to somebody, why the fuck would anybody ever accept it? You mean that everybody so the surplus value of my labor is going to go upwards to somebody else who didn't do it, and all of the wealth will eventually be concentrated in the hands of a fewer and fewer amount of people. Why would anybody want that?
Stateless, moneyless class of society.
So you don't think a person like me should exist with the amount of wealth that I have?
Yeah, because I think that we're getting to this point where we're creating fake scarcity for people like you to accumulate the wealth that you have on the basis of private ownership.
Okay, so you're not even not capitalist. You're definitely not capitalist. You're not socialist. You want to go full communism.
So what do you think that looks like, though, is a thing, right? So what Marx actually wanted was for us to reach a point where we no longer have the scarcity of resources that has kind of predicted, history as it looks like now. It wouldn't happen now. It would happen as we automate. At this point in time, we can decommodify housing and food and education for around 5% of the government budget. That's 1/5, a little bit over 1/5 of what we spend on the military.
Stateless, so there wouldn't be police. Lev in YouTube chat, do you think that Karl Marx was a huge fan of cops? No.
Already. We don't, because we were living in the state where it almost seems utopian that things like food and shelter.
How old were you the first time you thought you wanted to be a communist? How old were you the first time?
Is that a response to any of the statistics?
No, because the statistics are against you.
The statistics.
It's never worked. There's so many Cubans that moved to Miami. They love their country. They hate the politics.
Oh my God.
In Russia, they even run away from communism.
And he feels solidarity with the Cubans because Iranians pretty much are the Cubans of the Middle East.
Because it didn't work. It killed so many people.
Because that almost like it wasn't communist.
It's almost
was there a state?
amateurish
Yes,
to
there
debate
was. Was there class?
Communistic
yes,
argument.
there was. It's almost like you're not replying to any of the statistics that I've presented to you. I think that's the biggest problem.
You're a dictator telling me what dreams should be.
Dictators would not be allowed under communism.
Dictators.
The audacity of a fucking MAGA Trump supporter, this dipshit, saying that you're the one who actually supports a dictatorship.
End up, of course, running communism.
But they weren't.
If somebody's taxing 100%, what is a dictatorship?
So again, how much money do you think
somebody's taxing 100%? What is a dictatorship? Dude, I cannot believe that. Okay, if she's the theory head, she should point out, you're so worried about taxation. Why aren't you worried about the surplus value of labor?
How much money?
Taxes. What is communism?
How much money
That's
do you
dictatorship.
think? How much money do you think would it take to, I don't know, allow everyone food, shelter, water, and education in this country?
How much money would it take?
Yeah.
But going back to your question here with communism, stay on that point there with communism.
Nothing I say is responded
but I'm trying to find
out
from you here. You're saying communism is not dictatorship.
No.
Define dictatorship.
Yeah, so when one person or one small entity, is able to, enforce its will on the people.
Oh, your question? How about this other? He's pretty much answered every single question of hers with another question or pivoting.
We have a private ownership. Yep. When we have a system based on private ownership, that's what happens every single time.
That's dictatorship?
Yeah, so we
dictatorship as private ownership?
Yeah, so private
So let me get this straight.
Ownership.
Under communism, under communism, doesn't Elon Musk exist?
Yeah, no.
No, so that's dictatorship.
She needs to have one of these stats that, like, you're telling me that it's not a dictatorship or coercive in any way, shape, or form to have only like 1,000 people hold like 60% of wealth in the United States.
Dictatorship. Thank you.
That's completely incorrect.
Meanwhile, in a country, again, 340 million people, over half of the wealth is concentrated like here. You don't think that that's like in any way, shape, or form some form of authoritarianism?
Capitalism, we don't have, the freedom for people to...
You do.
Okay,
of course you do.
Under capitalism, right? We don't see that the commodification.
Would you consider China communism right now?
Would you consider China communism right now? Shelter or water or education when we can with 5% of the budget. Why don't we see that?
Would you consider China communism?
Why haven't you answered any of my questions?
Would you consider
Why haven't you responded to any of my statistics?
Would you consider China communism?
It's almost like we're not having a conversation and you're talking at me and not with me.
We are having a conversation where you have an argument that's been proven that it's not worked.
It's almost like
her argument has already been proven elsewhere, debunked by other people. Not by PBD, of course. Not that he can bring up or recall any of those arguments that have thoroughly debunked all of her points, before she's even made them.
Gave you a definition of communism for you to critique, and you haven't been able to.
If it's such a great system, why are other nations
It hasn't happened yet because we've never been at a point for it to happen.
Because we've not found a noble person that can do it the right way. That's not a dictator.
If you were to read the plain text of Marx, we would see that he wanted us to reach.
I've read Communist Manifesto. I've gone through it.
I promise you, if you have, you wouldn't have said that capitalism today is socialist.
Have you read Wealth of Nations?
Yeah, so I've read Das Kapital. I've read the Communist Manifesto as well, Engels' Collective Works, etc. What do you think, if you think that communism is in any way us having wages or us having, a privatized music production, you don't know what it is.
You choose my dreams, and I refuse to do that.
Who are you arguing with?
I mean, she should have said, yeah, hell yeah, it's a dictatorship, but of the fucking proletariat, bitch. You gotta just lean into it sometimes. When you're fucking talking to a clown like this, fuck it.
Where do you get that from?
What do you mean?
Well, haven't.
Better than being ruled by a few fucking wealthy capitalist pigs. Like, literally just lean into the memes because it's a shit show at that point. Who cares? Just clip farm. But I think she's too nice to do that.
Well, let's go. Justin, nice to meet you.
Justin, good to meet you.
How you doing, Patrick?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. So I need to pick your brain a little bit. You're saying U.S. is large.
Has he considered someone lied to him? It would be funny for someone to just troll him and be at, like conducting themselves the way that he conducts himself. Oh, PBD, you were like, oh, you like capitalism? You were brainwashed by capitalists naturally. Here I am. I'm here to enlighten you.
Socialist. I want to focus on the word largely. So why do you believe it is largely socialist?
Because 68% or so of the money that we take in goes towards entitlement programs.
Did you know socialism is when taxation?
So I think one of the things that is going to be major to me, it's like Zena was touching on earlier, is going to be the fact that socialism is a big part of it. Is going.
It's
to
like, do you like cops? Do you think the cops are a socialist institution, dude? You think the army is a socialist, and the U.S. military is a socialist institution?
Workers owning the means of productions. When we have President Biden, for example,
the people here really think we'd be better off without police. Lev, are you new here?
Telling that the railroad
Chats, what do we think of cops here? Anybody big fans of cops? Speak up. Do we think Blue Lives Matter here?
Railroad strikers.
Make yourselves known.
For them to strike.
We have somebody in YouTube chat who's confused about how people feel about cops here.
That is much of a workplace democracy.
Did you have a question, or you're just saying the fact that you don't agree with President Biden and what he said?
I'm just saying a core tenet of socialism is the workers owning the means of production. So the workers currently do not own the means of production. So why do you believe it is largely socialist?
So you're saying the workers should own the means of production?
That is correct.
Okay, so to you,
I mean, you're the one that said this fucking country is more socialist than capitalist, whatever the fuck that means.
The definition of socialism.
That is a core tenet of it.
What else would you define as socialism? I'm curious.
There's a lot of different things. It's like Zena was touching on as well. Moneyless, stateless classes society. But I think more important than not, workers owning the means of production and workplace democracy.
Are you more socialist?
They're the same term, man. Marx used them interchangeably.
Well, the only difference I would put is because where I see in America, I think we are extremely getting close to being a socialistic nation with the amount of taxes that we have in place right now.
That's great.
But at least under communism, I can't survive. I would prefer us staying at the 10% tax rate. I think we're paying way too much taxes.
Why would you not be able to survive?
I wouldn't be able to pursue my dreams that I have in place under communism. My mother's family, they were part of the Two-Day Party. The Two-Day Party in Iran was a communist party. They had escaped Armenia.
Wait, what is this, Lord? PBD's mom was a communist?
To pursue my dreams that I have in place under communism. My mother's family, they were part of the Two-Day Party. The Two-Day Party in Iran was a communist party. They had escaped Armenia and Russia and came down to Iran, and they pursued communism. I grew up in a family where everything was about the rich are greedy, the rich people are bad, the rich people are this, and the rich people are that.
Okay, what is this? The Two-Day Party of Iran is an Iranian Marxist-Leninist Communist Party, MLs, formed in 1941 with Soleiman Mirza Eskandari as its head. It had considerable influence in its early years and played an important role during Mohammad Mossadegh's, I don't know how to say his name, sorry, campaign to nationalize the Anglo-Persian Oil Company and his term as prime minister. From the Iran crisis of 46 onward, Tudeh became a pro-Soviet organization and remained prepared to carry out the dictates of the Kremlin, even if it meant sacrificing Iranian political independence and sovereignty. The crackdown that followed the 1953 coup against Mossadegh is said to have destroyed the party. Although a remnant persisted, the party still exists but has remained much weaker as a result of its banning in Iran and mass arrests by the Islamic Republic in 1982, as well as the execution of political prisoners in 1988. Today, it identified itself as the historical offshoot of the Communist Party of Persia. If only he knew about this, if only I had known about this, I'd be like, did you support when they started like executing, like mass arresting these people and like banning the party?
That. My dad's side, they were imperialist. My dad's side, they said, poor people are lazy. So one side, rich people are greedy. The other side, poor people are lazy. Who's right?
I would say that neither are right, of course.
I would say both are right and wrong, is what I would say.
Both are right.
And wrong. Both are right and wrong. Because I do believe there are extremely greedy rich people. And I do believe there are extremely lazy poor people. But I also believe there's a lot of hardworking poor people that are working, but they haven't found a way to get out of it. I agree with that as well.
So that's actually a major point right there. They're not able to get out of it.
You can get out of it. You could actually get out of it.
But you just said they're not able to.
No, because they're choosing not to develop.
They choose not to. They can't because they choose.
Just made an offer for a book recommendation here, so I'm not interested. If I sit there and somebody's giving you feedback and saying, what about if you think about finding ways to improve your life?
Offer me that book then. I'll check it out.
You read the book?
Sure, why not?
I'll give you a handful of them.
We'll talk about this
I'll
after
give it to you afterwards.
Yeah,
but all the point I'm trying to make to you is, if you can exist under a capitalistic society, and I can exist under a capitalistic society, so can she. But
okay, we can both exist under a socialistic society.
Not under communistic, and under socialism, the incentive would be bad. Think about it this way.
Incentive is high under socialism as well, but that's not what we're doing.
During COVID, take the two states, California and New York. They lost $1 trillion of wealth that left. Do you know where they went to?
Where did they go to?
They went to Texas, Nevada, Florida, Tennessee. You know why? Because it's a better climate for entrepreneurs. Today, if you look at New York City, you know Mamdani.
That's just how the market works.
You know who Mamdani is.
I understand how
you know who Mamdani is.
Mamdani, the goat.
From New York. Zoran's up there saying he doesn't believe billionaires should exist.
Correct.
I hope he wins. I hope he wins. You know why? Because he says, I don't believe billionaires should exist, and he's going to be the mayor of a city that has the most billionaires in America, 123. I hope he wins so we can see what happens to New York when the billionaires leave. When
PBD is a Zoran supporter confirmed. Critical support for Mamdani. PBD is an accelerationist.
Here's who's going to pay the price.
We have gotten a PBD endorsement of Mamdani before the majority of the Democratic establishment, folks. It's happened.
People that are left behind who were taking advantage of the taxes that billionaires were paying, you think the government's going to change their budget and expenditure?
When there's a $30 minimum wage, I can't imagine that
Middle America's going to take the biggest hit if billionaires leave the state of New York.
Oh, bring up the big, beautiful bill.
We'll see. Oh, you're back.
Hello.
How are you? Good to see you.
Why is it that, again, this is a point that he will never address, even if it's brought up, but how good can the economic system be if just a few billionaires leave New York City, the entire economy collapses? Why is that way, PBD? Why is that the state of affairs? Why would that be a good way to have an economy organized?
See you.
Learn a bit more.
Okay.
Firstly, I want to start by saying that the U.S. is not largely socialist, because that's not what socialism is. Socialism is social or collective ownership by the workers or a community of the means of production, right? So we're talking about like city-run grocery stores, or we're talking about worker cooperatives, or even in some cases credit unions, where a local community owns the bank that they take part in, right? That's what socialism is. Socialism is not when the government does stuff for you. It's not when they build roads. That happens under capitalist economies. That happens under socialist economies. But I'm also not sure you entirely know what capitalism is. And if it's okay, I'd like to ask a couple questions about your job.
Sure.
Because you're offering that. I know that you're Valuetainment, right? You run a YouTube podcast. Mm-hmm. You also run PHP Agency, right?
Yep.
Yes. And you sell life insurance policies, right?
Life insurance and annuities.
Yes. I read an article by the Daily Beast which argued that you make more money from recruitment fees to get people to work for you than you make money from selling those policies.
Finally, yes. Hunter, I think that's his name, my boy, bringing up the fact that he is a fucking MLM huckster. Come on.
Capitalism is when you provide a service and sell the labor of yourself or the person who works for you in return for money. But you're not really doing that, right? You're selling being part of the company through recruitment fees. I'm not sure that's capitalism.
How familiar are you with the insurance industry?
Pretty familiar.
Are you?
Yes.
You've been in the industry before?
No, my grandfather was, and I asked him a lot of questions.
So in the insurance industry, when you're in it,
yes,
you get paid by selling life insurance policies, and you get paid by selling annuities.
Yes.
We built a distribution channel of a company right after I left Morgan Stanley and Transamerica. We started the insurance company. We grew it, helping middle-income families who didn't have another opportunity to create wealth for themselves. I just came back from our event.
He's a job creator.
Hold on, I'm not sure that's correct, though.
It is, though.
It's not correct, though, because what do you make more money from?
I just came back from. We don't make more money from recruiting.
I read the Daily Beast article that did that. I also watched CoffeeZilla's debate with you, where they pulled up receipts that the majority of the employees of your company don't make.
Oh, PBD debated CoffeeZilla on this? Hold on. Might be watching this after. PBD. Won't even put like. Oh shit! For like 3 hours 4 years ago. Holy fuck. Okay. But there's like a 13-minute video on this.
Once seen
I never even heard of this.
As the new way.
Okay. Well, I want to finish this, but then we'll do that after.
Make any
Here's
money.
a question for you. Here's a question for you. Bring up CoffeeZilla.
Yeah.
Daily Beast is a different story. Go to CoffeeZilla.
Sure, of course.
Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? What do you think? Do you
I think that it's not really capitalist.
Hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on CoffeeZilla? They were actually
Do
very
you think if I was lying, I would be this confident? Yes.
strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation.
And you say you're a big PBD head. I know this is embarrassing for me that I don't know about it like a time that he got fucking owned, apparently.
We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on. Their claims that only 1% or 2% make and nobody makes it in insurance, they're right. Most people don't make it in insurance. Just like most people who move to California don't make it in Hollywood.
So I believe
and
the
most people
technical
don't make it in real.
And they're choosing to.
When you make more money from getting people to be part of a company than from actually selling a service is called a multi-level marketing scheme. Do you think that that's
No,
a
that's
fair
not what it is.
characterization
Not at all.
of your company? Why not?
Do you know what multi-level is?
Yes, I know. It's where you make more
Multi-level,
money from, it's sort of like
that's
a
not the
pyramid scheme
definition.
wherein you make more money from getting people to be part of it and selling them to be part of the company.
A pyramid scheme doesn't have a product. That's criminal.
Herbalife had a product. Why pyramid schemes do have products? It's not that. It's not that they don't have a product. It's that they make the majority of the money through like recruitment.
Multi-level marketing company is more like an Amway, an Herbalife, a New Skin, those companies.
But
because it pays you.
You just said they don't have a product, and then you pointed to companies that have products that were MLMs.
Making more money from getting people to be part of your company than you are from making money from actually providing a service.
That's not true. It's a claim by Daily Beast. By the way, do you know what equality of earnings is?
Yes.
What's equality of earnings? Tell everybody what equality of earnings is. Go ahead.
Fair point. The quality of earnings isn't that like the value that's produced from when you make the money? Like how much from the labor that's produced, or am I wrong?
What is quality of earnings?
I gave you what I think the definition is.
Okay. So quality of earnings is I sit there and I want to sell the business.
This is such a fucking you think you're such a fucking smart dude, huh? Define this, define that, and then you just position yourself as some sort of resident expert on whatever it is because you can define the terms that you're bringing up. Sure.
To you.
Yeah.
You make an
You have to be like, no. What does that have to do with the topic at hand?
offer of $250 million. Okay. I tell you, this is my business. Here's how much profit we make. You leave and you say, great, let's make a deal. I'll pay you $250 million.
Really quick, I want to see this Daily Beast article. George W. Bush, Kobe Bryant, Jordan Peterson promote multi-level marketing company. This was published May 30th, 2019. Let's see. Former President George W. Bush, basketball star Kobe Bryant, and right-wing Canadian professor Jordan Peterson will lend their famous names to this summer to a multi-level insurance marketing company that critics say is better at getting money from its own recruits than it is at selling insurance. They are scheduled to speak in late July at the People Helping People's Conference, an annual event organized by insurance company PHP Agency. They'll be joined by Oakland Athletics executive Billy Beane, who inspired the Michael Lewis book Moneyball. Representatives for the speakers didn't respond to requests for comment. The conference lineup became public through the poster announcing their appearance, which features a logo that's nearly identical to the symbol for the Autobots, the good robots from Transformers. The poster features the celebrities arranged around PHP's agency CEO, Patrick Bet-David, our fave, a star in YouTube's business motivation community who has amassed more than 1 million followers on his YouTube channel. PHP Agency is a multi-level marketing company, meaning that it makes its money when people recruit lower-ranking members, who then funnel their sales commissions upwards. Agents move up through the ranks based on their recruitment rates, according to a 2016 PHP fact sheet on compensations and promotional guidelines. 404, unfortunately. But much of PHP's income appears to come from fees paid by the recruits themselves, according to complaints filed with the Better Business Bureau. Its PHP page is littered with complaints. Multiple people complain that someone had persuaded them to join their... so someone made a bad choice, it sounds? Doesn't sound like Patrick Bet-David's problem. Sounds like a you problem. It's also not an indictment of his company or the services that they promote. had persuaded them to join their insurance team and pay $150 for training material, quote unquote, plus a monthly recurring fee of $14.95. A Reddit forum devoted to discussions of multi-level marketing companies is filled with similar horror stories about the company, with tales of PHP agents pressuring friends and family members to pay initiation fees to join the company and savings squandered on PHP agency trainings. Bet David, PHP CEO, told the Daily Beast that his company doesn't do multi-level marketing. Do you think I would talk to the Daily Beast if I was really doing this? Do you think I would do that? They tell lies. There's nothing wrong about our model that's multi-level marketing, Bet David said. Bet David denied that his company participated in the practices that former sales associates complained about to Better Business Bureau, citing industry regulations. Think about the most regulated industry out there. It's this industry. Bet David said, so how can it be a pyramid scheme? By lending their reputations to PHP agency, experts say celebrities like Bush and Peterson are bolstering the business's legitimacy in the eyes of its recruits, which 100% it did. And they don't give a fuck because they're going to give check to do it. That was good. LOL, you guys like my Patrick Bet-David impression? I fucking bombed my IRI impression because I couldn't think of something that he would say. I can do impressions, see? That's a big game the companies play, said Douglas Brooks, an attorney who has filed lawsuits against multi-level marketing companies, who is a board member of watchdog group Pyramid Scheme Alert. They find some celebrity endorser who will speak at a convention, so that gives them the air of legitimacy. People will say, well, I don't really understand this business, but if Mr. X is involved, hey, it must be okay. Multi-level marketing companies rely on recruiting endless new chains of subordinate sales associates, according to Brooks, meaning that people who have already paid to join the company are increasing their own pool of competition. A PHP agency brochure promoting this company calculates that even a part-time associate could make more than $23,000, while noting in tiny print below the income figures are hypothetical and not based on actual results. But surely it will lead to those sorts of profit margins, right? It's like a lottery, Brooks said. A few people are going to win, but most are going to lose. Robert Fitzpatrick, the president of Pyramid Scheme Alert, said big-name conference speakers like Bush and Peterson are key to reassuring members of multi-level marketing companies that they aren't wasting their time on training fees. The speaker's reputation can lend the programs a sense of legitimacy that their own business models can't provide. The speaker's reputation can lend the program a sense of legitimacy. Oh, wait. You're not really thinking, how in God's name am I going to sell life insurance? Fitzpatrick said. It diverts you from due diligence. Bush isn't the first president to make money from a multi-level marketing scheme. Former President Bill Clinton gave a speech to Amway in 2013. I didn't even know this. Of course he fucking did. And Donald Trump endorsed 2 multi-level marketing companies before becoming president. Shocker. Peterson is the psychologist who first made his name. Well, we know that. While Peterson has built his reputation on offering life advice, his appearance at the PHP agency convention promises to lend an air of respectability to a business that experts say nearly everyone involved will lose money on. The point of the meeting is to keep people involved in the business, Brooks said. It's one thing to recruit someone to start, but in order for the whole thing to work, you've got to keep those people in it for as long as possible. You've got to keep people in it until they've wiped out their bank accounts. In responses on the Better Business Bureau website, PHP agency representatives pushed back against the allegations of illegal activity, calling the company a legal and highly reputable company that has been in business successfully for over 9 years. Many of the people who complained about an unexpected $150 charge said they received a refund. One of PHP's first celebrity endorsements came from then Fox News host Glenn Beck, who declared that the company empowers those who still believe in the American dream. Previous PHP agency conventions have featured comedian Kevin Hart and former hockey star Wayne Gretzky. These meetings are central to the messaging, and the messaging is a kind of utopian cult vision of life, with that financial scheme as the only vehicle that can deliver you into this heaven on earth, Fitzpatrick said. How is this even legal? It's not. It's not illegal.
We shake on it. Then you validate whether it is worth that or not by going and paying a big company a few $100,000 to check the quality.
So same deal as like having someone look at the quality of the gold that you're going to buy.
PwC came and they do a quality of earnings to say, is this company really worth this? They get to make a decision whether the company is truly doing what your Daily Beast claims to do.
The value comes from your brand. It comes from going on podcasts like that, even when they expose the business model, because you're not selling.
Do you know what ended up happening? Don't make claims you don't know about.
Do you know what you're selling?
Do you know what ended up happening?
You know what you're selling.
Don't make claims you don't know about.
Do you know what ended up happening?
Do you know what you're selling?
The company
you're selling your personal
buying,
brand. You're selling the idea, because when you're offering people here jobs, right? You're saying that they would have to pay you money to get that. So in reality, you're trying to convince them to pay you money to be part of your
claims
company.
Of defaming. Be very careful defaming when you don't know the facts.
You have a
oh my God, what a fucking snowflake, dude! You're defaming me right now.
Very careful. No. Be very careful.
Have a recruitment fee.
Be very careful making.
Threaten to sue his ass. PBD, do it. You look awesome.
Claim when you said people here have to pay to work at our company.
It's recruitment
Be very
fee.
careful. No,
Right?
those are two different things.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Tatiana.
Tatiana?
Yeah,
Good to
Anya,
meet you.
but yes. And your name's Patrick, right?
It is.
And I don't know a lot about you before coming
That's
in
even
today. But
Thank God. Even God forbid you would have interfaced with the Daily Beast article or seen me embarrass myself against CoffeeZilla, apparently.
why do you use socialism and capitalism like in this instance? I've noticed a lot of people have defined the vast differences, but you're insisting that we're still like a more socialist. Like,
Tell me this compensation structure makes sense. Well, yeah, it makes sense to PBD because it makes them the most amount of money, obviously. What the hell is this, man? Is this where it says like a hypothetical? This is based on like hypothetical and not actual data. Go, I want this to go away. So level 1, trainee at 30% commission, complete new associate agreement, complete week 1 of PHP system flow, qualify for fast start school. Level 2, associate at 40% commission, 3 direct business partners that you probably had to recruit, 3 sales, 3,000 points within 30 days. And then level 3 is a field associate. You're a licensed, 1 direct associate, 15 base recruits, 15 sales, 30,000 points. The Great Equalizer bonus program. Sounds like communism to me. This type of shit isn't the whole thing with the pyramid scheme that like after the 3rd level it's literally like you run out of people to even fucking recruit to?
country, why are you insisting
So
upon
that's
that?
a fair question. So for me, there's different definitions you can have. Under communism, to me, it's 100% taxes, meaning I can't go create my own property. If I want to build a billion-dollar company, I can't do it under communism. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I guess it is.
You have to say you're not gonna have you don't have private property rights, sure.
It is. Okay. Yeah. So capitalism, I would ideally like to see taxes between 10 to 30% max. I'd like a flat tax, but somewhere between 10 to 30%, because I still do think there's certain things that the government needs to do. Military protection, certain things. Socialism to me is 30%.
Convenient that the thing it needs to do is the program that he participated in.
From me without my choice to use it for things where we get to 68% of entitlement programs, I'm not a fan of that.
Okay, so let's talk about where we're at. I believe you said reasonable wage and minimum wage. But what about a livable wage? And we haven't really talked.
I mean, why don't they ask him, like, if we really have this huge social safety net in the United States, why do we have so much fucking homelessness, dude? How come people aren't living off of this, like, you know, the welfare?
About livable wages because they
what
kind
do
of
you think about minimum wage? So what do you think minimum wage should be?
So I think we have a long way to go.
Okay.
I'm not really a big fan of these little increment things, especially when it's not like rent. It's, you know, stopping and leveling out. It's like it's, you know, far exceeding what most people
I don't disagree,
you know,
for
make.
sure. Yep.
And so I'm just wondering how you still can sit here and say that when I know you like to talk about you came up from Haagen-Dazs and all this other stuff.
In Glendale Galleria, 20 minutes
It's so funny that she said that, not like, oh, you're a refugee from Iran. You came up from Haagen-Dazs.
away
Great,
from here.
love that for you. But we're talking about where you are today and where I am, a majority of these people in the room.
PBD genuinely delighted by like TikTok quips.
And I
love that for you.
Yes, we can
Okay.
change, but I think that there's certain systems.
Are you
in
talking
place.
minimum wage? You want to address the minimum wage
talk
topic?
minimum wage, but I like to say livable wage
Okay.
because I think they're
What do
two
you
very
think it
different
should
things.
be? What do you think it should be?
I think that we should go per state.
Again, point out that when wealthy corporations do not pay their workers what they ought to be paid, then they are subjected to, then they live in poverty. They need to be government recipients of welfare, which you pay for. That's what needs to be pointed out. That's why it's important for corporations to, quote unquote, pay their fair share, not just with respect to taxation, but also as far as them paying their workers a living wage so that we all don't have to deal with the burden of that.
Every state is different in
Give me
terms
a
of what
number.
they can
Where do you
have.
live? You live in
I
California?
live in California.
What do you think
so
it should be?
Based
Minimum
on the
wage.
MIT living wage calculator, it's an actual livable wage calculator. It's $27.81 should be the starting, and then if you have kids and so forth, then you can like go up from there.
Okay.
But starting at about $27
So
hourly.
let's look at case studies of what happened. California chose to increase the minimum wage for fast food.
PBD's only 46. I'm not surprised by that. I thought he was older and just looked younger, actually, but I'm not surprised he's 46.
Restaurant workers. Do you know what happened in the state of California? Mass exodus. People left and went different places. You know what? To increase the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 an hour. Restaurant workers. Do you know what happened in the state of California?
Explain why McDonald's in fucking Sweden is able to pay their employees like $27 an hour and also offer them paid sick leave, family leave, and maternity leave.
California, mass exodus. People left.
I guess family leave and maternity leave are the same thing, but you know what I'm getting at.
From places. You know what restaurant owners did? Like, I can't compete with these guys if you raise the minimum wage. But the challenge with minimum wage is also the following. So say there's two companies. You have Walmart, okay, in Bakersfield, pick a city, and you have a different supermarket that's been in the same family for 60 years. The governor here says we're going to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. Who do you think can afford it? The market that's been within a family, the small business, or you think Walmart? Who do you think can afford to go to $20 an hour minimum wage?
So that's why.
Rooney, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you for the quality commentary. I appreciate it.
I think we have to factor in other systems other than capitalism. I think you're kind of making the point that's been made a few times today where we can't just look at one thing.
No, this hasn't been made. The point I'm making here is anytime a Bernie Sanders gets up and says, let's raise the minimum wage for $15, and he was caught in his campaign not paying his own workers $15, $13 an hour, and he had to talk about it and apologize that even a guy that's a socialist wasn't paying a minimum wage. But if you raise it to $15, Amazon celebrates. Okay. Walmart celebrates. Do you know why? Because the employers from this supermarket that have been working for this family for the longest time, they can't afford to pay that. So they leave and go to Amazon and Walmart. What happens? The bigger companies keep getting bigger. The small businesses go out of business because of minimum wage.
Okay, so you mentioned Bernie Sanders. I didn't mention him. Cool for Bernie Sanders. Whatever. Do you pay a livable...
Correct. Don't fucking engage. This is not about cult of personality shit. This is not about individual people. Get right back to the point.
Wage or a minimum wage for your employees?
There's not a single soul in our company that I pay $15 an hour or $20 an hour.
Okay, so...
He's so proud to say that.
Are you paying them livable wages, though?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know valuetainment employees, and I can tell you right now, it is not all diamonds.
Based on your standards or based on like the stats?
Because of my choice.
So you're determining what people's livable wages are?
No, I look at the marketplace and I see what's going on, and I get to pick and choose what percentile.
I mean, he should ask them, are all of your employees, do all of your employees make a living wage? Are any of them in poverty? Do you think any of them are dependent upon any government programs?
Of people I want to hire. Do I want to hire bottom 10%, 25%, 50%? I'll pay a little bit more because I want to get somebody that's got a little bit more experience.
Okay.
Your business can't pay workers. You probably shouldn't have a business. Not to these fucking people.
Okay.
Titania?
Titania.
Thank you.
Hi again, Patrick.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Can you remind me again why you think this country is largely socialist?
Out of the $4.9 trillion of revenue that we get in, 4.9, 68% goes to entitlement programs. That's the reason why I say America's socialism.
Do you think that we should have a say in where our taxpayer dollars go?
That's why we have elections.
Okay.
And you vote for it. Yeah.
So you agree that we should have a say in where our taxpayer dollars go?
If you're asking me who should have a right to vote, I would change the system in a major way of who would have the right to vote.
Oh my God.
You're asking me a question.
I'm not asking you who should have the right to vote. Right. I'm asking you, do you think that our taxpayer dollars should be dictated by us? Where that goes?
Election allows you to vote and decide who you want to be your candidate.
Absolutely. Okay. So I would argue that the biggest handouts go to billionaires because we give billions and billions of dollars in subsidies to billionaires every single year. Elon Musk just got a huge raise. Not sure why. He's worth over like hundreds of billions.
Because he works hard and he deserves it and he's super smart.
Dollars.
You're talking, be specific. You're talking about SpaceX?
I'm talking about SpaceX, Tesla.
He says it sounds like, are you talking about space sex?
You're talking, be specific. You're talking about SpaceX?
I'm talking about SpaceX,
you're
Tesla.
Talking
I'm talking about the companies that we fund as taxpayers. So why did we never vote for that?
Why did you never vote for the money going to some of these companies?
Do you see an issue with the fact that we as taxpayers didn't have a say in, first of all, electing this tech oligarch?
Once you elect somebody...
deciding where our taxpayer dollars go.
Once you elect who you elect, what they do next, You don't have a say during that time.
We didn't elect
until
him.
the next election. No, I'm talking Congress, Senate. They make a decision on who.
Like, didn't Elon only get wealthier from being in office? I'm pretty sure the same Forbes article that talked about how Trump's like net worth is like increased massively also increased Elon Musk's.
Give the money to and they approve.
But he's been getting this amount of subsidies through every administration. I'm not just referring to the Trump administration.
Let's talk about how he's done. Okay, so the NASA was shut down many years ago. Okay, since then, how has NASA done? Trying to find a way to go to space. What has SpaceX done? SpaceX
What
has
has
been
NASA
able
done?
to do.
What has
NASA's done far more than SpaceX, dude. Are you serious? And earlier, somebody like he was like, "You need capitalism for incentive and stuff like that." It's like, yeah, well, NASA, like we went to the NASA has a bunch of achievements that weren't driven by profit.
Go to space.
NASA gave us the satellite, which you use every time you use your phone.
If you let me finish, NASA versus
She tried to ask him questions. He immediately got defensive because he didn't want to be led down a path, which is what he tries to do with all of these people by asking them questions. And now he's asking her questions, and when she tries to respond, he still cuts her off.
SpaceX. Elon Musk, as much as you hate him, Elon Musk was able to go to space for 1/20th of a cost because government organizations.
Elon Musk has the ability to eradicate extreme poverty in this country, and he chooses to send rockets into space and make extremely ugly cars that we never actually funded.
Believe it or not, most liberals drive his cars. So.
Well, I would say the Cybertrucks. It's a poor decision aesthetically.
The Cybertruck.
Is that even true?
I'm not discussing the aesthetic.
What? Well, he said trucks. He probably means the cars. I guess because it's an electric car.
Of his products.
It's so funny because when you say what you say about, say, the Democratic side on the climate change side, the guy that's worked towards that the most, you guys loved him till he supported Trump. Elon was your favorite 8 years ago until he supported Trump. The moment he went into Trump, this guy's a horrible guy. This guy's a terrible guy.
To be fair, I've hated Elon Musk consistently
from day
my
one.
adult life, and I also think that he is someone who has benefited immensely from the government. That's why I find hypocrisy in what you're saying.
I don't disagree in that side.
He's benefited immensely from the exploitation of labor overseas. He's benefited immensely from his extremely aggressive union tactics.
Emma always hated Elon. I'm surprised she doesn't. You know, these people. If you want to talk about like just bringing up like low shit, they should talk about when he fucking like slandered that guy as like a pedophile. The one, hold on.
Tactics. So I'm saying like, why
is he a net positive to you for society?
Is he a net positive for me personally?
Is he a net positive for society, not for you?
I wouldn't say so.
You don't think he is?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Who to you is a net positive to society? Bernie Sanders?
I would.
What is it? He was cleared of wrongdoing because there was a lawsuit over this, but he like called him a pedo guy. Elon Musk testifies that pedo guy tweet was meant to be an insult, not a statement of fact. Tesla CEO Elon Musk lashed out and called one of the rescuers of the boys soccer team trapped in the Thai cave pedo guy because he felt insulted by the man. That was what Musk and his lawyer argued Tuesday as Musk testified in a defamation suit brought by the rescuer. On July 15, 2018, Musk tweeted pedo guy in reference to Vernon Unsworth, one of the people involved in the Thai cave rescue that saved 12 boys and their soccer coach that same month. Musk took the stand for about 4 hours in LA on Tuesday and argued that he did not intend for the words pedo guy to be a statement of fact, but rather as an insult after Unsworth provoked him. He provoked me into calling him a pedophile. Unsworth sued Musk in September 2018 for defamation, seeking punitive and compensatory damages. His legal team's opening statement, attorney Taylor Wilson said, Unsworth brought this lawsuit against Musk for accusing him of being a pedophile in what should have been one of the proudest moments of his life. Instead, Musk brought the British man who helped in the cave rescue shame, Wilson said. But Musk and his legal team cast the billionaire as the victim. Musk's tweet on July 15th came after CNN published a video interview with Unsworth in which he said he can stick his submarines where it hurts when asked about Musk's effort to save the trapped boys with a mini submarine he created. When asked about the CNN interview in a cross-examination by Unsworth's attorney, L. Linwood, Musk said, it was wrong and insulting, so I insulted him back. This is not a fragile man, apparently. Wood went after Musk for not retracting his statement despite the number of opportunities he had. News articles suggested pedo meant pedophile, but Musk did not correct the record, Wood said. No, just like Unsworth didn't clarify he wanted to sodomize me with the submarine. I didn't think it required clarification, Musk said. I think that would have been worse. If you called someone a motherfucker, I don't think you would have clarified you didn't actually commit incest. It would sound disingenuous. Give me a fucking break. What sounds disingenuous is you trying to insinuate that there's not a colloquial understanding of motherfucker that does not literally mean that, as opposed to calling somebody a pedophile, which obviously fucking does. And you're calling him that because he rescued kids. And he insulted you. Following Unsworth's lawsuit, Musk filed a declaration that pedo guy is a common insult in South Africa used to insult in demeanor and appearances. In court on Tuesday, Musk elaborated by saying it's quite common in the English-speaking world. Calling someone a pedo guy means creepy. If you did a search or asked someone what it means, it would be a creepy. It would be a creepy. Musk's lawyer, Alex Spiro, in his opening statement, this name sounds familiar, referred to Musk's tweet as a J-dart. Spiro said it was a joking, deleted, apologized for, responsive tweet, a J-dart. Musk tried to downplay his influence during what's cross-examination. Musk has more than 22 million Twitter followers at the time of the pedo guy tweets, and now has surpassed 29 million. He's the CEO of multiple companies and is ranked one of the wealthiest people in the world. I'm not sure to the degree I'm influential. I try to get people to take climate change seriously, and that hasn't worked, Musk said. Among those people who believe in climate change, I think I have influence. The defamation case is focused on the 2018 tweets, yet Unsworth's lawyer also used an email exchange between BuzzFeed News reporter Ryan Mack and Musk as evidence of establishing Musk's state of mind at the time of the alleged defamation, as the judge ruled last week. Wood read aloud that exchange, including, "You said, I hope he fucking sues me." Musk replied, "Yeah, I guess be careful what you wish for." Musk was the first witness at the trial, which the judge said should last all week. Musk's lawyer Spiro will continue the examination Wednesday, and the court will hear testimonies from both. This was back in 2019.
I mean, Bernie Sanders is, I would say he's a compromise candidate, but I would say that...
He's a compromise candidate.
Yes, I would say he's a compromise candidate.
a net positive to society?
I would say net positive, yes.
More than Musk is?
Yes, absolutely.
Really? Tell me why.
Because AOC wants to introduce a Green New Deal, and I think that the New Deal is the closest thing...
For $30 trillion?
Okay, Trump literally just added $3.4 trillion to our deficit, so I really don't want to hear...
Between 30 trillion and
so I'm saying,
3 trillion.
I'm saying that I think that, you know, when we look at the system that we currently have, I think that we need to redistribute the wealth in a significant way, and we need to reintroduce something like the New Deal. And I think AOC has been the closest to doing that. I'm not saying I'm the biggest fan of her, but I'm saying that we need a marginal tax rate.
Right.
That is something similar to the New Deal, 70 to 90%. Ideally, I would go for a wealth tax. Anyone over $999 million has to pay every year. But I'm saying that...
Say that one more time. You would do what? Anybody that makes over...
I would introduce a wealth tax. So I'd say that anyone who makes over $999 million needs to pay. So I think that no one should be a billionaire. I think that we should put the cap...
No one should be a billionaire.
Absolutely not. Do you think that people can survive on $999 million?
This isn't how life works.
It doesn't matter.
Do you think someone could survive on $999 million?
I won't answer. Do you think that that's enough for somebody to survive? That's not how life works.
Do you think someone would be okay? Do you think someone's life would be impaired if they had only $999 million instead of $1 billion? You're not answering the question.
Fortunately, these companies that continue to grow.
Why are you avoiding my question?
Created jobs for
others.
Do you think someone could...
He's getting cooked. He's getting cooked.
In America,
survive on $999 million.
How big a person wants to build their business. That's not true. By the way, why don't you elect someone that pursues those policies? Bernie was your hero for many years. He became compromised.
I never said he was my hero.
But how did Bernie become compromised?
I said that he's a compromised candidate.
Why is he a compromised candidate?
I mean, he was...
No, fuck that. He never answered your question. Do not answer his. You can say, I will tell you how he's a compromised candidate, which I wouldn't have made that claim. But I will tell you how he's a compromised candidate after you tell me if $999 million is enough, and say, I'm going to take you to know that... or I'm going to take your evasiveness on that question as you admitting that you know it's enough and you just don't want to admit it.
Definitely compromised by the Democratic Party, who didn't want him elected.
What happened?
I'm saying he's a compromised candidate in that I would go further than him, but I also know that he's probably the best we have right now, and I would like to see him as president, ideally, or someone similar. I think Zohran Mamdani, who you mentioned earlier, I think he's an excellent candidate.
I can't wait for him to win. You know why I can't wait for him to win? Because I can't wait for the data that comes out after he wins. I can't wait to show you all the numbers in the next 4 years after he wins.
If rich people have to flee New York because of his policies, that means that they're too economically fragile to handle those taxes. No, because if you don't appreciate people that create jobs, they will go somewhere that they're appreciated. What kind of jobs are we creating? We have to look past job creation.
They pay high-paid jobs.
Many of the jobs,
if you bring value to the market.
The reality is that Elon Musk...
Hell of a caveat. They pay high-paying jobs if you bring value to the market.
Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos, they have huge monopolies over our market, and they're able to pay as little in wages as they'd like.
Has a monopoly. I think the only company that has a monopoly.
Amazon, the wages and the costs in our economy.
Right.
When Amazon has 60% control over e-commerce, they can quite literally decide what wages and what costs people can earn and pay.
Your candidate AOC.
I never said she was my candidate.
She's a net positive to society.
False endorsements on my
You said AOC is a net positive to society more than Elon Musk.
Absolutely.
This is why he loves when they take the bait on the candidate defense and don't stick to the topic at hand, because then it just turns into a referendum and a debate about how pure those people are.
When AOC was in New York, Amazon wanted to bring 25,000 jobs to New York. These were jobs that were paying $150 a year.
Because from what I understand,
this hadn't happened yet at the time that this was filmed, but it's like, okay, you're a big Trump guy. Do you support everything that he did? Do you support the fact that the government now owns 10% of Intel for some reason?
People who work for Amazon have to walk 10 to 15 miles per shift. They have higher injury rates than the industry average.
These were jobs that were paying $150 a year.
I think we've been stopped.
She went against it. They went to a different place. 25,000 jobs they lost in New York.
And what would those jobs look like?
$150K a year minimum.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go with my friend here. So I chose Mason because he was the only one that came up to me and said, Pat, I'd like to have a reasonable conversation with you.
Our boy. I can't believe he got selected.
You came up. There was 3 other people I was thinking about. And because you were fair and respectful, I chose you.
So my claim is America has never been a meritocracy.
Okay. Tell me why.
So I think that when you see wealth disparity and the amount that it gives influence.
I think Mason did do the best. As far as argumentation, holding frame, but Mason's way ahead of all these other people as far as talking points and understanding how to actually engage with the Jubilee the Jubilee talking heads that they bring on. But as far as the most effective, not the best, but the most effective, I don't know. I gotta say, there were the fucking new age hippie dude and that the chick that was really, really spicy around Newsom, and the woman that was talking about her struggles with mental health. They all of that is good in its own way. And this last exchange that he had between himself and this chick, where he was refusing to answer, is $999 million enough money for them?
Individuals, specifically from a starting point. If we're looking at America like a race, and someone is starting 2 inches from the finish line and somebody starting a mile back, we would not say that this is a judgment of their merit. We'd say that this is a system that allows those with the most influence to continue to be successful.
So is it about some of the people that got generational wealth have an advantage over others that didn't get it?
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily saying that that's a moral failure. I'm just saying when people claim that capitalism is a meritocracy, that's just factually inaccurate. And we shouldn't be allowed to lie here. We should try to be coming to a common consensus.
So capitalism is not a meritocracy.
No.
So you mean to tell me nobody here can go out there and win if they wanted to at the highest level?
No, I think that there's a probability that people can have social mobility or increase their economic conditions. It does not mean that everybody is able to. Some people could be a billionaire.
Has Pisco been on a Jubilee yet? As far as I know, he has not.
No,
in the circle,
if you're saying not everybody's able to, I fully agree. I can play baseball, but I'm probably not going to play in Major League Baseball.
I can spend the money on a lottery ticket. Doesn't mean I'm guaranteed to win the lottery.
I agree. So what's your point? I agree with you there.
So my point is that America is not meritocracy.
Oh my God, dude. Okay, if you agree, he's trying to say that it's a fucking lottery. So if you agree with him on that, then you pretty much should agree with him on the capitalism thing, right? That's not just a matter of choices. It's pretty much luck.
You said that.
No, you said there's 2 things. Anybody at what levels, you can have success. To me in life, there's 3 different types of people. You got overachievers, you got achievers, you got underachievers. Let me unpack this for a second. We got 10 minutes.
You can.
Overachiever, achiever, underachiever, okay? You can find a guy in school. We all remember the kid in school that we're like, that kid's gonna win in life, and he didn't. He was supposed to be an overachiever. He ended up being an underachiever. And there were kids in school that we looked at, we said, that guy's not gonna do anything with life, dude. Stay away from that guy. He ends up winning. He's an overachiever. So it's not about what you're,
these fictional stories. What? Are these even stereotypes anymore? I watched a movie, basically. You ever seen The Breakfast Club?
you end up doing in your life. It's how close you reach to your capacity.
The winning that
that's
you're
on the
talking about,
individual's
quote
choice.
unquote, is wealth accumulation.
Not necessarily wealth accumulation.
It is. That's exactly what you just said.
If you end up, I have friends that make $120,000 a year. They have a good life. They're happily married, got 2 kids, and they chose to go live in a place like Victorville. They chose to go live in a different place. But to me, that is winning. They're contributing to society.
I have a genuine question for you, Patrick.
Please.
Do you think that a nurse or a hedge fund manager offers more social utility?
This is documented. 14 years ago, I made a video talking about the 10 most honorable professions.
Oh, let's see if he ever answers this fucking question.
And a hedge fund manager wasn't on that list, but a nurse was.
Wow.
I believe what nurses do, when my father's at the hospital and I see how they attend to him, you have no idea how much respect I have for nurses.
Right.
It's a tough job. However,
but I would say the hierarchy of what our society looks like does not prioritize that in the same way that you're saying
but
that it
there's a
does.
difference. So there's a difference. Do I think a nurse is more important to the market than a basketball player? Yes. But the market wants to watch a basketball player play, so they pay Steph Curry $60 million a year.
We both agree that America's failing, right? Your last claim was about how America's socialist, and that's a bad thing. I assume that you're saying because of government intervention. Is
Absolutely.
That correct? So you think capitalism can exist without government intervention?
I think you need law and order because there will be abuse if you don't have it. In our insurance company,
This is the second time he's given the I believe in law and order thing as a fucking response, even though no one is talking about that.
Was run the company, I had to make sure there was law and order in there. If you don't have certain compliance, abuse will come in. When abuse comes in, if it's a free-for-all.
Are part of those laws like labor laws?
That can also be abused. No, it's a fair question you're asking, but a part of that can also be abused. A lot of those guys go in with the right intentions. Then they become dividers and they pin the employer against the employee. So then that is the divide and conquer model is very effective.
I just want to break this down. Do you think that...
Wait, what? One more time on this.
And if it's a law and order insurance company, when I was run the company, I had to make sure there was law and order in there. If you don't have certain compliance, abuse will come in. When abuse comes in, if it's a free-for-all.
Are part of those laws like labor laws?
That can also be abused. No, it's a fair question you're asking, but a part of that can also be abused. A lot of those guys go in with the right intentions. Then they become dividers. And
who's those guys? The people that write labor laws? The capitalists? I don't even know who he's referring to. Unions?
Pin the employer against the employee. So then that is the divide and conquer model is very effective.
I just want to break this down. Do you think that there are not mutually exclusive interests in owners and workers?
Do I think there's mutual interest with owners and workers?
Do you think that they have a symbiotic relationship and when they're trying to achieve the same goal?
I like to give my employees equity because if you own equity...
I mean, they don't earn it. He just gives it to them because he's such a benevolent capitalist.
In the company, you no longer are an employee. You treat it as if it's your own company. So I prefer to give my employees equity, but it's my choice. I don't want the government forcing me to give them equity. I'll give you a story. Do you remember that story of a guy who said, I pay every single one of my employees $70,000 a year? What was this guy's name? I don't know if you remember this guy. This story went viral. Socialism, what a noble guy. Everybody retweeted it, the Bernies of the world. Phenomenal guy. I invited him on the podcast. He comes on the podcast. I said, so tell me about your noble cause that you pay everybody 70 grand a year. He says, well, I don't think anybody should make over 70 grand a year. You can live off of $70,000 a year. I said, perfect.
Right.
How many employees do you have? Let me make the point.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that this is conducive to our conversation.
I said, how many employees do you have? He says 100. I said, how many of those 100 own a single share of your company? None of them do. Who does? I do. You're a socialist claiming everybody should make that much money, but you're not giving equity?
I've never heard of this. I don't know what it's supposed to, what it relates to.
Endorsing this particular person, I'd love to look into this, and maybe I'll watch the interview later.
There's a lot of contradictions in socialism when it comes down to action.
There are contradictions in the way...
The capitalist owner of this company was like a socialist or something, and that didn't... What?
That workers are trying to get as much wages as possible. That's just guaranteed. I want to get the maximum amount for the labor that I put into it. A owner wants to do the exact opposite. It's not that they want to pay people what they're deserved. They want to pay people what they can get away with. That's just virtually true.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case.
No, you already agree that coercion exists in the system.
It does.
You're just saying that socialism. You're saying that socialism is the government mandating owners to do it. But you're saying that markets do the exact same thing. You just said that the market price determines.
Don't put words in my mouth. I like you. You're respectful. You're a nice guy. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh my God.
Did you not say that markets determine market rates?
I mean, he already acknowledged that the reason why nurses are paid less than basketball players is not a function of how hard they fucking work. It has to do more with supply and demand as well as what capitalists fucking decide.
What I'm telling you is
and that doesn't know that almost. why would that have to correspond with how hard someone works? The people that work the hardest make the least amount of money in this fucking country because it's like low skill labor, quote unquote.
Will be abused in business. And if there's a person
I'm
like
going to ask you the same question.
The CEO known for stating workers should make a minimum of $70K is Dan Price, founder of Gravity Payments, who cut his own $1.1 million salary to establish this minimum wage in 2015. While critics, including some labeling him a socialist lunatic, predicted Gravity Payments would fail, the company's revenue tripled, the employee turnover dropped, and many workers paid off debt or bought homes. Price's actions are now a case study at Harvard Business School. And the guy never called himself a socialist, for the record. No shit, because he's literally a capitalist. And this is not even a fucking capitalist principle, or like a socialist principle.
As soon as you're done, but continue.
There is abuse in business.
It's not an exclusively socialist principle.
Some people will take advantage of that. But the benefit of a free market capitalism is if I don't treat you fairly, you go work for him. If he doesn't treat you fairly, you go work for him. Eventually, if you bring enough value, guess who can't afford to lose you? I can't afford to lose you.
Do you
if
think
I can't afford
that
to lose
markets
you,
determine market rates?
If I can't afford to lose you, guess what I have to do to you?
Do you think that markets determine market rates?
Okay, but like when it comes to low skill labor jobs or whatever, you're highly expendable and you have very little bargaining power unless you're in a union. Because of that, anybody can do your job. It's easy to retrain. It's easy to train somebody else.
If I can't afford to lose you, guess what I do to you?
Do you know what a monopsony is?
Tell me about it.
So, do you know the difference between a monopoly and a
I know
monospony?
monopoly. Tell me about monopsony.
Okay, so a monopoly is a single seller who has rare competition.
I cannot. It's so unfortunate that this is only being brought up an hour and a half in.
The selling of the distribution. That creates like inflated prices and that can hurt consumers. But a monopsony is one single buyer. So this is an employer. There are things called company towns. You brought up the example of Walmart outpricing small businesses.
Sure.
I think that's a fantastic example.
On the minimum wage side.
Right, yeah. of how there are large businesses that utilize their leverage and their influence and their capital in order to determine what those wages look like in a given particular place.
Sure.
So what I want to argue is minimum wages seem to stifle monopsonies because they allow people to start
No, Mason, monopsony.
at the same floor rate. You're saying that big businesses have an advantage when there's a minimum wage because they can pay more?
They do.
We are also
they
advocating for higher taxation rates and capital gains taxes
Right.
on these businesses that are supposedly taking advantage of the system.
I think.
And wait. You can invest this in tax breaks for small businesses, for people that have less employees. Maybe you say that less than 5 employees, they have certain tax incentives, so they're not taxed at the same rate as these large conglomerates. But that does not mean that a minimum wage is a bad idea, because like most people here said, you can't survive on less than $7 an hour in most places across the country.
You know what's the great thing about business and numbers and data is every idea is getting exposed. During COVID,
What?
all the policies that came out from the leftist side.
Oh, this is what he means. I thought he was saying like capitalism allows everybody to have a chance to have their ideas flourish depending on how it shakes out. No, he's saying that like leftist policies or whatever were exposed under COVID.
Getting exposed today.
Name 2.
Within time, everybody realizes what works and what doesn't work.
Wait, can you name those policies besides just saying that they failed?
You mean the ones that Republicans even voted for?
Kids to stay home instead of going to school.
When is that a socialist policy?
That is a control, because when a government is ran in a way that they're controlling.
That's not socialism, my friend.
Socialism is a form of
socialism
control.
Is a workers' control of their
is the
own
ultimate control.
No, socialism is workers' control of their own workplace.
Socialism is a form of control. Communism is the ultimate control.
See, you're using this rhetorical device as saying that capitalism equals freedom, socialism equals control.
I want to be respectful to you, and I've given you a couple questions that you haven't answered yet.
Disrespect is when you disagree with PBD and you do not let him get away with disingenuous, fucking stupid ass framing.
Answer any question.
I want to go back to the question that I asked you.
The rhetorical strategy that you're using might be beneficial for a large media platform. It's not based in reality.
If you bring value to me, and you're so effective to my company, if you get to a point that I don't give you a good salary and I don't give you equity, what's going to happen to you most likely?
I'm going to try to start a union.
Literally, as a 5th grade level understanding of these theories, most people call themselves capitalists. PBD would actually seem intelligent. You ask the average person who says they love being a capitalist, to describe why.
With my workplace, so that way we can collectively bargain on how to raise the floor.
That's
for all
one of the options, but guess typically what ends up happening?
What happens? They're busted?
You leave and you go to a different company and they give you
Are you saying
equity.
the owners bust the union? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what
successful?
I'm saying. I'm not talking union. You're talking about a different candidate,
What do you think about
different
unions?
person. I think in some places they work. I told you earlier, in many cases they're divisive.
We agree. You also mentioned Wealth of Nations. You like Adam Smith?
I think a lot of his ideas, yes.
Do you disagree, or do you also agree that landlords are parasites?
I don't agree. Landlords are
Adam Smith, even Wealth of Nations author, said that. He said that rent is
you're cherry picking.
Rent-seeking behavior.
Landlords are parasites. I think in many cases, when you think about what's happening with New York right now, this is why I'm telling you guys. I hope all of us reunite in 4 years and we have a conversation. And I hope Mamdani wins. I am hoping Mamdani wins because that case study is going to get opened up and all of you guys are going to see it.
Can we both agree that corporate Democrats are a stain on this country?
Corporate
Democrats that utilize their leverage and utilize their influence to maximize their own private wealth is a bad thing that we should discourage?
I think if it's their choice. I don't think you want to
Oh my God.
So you think that like insider trading should be allowed?
I'm not for insider trading whatsoever.
But you just said it's their choice.
No, if you're being
you can use your
specific,
influence.
If you're specific with insider trading, that's a different conversation.
I just think that all of these are examples of why capitalism is not a meritocracy, especially when you're...
Wouldn't even agree to condemning a fucking corrupt Democrats, quote unquote, or like corporate Democrats engaged in insider trading potentially.
You're saying that politicians who utilize their influence to maximize their own wealth,
could be
when you're talking about landlords who are profiting off of necessity for people, or you're talking about business owners who stifle unions for people that just want to collectively organize.
You could be right if the data was shown. I'll shake your hand, absolutely. I'm not trying to disrespect you. No.
Thank you.
You've been very respectful. No. But for me to tell you this, everything here can be proven based on data.
Correct.
If your policies are so attractive, I'm going to come to you.
Empirical data shows that worker cooperatives are not only more sustainable to market collapses, but they also provide more of an actual attachment to the work that those workers have. The alienation of labor is absolutely making people hate their jobs. Why do you think most people watching probably don't like the workplace that they're in, but still agree that there's some problem in America, whether they're saying it's immigrants or whether they're saying it's billionaires? What the problem is in America is people don't feel an actual attachment to what they're producing in the world.
About Social Security? What do you think about
I do like the strategy though of like describing these concepts, like he's describing alienation without actually naming them.
What FDR did.
Wait, do you have nothing to say about those worker cooperatives?
No, because your point's been made. Go back to Social Security. This has been
because
done.
He doesn't care about that data. By data, he means like whatever he wants it to mean in any moment. But he's obviously just saying like, well, if capitalism weren't the best, it wouldn't have won out in the marketplace of ideas.
Right? If we have a couple minutes, what do you think about Social Security and how FDR came up with it?
Yeah, I think FDR, from most historians, are placed in the top 3 of all presidents, and that's from conservatives and Democrats. I think that FDR got a lot of things great. I really like his second bill of economic rights. I think it's very vital that we provide people with housing, we decommodify things that are necessities. Do you know the difference between elastic and inelastic goods?
Stay on Social Security.
Oh, so you don't know the difference?
What do you think about Social Security? Stay on that.
Okay, well, Social Security, I think, was initially had as a social safety net to add a supplemental income to people's pensions.
Thank you for the follow.
Most people going into like the 1950s all the way up to the 1980s were given pensions by corporations as a promise to, if you work for my firm, I'll make sure that I supplement the exact same salary that you're getting throughout the rest of your life. Now, what Ronald Reagan did was he changed the pensions to contribution-based retirement, which means I have to put this in the 401k, I have to put it in the stock market, and if the stock market collapses...
Do you think Social Security ended up being a system that worked?
I think that Social Security is definitely needed as a supplemental income. And right now, since we have contribution-based retirements, it's absolutely needed. Because if you don't want old people eating cat food, we probably need some sort of sustainable income for them.
When he came up with...
He's talking to somebody, I should have prepped Mason before he went on there. I wish I could tell him that he was talking to somebody who literally thinks that Social Security should not begin until age 85. 10 years after the average person, practically 10 years. It's 10 years for men. Average lifespan for a man in the United States is 75 years old. 81 for women. He thinks it should begin 10 years after the average man in America dies. That's when you should be eligible to be the recipient of Social Security.
Social Security. Do you think his intention was to
We need Vinny doing one of these, dude.
74 million people use it
That
today?
would be peak
Do you
content.
think that's what he thought was going to happen?
Yeah, and I think it's because you're not gutting the program in its entirety.
So
you can say that Social Security is a failure if you take the wheels off of a car. The car's not going to run. But if you continue to buff it up and you make sure that you...
Oliver, thank you so much for the 14.49. Let's see. I have to go to Streamlabs to get the tip thing to show up. What's your message? As a liberal who appreciates your content and wishes to see you continue streaming, I feel compelled to show tangible support. I've never donated to a streamer in my life, but I find you're uniquely informative, intelligent, and entertaining. Cheers. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that.
You have good guardrails, but it can be a successful program.
The challenge is
That's
a lot of...
very, very nice. Why didn't you go on this episode? Well, Mason's connected me with the Jubilee people, but because it's all the way in fucking California and I'm in Florida, So I would, and they wouldn't like caught my flight or anything. I'd have to like literally fly to go out there.
When you come up with a noble idea to try to fix something today, ends up getting bigger and you never expected it. When Social Security first came out in 1935, the first benefits were paid in 37, and it was paid in a lump sum. At that time, we had 128 million people living in America.
What he doesn't even realize, and I only looked into this because of PBD, Social Security at first, the program, you paid far more into it than you were receiving as a fucking benefit, and most people at that point were dying before they could even be the beneficiaries of it. But then, like, he always just, like, when he projects about, like, how, like, if we were staying true to FDR's vision for how Social Security ought to be structured, that, like, far less people would be recipients, but he's presupposing the distribution of all ages in the United States would be identical to what it was when FDR first started the program back in, like, what, the 30s? Which wouldn't be the case because life expectancy has increased significantly since then.
America. Do you know how many people got Social Security?
Tell me.
54,000. Do you know when benefits started?
Tell me.
65 years old. So let me say this again to you.
Yeah, but like the average person at that point did not live that long.
Expectancy was 61. Social Security benefits started at 65.
Right. So you're saying because we've increased life, people need to work longer, right?
0.04%.
So grandma should be working at the mill.
I mean, Adam literally said that his mom, who is 74 and recently lost her husband, his stepdad, he told her she needs to keep working, even though Adam has recently said he's like the wealthiest that he's ever been in his whole fucking life.
You can say anything you want to say.
Well, I'm just saying, you said as life expectancy increases, people should be working longer.
Let me tell you,
want to extend the retirement age,
no,
correct?
If you bring that to today and you bring the math, exact same formula as the great FDR came up with.
See, Patrick, here's the difference between our worldviews. You're saying that because
today,
Social Security,
there's 340
right
million
now,
people. Let me say the point, and then I'll let you speak as long as you want to speak.
Great.
So that went from math again for you.
Dude, there's no way if you could do a timer of how much each person has spoken that Mason has spoken more than PBD.
1,000 out of 128 million people, 0.04%. Life expectancy 61, benefits start 65. Today, it's 74 million out of 340 million. That's 21%. When life expectancy is 78, benefits start at 65. Do you know who's going to pay the price on Social Security? Not my generation.
Yeah, if
yours
we keep doing cuts, correct. If we keep doing cuts,
no, because you're going to run out of money. You're going to run out of money.
No, that's not how it works. So the difference between our worldview, Patrick, is you're saying not only should people work longer into life because life expectancy has increased, but they should work longer into life without guarantees for health care, without preventative care, and that's not only going to increase the deterioration of people's living conditions, it's also going to lead to a worse economy. Because let me tell you, 70-year-olds not going to be the most productive members of our economy. They should be spending time with their families. They should be easing into their passing away. We shouldn't be forcing grandma to go to the mill.
It's going to be on your back. You'll be paying for this in 30 years.
Appreciate you.
I mean, yeah, you pay into Social Security and the money that you get out of it is what you fucking paid into it. No shit. W. Mason.
Yeah, I think that Patrick is a really great salesman. I think that he came in and confidently sold what capitalism is. But I think that the main point of today really showed that capitalism's best product is giving excuses for its own failures.
I don't think that we should be giving these people a large platform to amass a larger following, but I do think that we should expose these people to the light. And I think that even if people have horrendous and repulsive views like he did, I want to hear them because I want to know who those people are.
I also don't think that he really listened to a lot of the claims. I also don't think everyone listened to his claims either. So I don't know how productive of a dialogue it was, but maybe we convince some people at home one way or the other, and maybe there's some value to that, maybe not.
My vision for America is if there's anything that's happened after COVID, we used to be here. We disagreed on issues here. This is center, this is libertarian, this is conservative, and then
like COVID happened under Donald Trump. Does he realize that?
During COVID, we went here.
Wait, what
here,
is this?
Here. We disagreed on issues here. This is center, this is libertarian, this is conservative, and then during COVID, we went here, where we are in a very
we're polarized now. That only happened after COVID.
Interesting place that some people don't even want to talk to somebody else that they don't agree with. It's gotten to the point that we are a little bit too divided right now, and I'd like to see America be more united.
I mean, what is there to agree on with people like Patrick Bet David?
Then as
he probably doesn't fucking agree with me, so it's fine.
Divided as it is.
He literally has no brain. Give him some credit. Come on. He was able to interrupt people and ask them irrelevant questions. Something has to be said for that. Before we watch CoffeeZilla, till I guess tear into PBD a little bit or confront him over the MLM shit, I just want to say I appreciate the support tonight, you guys. That's really, really great. And if you're following me on Twitch, or if you're watching on Twitch but you're not following me, you should be. That way you can know when I go live, which is at least Monday through Friday, usually not Saturday, Sunday. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe and hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live from there. If you want to catch up on my past VODs, they are mostly timestamped. I'm still working on yesterday's timestamp because it's a fucking 8-hour VOD practically. And even at 4x speed, I still, I can't get off stream. I can get off stream 4x my speed and like timestamp usually. But when it's an 8-hour one, I only did a little bit of it today, but I will get around to it. If you want to support me, you can sub to me on Twitch. You can use your Amazon Prime thing. You can gift subs throughout the chat to other people so they can get emotes and an ad-free experience. If you're watching on YouTube, you can follow the links in my YouTube description or pinned in my Twitch chat. And I'm at straight underscore on everything. Now let's see. I guess CoffeeZilla confront PBD. This was 4 years ago. I don't know how I didn't know about this. Does he actually... So this is him talking about it. This is like a 14-minute video of him talking about it. But I kind of want to see... Maybe I should watch like a little bit of the interview. What's the most like contentious part of this?
Let's go. And we are...
Oh, come on.
Are live. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen.
PBD looks less orange here.
Hey, let's get a little quick applause. We never thought he'd show up, grace the channel with his coming down to our level. So,
we appreciate it, man.
Okay, so
for a year. My mom said, when
this is 3 hours. We're not watching this whole thing. I just want to watch a little bit of it. But yeah, let's see.
I said, don't worry, Mom. Patrick David is coming. Patrick David is coming.
He's coming. Listen.
We're in the Value Termination. We're blessed.
Okay, let's do a quick history recap.
The top comment is who's here after the Jubilee debate.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it.
Time.
Okay, so I got to know you from your channel, Valuetainment, and big fan. You got the hitters, the biggest hitters on Valuetainment.
He's Valuetained.
And around that time, I found this John Oliver piece on multi-level marketing, and I saw you had made a video on multi-level marketing, and I was like, dope. I'm going to check out Patrick's take. Blah blah blah. But eventually, I realized you have this other company, PHP. I think that's one of your main business. Is that your main business?
I would say so. Yeah, I'd say that's the main business. Yes.
Yeah, awesome. And then I realized that that is itself an MLM, and we wanted to talk to you about it because I think MLMs are...
Is it an angle issue or was he on Ozempic then? I think the angle's making him look skinnier, but I also think he probably just was skinnier.
Extremely predatory.
Do you know the difference between an MLM and an FMO?
FMO?
Oh. FMO and an MLM?
No.
Okay, so why don't I do this? Give me your understanding what MLM is. What do you guys think MLM is?
An MLM is where you have people underneath you and you make residuals off that, and you go to the next level and you make residuals off that. And so you've got the compensation plan, you've got overrides, you got all that stuff, all that good stuff.
This is like, what the hell is this? FMO versus IMO versus NMO versus MGA versus GA. What's the difference? All of these acronyms to make sure people are paid appropriately. So an FMO, oh my God, scam website. Field marketing organizations. Let's create a baseline of an FMO. This type of org is a company acting as a liaison between an insurance carrier and agent. The FMO connects the two parties through a contract, which permits the independent agent to sell the carrier's products. When they sell a policy, the agent earns a sale commission and the FMO earns an override, both from the carrier. FMOs are typically top-level orgs that are licensed to sell insurance products in most, if not all, states. They work with hundreds of thousands of agents and multiple big-name and small-name carriers across the U.S. Almost all of an FMO's contracts are direct with carriers, and FMOs can sometimes offer agents contracts that provide higher than street-level commissions. In general, FMOs also offer agents a lot of other perks they can't get elsewhere. For example, Ritter Insurance Marketing, the company behind the Ritter blog, is a national senior market FMO. Organizations like Ritter offer independent agents training and support. So this seems like it's its own MLM, but it describes itself as an FMO, which is different than an MLM, I guess. And explaining how you can, reliably join this thing. Nice.
stuff.
Can I say a definition that's maybe like just how I more of a feeling definition?
Please,
To me, it's basically like a pyramid scheme.
Okay.
You just add a product on top of it.
ABD always be derailing.
It's technically not a pyramid scheme. That's kind of the sense that I get.
Fair enough. So tell me what's a pyramid.
Do you think that you're not an MLM? Do you say like we are not an MLM? You don't think you're an MLM?
I'm going to give you your answer here in a minute, but I'm curious from your end what you think an MLM is. So for you, an MLM is somebody. Let me give you your explanation, and then I'll give you board.
Yeah, sure.
And then I'll give you the answer as well. So. You think an MLM is somebody who, overrides residual, whatever, that the money's being made and you make it off other people? That's MLM. That's your explanation.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. But you think it's a pyramid scheme with a product being added to it?
That's the sense that I get.
That's more or less yes. And I think we've seen MLMs play themselves out, things like Amway, Herbalife, where the vast majority, one of the big traits that overall I'm talking about, and because I made a video about where I featured PHP and I talked about y'all's income disclosure, everything, one of the overriding features that I'm critical of, and if you guys aren't an MLM, I'd still be critical of, is that the vast majority of people don't make money, while the push and the marketing is that they will make money and that it's easy to make money and that don't worry about it. It's a lot of people do it.
Like banks.
Does that like it's like, hey, dude, forget about McDonald's, forget about Walmart, like come work for PHP, baby.
Let me ask you guys this. By the way, I love your content. I love what you guys are doing. I think you guys are necessary, and I think long term, I'm so curious.
The glazing.
To know what you guys are going to adapt into. Meaning, I don't know what this is going to turn into. I don't know, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. The other day, I had John Stossel here. I don't know if you know who John Stossel is.
Yes,
I was talking to John Stossel. And when I was talking to him in the middle of it, I said, "You are John Stossel." Okay, and let me tell you
Oh my God, PBD will do anything but talk about the subject at hand. Holy shit. I don't know if it's because he's narcissistic or ADHD or a combination of the two, or he's just desperate to get off the topic. Holy fuck. He will never just contend with the fucking topic. He's like, asking him if this is an MLM, and we're getting his life story and talking about anecdotes on what he saw on his way to work.
John Stossel.
Wow. I missed that.
That's so sweet.
Well, I tell you why. That's so sweet. I said, you're John Stossel. Here's why, though. Hear me out, and I'm going to get to answering your question. Because John Stossel started off as a guy who was working for ABC, tearing apart businesses. He was doing a show where he was working directly with, consumer affairs, and he was going, "Look, I got you now. Look at you. You're rip off your scheme. You're ripping people off." And then eventually he realized he heard a lot of these good people that were creating jobs and businesses, and he flipped. He became a libertarian. He still held the Bernie Madoff's accountable, all those guys that are doing things accountable. But then he started protecting more business owners and holding the politicians and the regulators accountable. Anyways, I'm not here to dictate what direction you guys are going to go, but let me answer your question for you. So number one, when you think about multi-level marketing, this is how my career got started. I think you need to know how the story of my career got started. Maybe that'll kind of put everything together. I'm in the Army. I get out.
Literally. Oh my fucking God. Literally. What is an MLM? Here's my life story.
In the Army, one of the favorite
feels like PBD read a book on how to persuade people, and he's just going down a weird checklist of strategies to talk to people. Probably, what is it? I can't think of the name. The How to Win Friends and Influence People.
I enjoyed about the
Probably his Bible.
Was the camaraderie. Like, if you ask me, what did you enjoy about getting out? I mean, it's just like what you guys are doing right now. We would have had so much fun with you because you shoot the shit, you talk shit. You guys are just funny. You're sarcastic. You're condescending. If you have thin skin, it's probably hard to be both your friends if you have thin skin. You would have been fantastic on my Army base. We're like you. I'm like you. That's why you don't bother me. I actually like the way you guys are, but it's not for everybody. I'm sure you guys both know that as well. So I get out of the Army. I work at Bally's. When I work at Bally's, a month after being in Bally's, I'm about to leave because I'm not good in sales. I'm not selling. So this guy named Cisco, who was my sales manager, he helped me out and he said, "Why don't you go sell at Fox Hills Mall?" And I was kind of this, guy that I'm like, I don't want to go sell the memberships. I'm in the back. This guy that are selling around at Fox Hills Mall. Then finally, I'm going around the table. Then I sell one membership, and I ended up becoming the rookie of the month. Then I stayed at Bally's. It was good to go. Now, my 11th month of being with Bally's, or 9th month being with Bally's.
Dale Carnegie. I wanted to say I was like, I know it's Dale, but I was thinking Dana Carvey, and then I want to say Dale Carvey.
I get approached by this guy who says, "We sell 100-page websites."
Yeah, is it any mystery why this is 3 hours long?
And you can make $20,000 a month.
Sure.
And you should
Who is this person?
100-page website company. You would do so well at it. I'm like, great, fantastic. So I go on a Wednesday meeting at the Best Western, I think was the hotel off of Sepulveda and Devonshire in Grenada Hills. I go to the hotel. The guy's giving the talk. It's just all over the place. Bill Gates said that if you're not on the internet, you're going to be out of business within 5 years. So this is when people didn't have websites. The year is 1999, 2000. So I get in. I go one meeting, second meeting, third meeting, fourth meeting. Then he says, to get involved, you have to pay $1,450. And if you get 12 people that get involved at $1,450, you make XYZ off the $1,450. I'm naive. I have no clue what the hell I'm doing. I get it. Sure. I get in a company and it's obviously a full-on multi-level marketing company. There's not really a product. So the product is like
so he fell for a pyramid scheme, therefore he couldn't possibly have one right now. Okay, we're literally going to 4x this until we get to a point that's relevant.
Wait,
just mentioned how, and that there was another MLM that he might have fallen for, and the thing that gave it the legitimacy is like Chris Rock being a spokesman, which he went on to do by getting Kobe Bryant, George Bush, and other celebrities to talk at his fucking conference. Okay. Back to an actual question. That was a whole lot of nothing.
I hear you. You have a background in this area. What was your takeaway from that? Was your takeaway to
I'm getting to the point for you. So I'm getting into the point for you. So because this is the last part of it. So anyways.
Oh my God, dude. The patience. Ben Affleck. There's no way you watch that on 2x speed and understand it. In my shitty wireless Bose headphones that I've had for literally years, listen to everything, most things on my phone on YouTube Premium at 4x speed. I'm not even kidding. Ever since they've added that option, I listen to a lot of shit on 4x speed, and I can understand it because I've just gotten used to listening to stuff that loud, which is how I'm able to keep up with a bunch of fucking content and like drama going on at the same time as like know what to talk about on stream. Okay, let's see if maybe we can finally have something that's responsive to any of Coffeezilla's questions after this.
But my main thing and my main sort of
I mean, he's like trying to say in the nicest way possible, cool story, bro. Can you please answer this question? Just please.
Gripe with you. So you've got these like amazing entrepreneur videos, but the backing and the real backing.
Big brain straighterade, more like autistic ADHD straighterade. Zoomer straighterade that my Zoomer brain can like listen to shit at 4x speed and understand it.
For your entrepreneurship is PHP. I mean, that's a lot of where it comes from. And so
what's the biggest problem you have with it? What's the biggest problem you have with it? I know the one thing which we'll address, which you said the income disclosure, 100%. I have it written down to address it. We'll address that. But what other areas do you have a problem with?
I think it's the income disclosure.
Okay.
It's deceptive marketing.
Can you unpack that? Tell me what you mean by
I'd be happy to unpack it.
Yeah.
First of all, before we do that, we have to talk about the income disclosure. So real quick, on my screen, let's see if we can do this live, guys. Let's see if we can do this live.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm a huge fan of the value tainment videos. They're inspirational.
So just so everybody has it right here. This is a 2020 PHP disclosure right here. Yeah. Sorry for that.
Can you move it up so they can see the bottom? Because the point you got to make has got to be lower.
Of course.
Yeah.
Look at it, making my point for me. What a gentleman. Okay, so the point is that the majority of people lose money make almost no money with the company. So let me put this here, back this up.
Okay, what the hell is he going to say in response to this? This is not even getting in. This is the fact that he's basically letting him dodge the accusation for the time being. If they talk for 3 hours, I'm sure they get into it as to whether or not it's actually like an MLM. We are like, how is Patrick Bet-David going to respond to the fact that like, it's not even a good business model, whatever the fuck it is, it's leading to the people that are part of it not even making money.
Yeah. 60% of people make $215 according to your numbers. And these are life licensed agents, meaning they got through. So when your fee is $200 a year and you have 60% of your workforce making $200 a year, They're making nothing. And then the pitch, because I've seen the pitch, I was watching the pitch last night, is that it's easy to make this money. It's easy to quit your job.
Which pitch did you hear? Which pitch did you hear?
Your
pitch. Did you hear my pitch?
Yeah, your sexiest compensation plan pitch. I watched it from the Valuetainment website.
Yeah. We don't have it on Valuetainment website.
It's one of the education, portals.
But I'm glad you did. But here's the part. So let me explain the income disclosure. So let's start there.
What do you want to bet PBD just straight up lied to him?
First, number one, do you think if this was an area?
I'm gonna lie. What are they debating? They're debating whether he's confronting Patrick Bet-David over whether or not his company PHP like insurance is an MLM, which it is.
That we were embarrassed that we would publicly disclose it.
Because the revenue is generated not based off of a service or a product. It's based off of like recruitment and fees that the people that they recruit put into it.
We wouldn't do it. And we legally have to? I don't know. We don't have
to. But if this were my company, I would be embarrassed of this. So maybe I don't understand.
Can I explain to you why?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the part about insurance is the following. Here's the point I was kind of trying to make to you earlier. When I went to Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, I'm a full-timer. Yeah. I have to expect to bring a block of business in or else I'm fired, okay? In real estate, almost every single real estate agent starts part-time because the average real estate agent doesn't even sell one home per year. Their first year, they don't even sell a home. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, today in America, if you look at the statistics, we have 1,439 something realtors licensed in America today. We only have 1 million homes on the market today. The average realtor doesn't even sell a home per year. The average realtor sells half a home per year, a quarter of a home per year. So the numbers are the numbers no matter what industry you look at. But let me go to our income disclosure. Number one, we don't charge $200 per year. Our competitors do, $199.
It's like you charge, okay, it's not $250 or whatever. You charge like $150 as the training startup fee or something.
And it's like $34.95 a month or, $75.95 when you get to a certain place, you pay more monthly premium, or $124.95. We don't. It's $199. You get started, and a part of that's training and licensing. You don't pay again. So to address your concern,
you pay $99.
Okay, but you still are paying in to participate in a fucking company, dude.
A year though, right? You pay $99 a year.
4 years ago.
It's like you start off at a loss.
3 years ago,
an investment they call it.
3 years ago, It was $14.95 per month. We stopped it and we started doing $199. And then if you're a marketing director for the software, I don't know what the amount is. And if you're a associate, I think it's $99. So the non-marketing director number would be $99 a year, and then a marketing director would be like $199 a year. But that's if you're a marketing director, it's a different position. That's not the majority.
But it feels like we are quibbling about the fact that you have advertising, and this goes to where I think it's deceptive advertising. You have pitches going out to people who want to get involved with PHP that say it is easy to make this money. And by your
it's
numbers,
absolutely not easy to make money. I've never said it's easy.
Well, in the marketing video.
Wait. Let me
please pull up the marketing video, please.
Where you said it's easy to make this money.
If you're around me long enough, you would know I talk about that this is a challenging industry.
Or like what I meant is that it's easy if you work hard.
A part of. You would not hear me talk about it's easy to make millions.
Hold on. Not easy to make millions.
Okay, not millions, just money in general.
I'm talking about easy to make more than $200, which we know is above average, like more than the average.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you a different question here. Let me flip it on you. How many subscribers?
Hold on, real quick. Before you say that, one sec. I just want to play you, just so you know, I'm not pulling this from nowhere, right?
Allows you to do that. So for some of you guys that are watching this and you're extremely competitive, this is your way to get to the top of the compensation plan within PHP. So that right there, with everything I covered with you, is 23 different ways we get paid. So as you're watching this, you can ask yourself.
Dude, this fucking board behind him.
You can either build a small part-time business, making $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month, part-time, totally fine. Many people do it.
So, okay, you're saying part-time is $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month. Then you say this.
Second, you can say, you know what? I make 60 grand on my job. I can easily make $100,000 a year with this, and I can do it on my own time as a business owner.
Do you understand how you're implying when you say easily make $100,000 a month with this business? You're implying.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't say you can. I said if you think you can easily make 6 figures, you can do this business. Listen.
Again, 60% of the people in this fucking scam, they make about $250 ever lifetime earnings from being with the company. He's implying that they could make like $100,000 a year very, very easily.
Let me give you a different part. Please work with me here for me to try to explain this to you. You have to know if I'm here to talk to you, I'm proud of the business I do. This isn't something where I'm, if I'm afraid of representing the company, I would never be here. I'd let this thing be irrelevant and I would move on. But you know that's not my style, and I actually like your approach to what you guys do things. I wanted to show up out of respect to you. So how many subscribers do you guys have? What's your number?
Wait. But before we move on, and I'd love to address
Hear me out.
Wait.
Kind of powerful. We know you have.
This is my.
Oh, I'm not deflecting. He said, "Is he deflected?"
This was my point about you said you never said that it was easy, but then you said part time you can make $1,000, $2,000, $3,000.
You're gonna allow me to answer your question for you?
Right. Sure.
How many subscribers do you guys have?
I have 300K on my main channel, and then 300K on my
17,000, 14,000.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
By the way, if you're in the audience, subscribe to the channel, send it to your friends.
Yeah. By the way, let me ask you a question. How hard is it to get to 300,000 subscribers?
Very hard.
Very hard. I agree. How hard is it to get to 100,000 subscribers?
Very hard.
You know, it took me 2 years, and I was still only at 2,000 subscribers. It's not an easy game. It's a very, very hard game.
Absolutely.
Right?
More glazing.
Are there people that are making millions of dollars on YouTube if they take it seriously? Sure. Of course. Are there people that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars if they take it seriously? Of course. Are there people that are doing YouTube just to make $200 a month? Yes, a lot of people are. The way you use YouTube or PHP is up to you. We have people that want to use it to make millions, but quite frankly, we have a lot of people that do it to want to make $500 a month, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month.
I think that's completely, so respectfully, I think that is absurd. The reason people get involved is not with an entire company to go sell stuff. Is not you don't become a part-time salesman to make $500 a year.
And that's where we disagree. And that's where we disagree. And let me explain. It's okay for us to disagree, by the way. The part why I disagree
is it that like is he going to explain that like the reason why all those people only made that amount of money is because they didn't really put their effort into it or didn't truly believe in it, and they needed to quit their full-time job and be fully devoted to the fucking hustle and grind that is recruiting more people for PHP?
Following. Here's the point I was trying to make you with Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. At Morgan, I'm full-time. I'm forced to hit quotas. If I don't hit quotas, I'm fired. Because I have quotas, I'm not necessarily forced to do the best thing for clients all the time because it's based on quotas. I believe insurance, investments, this is a business to get into, even real estate, to get into part-time and work your way up. You may not like the business. You may hate this business. You may say, this isn't for me. No problem. But at least you gave it a shot, and if it works out for you, it's going to end up being a career for you, part-time or full-time.
Right. But what I'm saying, though, is you're representing part-time, again, as 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in the marketing. And then the reality is most of the people we would probably label part-time in your company are making $200 a month, and 90% are making less than McDonald's.
Oh shit. Okay, I've been saying it was like 250 lifetime. Okay, $250 a month. That's still fucking nothing, but at least it's not like lifetime earnings. I thought he was saying like on average that's what they make.
I wouldn't. Let me explain to you those people that are making $200 per year.
They're choosing to, and they're not working hard enough, right?
Or per month, whatever the number is, $200 per year. They're not part-time. They're not even sometime. Listen, there are people, you have to understand this. I'm trying to be reasonable.
Not part-time, not sometimes. See, they're just not working hard enough. So he's not going to say, okay, so they didn't quit their job. They're not working hard enough. Therefore, he's just going to say, like, it's just still insufficient. Fat Enchilada, thank you for the $5. $5 to incubate. Yeah, I appreciate it.
With you, there are people that literally are a mother who take care of their kids. They have a person in the
single moms work at PHP, you guys. It's changing their life so they can get off welfare.
Community they send as a lead. Somebody else sells it, they get a split commission, $300. They're happy with that. There are people that don't want to sell. There are people that have no desire to sell. All they want to do is play the referral game with somebody else, and that is not considered part-time. That is not even considered sometime. These are people that may put 20 hours per year into this business. That's not a part-timer. That is a sometimer. There are people that, I know people that are realtors probably.
So the more, okay, so again, they're just not, they're too lazy. They're not putting enough money or like time into it.
Well, where they got their real estate license just to sell their family's real estate. They don't do it full-time. They don't do it part-time. So you got to understand the insurance business, the real estate business, and I'm representing a lot of my friends and competitors probably are watching this right now that are saying, hey, none of us had the audacity to get on a video like this. He's on here, and some of these guys are
big respect to you for doing that. We appreciate it.
But what I'm saying to you, and I'm sorry, I'll turn it over because I know I want to address your questions as well, is what I'm saying to you is some people are full-timers, some people are part-timers. For us to disclose, I'm not going to sit there and say, let me just take my top earners and put the calculation in a way where the number looks good for me. I have to put people in there that haven't written the policy for 3 years, but they're appointed with us. So I can't count those guys as part-time. I just have to, for disclosure purposes, share it with everybody else.
So I want to paint you a picture because I hear
like, just keep in mind with a fucking, as far as a pyramid scheme goes, the level that it maxes out at, where the recruits that you would need underneath is like literally ends up being more than the global population, is only level 13. Because like level 1 is like 1 person, level 2 is 6 people, 3, 36. By level 13, it's literally like 300 billion people or something like that.
You're saying, but I want to paint you a picture of the way I see PHP.
And some of these fucking MLMs require more than like 6 people. Sometimes it can go up to like you're supposed to get like 10 people.
You can address it. So you're saying, the insurance industry is more like this industry where,
skill issue
just is the case that people are in it part-time and et cetera, et cetera. I want to paint you a
You're
different
choosing
picture.
to not sell to non-existent people.
a generic MLM than anything else. And I know MLM isn't an industry, but I'm saying MLM share characteristics across the board. So when you look at the income disclosures that I shared,
this is not a fucking pyramid scheme. This is an MLM with Patrick Bet-Davidson characteristics.
They all look the exact same. All of them. 90% of people are making less than a McDonald's.
Notice how Patrick Bet-Davidson is not. I keep wanting to call him Davidson. PBD is not calling him, saying like, "Hey, careful what you say, because I'll fucking you don't want to get into defamation territory."
Salary. All of them, the top 5%, top 3%, top 1% are actually making 0.1% are actually making the claims that they're making as like, oh, this is normal, this is possible, whatever. It's a tiny, tiny fraction, and that's never disclosed.
Very much so.
And so I see you as fitting in with these other MLMs who are shady and deceiving people with how they are presenting themselves. Listen, if you presented yourself as, hey, you joined, listen,
what could possibly be shady about PBD?
About a 1% chance that you're going to do really well. Maybe 2%. If we look at your numbers, maybe 2% of you guys will really make a full-time, even 100K a year income. The rest of you are going to do Walmart or worse. And if you said that, and you don't obviously have to say it so pathetically, but if you said that, I'd be fine. But
Walmart or worse.
I was looking at like things like Herbalife, right? Which I find you guys very similar to. I see, this is the kind of thing that I'm seeing behind.
Doesn't at least Herbalife have like a product, like a food or drink or something?
The scenes. And I just want to share this with you for a second, because I feel like this is sort of the vibe of multi-level marketing, which I think you share much more in common with. Listen to this. This is a leaked recording from Herbalife. And you don't have to talk about them. I'm talking about, this is the overall vibe of the business.
We sell people on a dream business that they can make it.
I mean, it is a dream. What's the quote? Because you got to be asleep to believe it.
Yet deep down inside, what do we really know? Yeah, we know that the reality is that most of them aren't going to make it.
Real quick, this is the chairman. This is like one of the chairman's club guys, top guy in that company. This is not a small fry. This is one of the top MLMs that people say are legit MLMs. This guy's saying, hey, the thing we'll never tell people is that it's all a game and we are selling them on an unattainable dream for most of them. Let's listen a little bit more.
Who wants to bring their family into a struggle to make it? Who wants to bring their family into an eventual deception? You know, there's some people that if they heard that we were talking like this in a room, you know, I would have to have a bulletproof vest on right now. You know what I mean?
So that's what I wanted to share with you. And so when I think about PHP, this is the problem that I see, is that I see when I was watching your sexiest compensation plan, I'm seeing these big aspirational, like, $1 million things. It's easy to make this, or people do this all the time. That was actually one of your most common phrases was, you talk about something, you go, people do this all the time. It's not that hard, guys. It's not that hard. But when I look at your compensation plan,
MLM stands for multi-level marketing. It's like a pyramid scheme.
That hard, because I know that I don't think you would say people who work for you are lazy. I don't think they are at all. I'm sure they're hardworking and they want to make a better life for themselves. That's why they got involved. So when I see, I'm going to say, okay, the people working for PHP are hard workers. So therefore, it must not be true that it's as easy or done as often as Patrick is saying, because clearly it's not, just by your numbers.
May I?
Sure.
Okay. So first of all, let's address the video that you showed. I have no idea who that individual is, and I don't know. I don't want to.
Give me a break, PBD, that you don't know about fucking Herbalife. I mean, he does by this point because he was bringing it up in the Jubilee.
Comment on the person, but you have to know, and I'd be naive if I told you there aren't some very weird things said in people in the multi-level marketing world. It's just, you have to be very, if you want to go dig in.
Which I'm not part of, he says.
Some very weird stuff. I'm surprised that's all you found. There's a lot of other stuff that you can find that I can give you stuff to look for. It's just so interesting where you're hearing some of these people. And I've been in meetings where I'm like,
you've been brainwashed. This is the first version of that.
A guy in a meeting said, if your marriage is more important than your dreams, if your dreams are more important than your marriage, you'd leave your husband right now. I'm like, oh shit, that's like, you say that, you can say stuff, but I've heard it. So look, I can't sit here and say everybody's good and everybody, I'm not here to do that. Now at the same time, to Herbalife's credit, Herbalife is a publicly traded company. They are held to certain standards. It's not easy to be a publicly traded company. Everyone sees your numbers. You're naked. You're constantly getting criticized. You're naked. On calls. You're being held accountable.
You're vulnerable.
But at the same time, a company like Herbalife, I'm certain, has changed a lot of people's life positively. Are there bad people in there as well? Probably. Let's talk about PHP now that you brought up and said, a lot of similar tactics forever. Okay, for example, and you said hardworking. I'm sure all the people in PHP are hardworking. I got 3 kids, okay? When I was coming up, if you ask my dad is officially in Florida.
Oh my God.
You can visit us.
Let's talk about PHP. Immediately starts, again, back to the fucking life story, not talking about PHP. Okay, I can't do any more of this, you guys. I'm at my wit's end, okay? We've been going like 5 hours. We are calling it here. I am probably gonna watch the rest of this though on my own time, and maybe even tonight. And then tomorrow, if there was like a part where that's like really embarrassing for PBD, I will show you guys just that part. But holy shit, 30 minutes in, and just like nothing has been said except from CoffeeZilla, but like nothing from PBD, nothing responsive, nothing substantive. So again, if you are watching me on Twitch but you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube and you have not subscribed to me and hit the bell, please do so. That way you can know when I go live as well. You can watch my past VODs. They're timestamped. This one's going to be timestamped. I'm going to finish timestamping the last one. Don't you worry. Tomorrow, I have no clue what the fuck we're going to do. But in the meantime, if you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch or YouTube chat, or my YouTube description or Twitch chat. You can sub to me on Twitch. You can use your Amazon Prime sub, or you can gift subs throughout the chat. Thank you guys for watching and spending the evening with me. And we are headed to Kid Not Kin, who's watching Hutch content, Hutch Tent. I'm watching Hutch Mauled at Hassan, it looks like. And Pisco is talking to Prime on YouTube, which is where you're going. And apparently Prime did not vote for Kamala Harris. And I guess he's getting mad at him over that, which is the lowest tier content that exists. But that's what he's doing. Is a liberal getting mad at a leftist for not voting in probably some deep blue state. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Bye.